dance, Cyrax break dance. God, we miss Cyrax and his scabs on top of his head. How's everybody doing? Welcome in to the People's Channel, where the People's Chat lives. We're the GOATs when it comes to live streaming, live showing, and live chatting. We're the greatest of all time, the GOATs. It is Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. We're mid-November, folks. Very close to Thanksgiving and on to Christmas, and then the new year, 2025. My, how time flies. And anyhow, back in May, we started covering Gypsy Rose, and we haven't stopped since. But we moved on to a couple things here and there, but we haven't stopped since. Let's be honest with you. Are we going to go a year? You're damn right we are. We're going to make it to that moment because she's going to have a baby with Ken in January. But it doesn't matter because I don't matter, you don't matter, and we decided not to matter together. Thus, the nobodies were born, and everybody loves to be a nobody. Even the somebodies are crying right now somewhere in a pillow. They're crying in their pillows, asking, how can I be a nobody? Well, they don't understand. You just have to get it. You have to not matter, just like us. And only then you become a nobody. But we're nobodies. We're the bad guys and the bad girls, in fact. And we embrace that role. Say what you want. We don't make fun of. We make funny. And you can make fun of that line, but it's so true. It's damn true. Because we smash, we leave, and we come back to repeat once again. Because we're that bad. We're so bad. Bad to the bones. The bag of bones. And that's right. Bad people work hard. We know about hard work. Hard work pays off, dreams come true. Bad times don't last. Remember that. Bad times don't last, but bad guys and bad girls do. Maybe on this side over here where it's beautiful. The holidays are here, just around that corner. How's everybody doing? I hope you guys are having a great week thus far. It is Tuesday. Like I said, it's November 12th. We're in the mid-month here. I'm sure it's getting a little bit cold where you're at. A little bit chilly. No more of that summer hot weather, I'm sure. Maybe, is it snowing anywhere? Let me know. I don't know if it is. Anyhow, welcome to the greatest chat of all time, the People's Chat. This is where we make history on the internet. There's no other chat out there. No one is sane and insane like myself to allow such freedom of speech. And then when someone gets blocked, they've done something really bad. And trust me, I look at the block list every day and there's nobody added to it. Isn't that funny? It really isn't. It's the greatest, because we're the greatest of all time. Let me go ahead and say hi to the people in the live chat right now, so you know it's live. Let me cut the music off. I like the music. Play it. Nico Moon, thank you so much. Fracy 101, Sonia in the house. Rick Yan, what up? Daisy Dead, Mary Jane Doe, Lee B, XOXO Doll, Yaddle's in the house. I rate Unicorn Skittles, thank you. Crystal's here, Kitty's here, Corn Pop, Butter Popcorn person. Case is in the house. I just saw Case. Aleph, Dark Driver, Lori. A lot of new people too. I haven't seen some of these names. Nicole Michelle XO, thank you for being here. Brittany, Ollie Suzanne, Emmy Lou, Sherry Allen. I want to catch some names that I never say. Janet something, the evil one, or Jay Sarah. I know you. Ladybug. Yep. K&T. Kimberly, look at that. Just flying. Sad Girl. Illyria Kavanaugh. Tasmanian Chick. Brandy, Melon, Amber, Dippy Dirt Bird. All right, this is silly. All right, thank you guys for joining. I appreciate that. Now shut the music. Turn it off. Thank you. Well, we're going to get into the show real quick, but let me see here. What do we got going? How come my thing all screwed up? Why did it get all screwed up? Very bizarre. I don't know what happened there. I'll have to figure it out. That's really disappointing. I'm not sure what is going on over there. I'll figure it out. Technical difficulties. Son of a bitch. Okay, so hi guys. Let's do some fan funding real quick, and then we're going to get to our panel. Yeah, we'll give you some updates on some shithead stuff that's been going on. I don't know if you joined in the last live stream. We'll catch you up to speed on that. So stick around, and then we're going to have a show for you guys titled The Real Victims. And those would be Dee Dee Blanchard, the Pitres, the friends of the Blanchards, as far as the Pitres, Dee Dee specifically, and the Godejohns, Nick being one, his dad, his mom, his brother, their friends, everybody that has been affected by this heinous, horrific murder of one's mother. And it was all planned by the daughter, the adult daughter. Carissa JB, thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Teresa Noel, thank you for the $5 super chat. Always coming through. All these people always coming through. And you don't have to, folks, but they just do it. They're the greatest of all time. Angel Baby, thank you so much. Gifted 5 memberships once again, Angel Baby. Teresa Noel, thank you so much for gifting a membership and the super chat for $5. Fire and Ice with another membership gifted. Thank you so much, Fire and Ice. Very, very kind. CFC Mom, thank you for the gifted memberships of 5 to 5 different individuals. Thank you, CFC Mom. A lot of people do this, and they've done it before, and they do it again, man. Carissa JB, $5 super chat. All hail Sir Morbid. No, all hail to the nobodies, because that's who we are. We're just a bunch of nobodies, just like, this is me, man. This channel is really, it belongs to everybody. It really does. That's why we have an open panel, and we ruled together. We weren't that cool before, but we're now looked at as the cool, uncool kids that play on this digital playground, and that'll never change. Wheel Kleiner, thank you so much. $5 super chat. Morbid's playlist is fire, I swear. Hey, we grew up at the same time. JK, oh, there's my Korean sister over there, gifted a membership. What up? What is up, JK? Actually, we may do a goal, and if we meet the goal, we might be talking about Johnny Somali. I know people are like, who the fuck's that? This dude has been running amok like a troll. It's a good example of what not to be in society and on the internet. And a lot of people clamor onto him. This guy goes to different countries like Asia, Japan, and he's been in Israel, I believe. Countries that are very polite, and he takes advantage as a young streamer. I think he's like 23, 24. I'm not sure. I don't know all the details, but I've seen him go around last year, making fun of Japanese people and their culture, and, just for views and clicks. And he's all about that. He's like, I want clout. I want money. And he does make money, and he got clicks. And at a certain point, he went into prison in Japan, but Japan wanted to get him the hell out of the country. I don't blame them. But I'm proud of my people in South Korea, because he ended up in South Korea, and recently he might be up for some heavy-duty shit. And we'll talk about that, why I'm proud of my South Koreans over there. My dad was born in South Korea. So I'm so proud of the way they stood up, and because it's totally different than Japan and what Israel did. They just kicked him the hell out. But in fact, my fellow Koreans, South Korea, took away his passport, so he can't leave the country. So he's really fucked, and he's looking at maybe 16 years from what I heard. I mean, up to 29 years for just fucking around. You don't go to someone's country and fuck around. Catman's Lady, thank you so much. Again, I'm not sure if we'll cover this tonight. Maybe. We'll put that as a goal, and we'll take care of that. Catman's Lady, 1978, I believe. $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Catman's Lady. What's up, my awesome nobodies? I am so glad I have this platform to get educated. That's right. And entertain at the same time. That's the most important part, being entertained. I think a lot of people will lose track of that, being entertained. Of course, Morbid and Panel bring the boom. And Morbid, us 1978 babies are the best. We were the best. But have you noticed now as you get older and you sign up for stuff online, or you sign up as a a Google account, and the most depressing part is when you get to the year. So you got the month and the date, it asks for your birthday, and then it gets to the year, and you're just scrolling. I mean, I don't even remember scrolling that much in my life before when I had a new account. Just keep scrolling. Nope. Yeah, I'm not there. Yep, I got to keep going further down below. This is what your dad and your mom had issues with back then. Like, where's 1945? Keep scrolling, mom. And then 78 is like way down there. So yeah, it's kind of depressing, the scrolling thing. And I think Google does that on purpose, and all these platforms just to fuck with us. Amy, thank you so much for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. And Amy, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Brandy, thank you for being a member for a month. Happy Tuesday. Thank you, Morbid. Thank you. Copper Crown, $2 super chat. Happy Tuesday, nobodies. Yeah, Taco Tuesday. Susan Ryan, thank you for being a member for 1 month. I appreciate that. Holly Suzanne, thank you for gifting a membership. You've done this before, and you did it again today. Mersey Me, $1.99 super chat, $2. Let's round that up. Hey, Morbid and all our nobodies, that's who we are. CFC Mom, thank you for the $5 super chat. Buy Morbid's 2025 calendar. It's awesome. Hey, cool. Did you buy it? Yeah. I might have to show you guys a link to that, because you'll get Morbid all year, and all the characters from last year will be on the calendar, which it's on sale at sirmorbidx.com. Also, hail Charlotte, Apple Charlotte, FCMLS Keeper of the Year. I'm not sure what FCMLS is, because I'm kind of stupid. I don't really speak acronym. But yeah, Apple Charlotte's one of the greatest of all time. Thank you guys for joining. Let's get to the panel. If I could even get it to work, give me a moment here. I may have to drop off and come back in. Let me try to refresh that. Oh, there we go. Fuck. I mean, finally, what I meant to say. Let me see if that worked. Okay, that did work, and it didn't screw up much. Perfect. All right, guys. I need to listen to the music again. Chestnuts roasting on the... All right, folks, let's move over here where it's a little cozy. Let's bring in some regulars here. Of course, we have the starlit one. We have the Nicole.
Hello.
Hello, Nicole.
Hello.
I guess you're my significant other now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we are.
A lot of the dumb rumors.
We are a couple. I am Mrs. Sir Morbid.
Yeah, it's the same rumors about, because I heard a rumor that Dreamer was actually hitting on Rogie, and Rogie was jealous because Dreamer has better skin than him. So, yeah.
Word on the street. I heard that.
Yeah, word on the street and the rumor. And I believe Bree said this, because Bree says a lot. It says Bree. She did say this, I believe. And so did Lieutenant Dan. So, I have very close contact with Lieutenant Dan. So, this is what I heard. How you guys doing here?
Well, it's been a rough week, even though it's Tuesday.
Boy. Well, I guess we're going to have to address the last live. And how do we go about that? You know what? Go to Hello Starlight 2.0, which I believe I may have that, because you did a live today about it. And
yes, I did.
We won't go into depth, but where do we start here? Do you want to start off Starlight and update the folks here?
Oh, okay. I'll read a couple quotes that...
I do have audio too.
Yes, you do. Oh, that. Well, I don't really know where to start. Okay, so when we were live, remember I was like, I messaged him and he messaged me back and he was like, oh, I'm in surgery.
So okay, so we left off this way from what I remember. is I said, I talked to him actually that night that we're doing the live, and he told me that he was crying and he said he got shot. His neighbor down below shot him in the calf. And I said, bummer. And then, no, I was like, oh man, that sucks. And he said he was he was going to be prepped for surgery, etc. And I said, good luck, let us know if you need anything.
Long story short, now his story is that he was in a psych unit or a mental hospital, one or the other. Although he was, he had all his phone privileges because he was like texting me all morning.
Yeah.
And it was just, so he was like, I was too embarrassed to tell people the truth. You just have to, and y'all, he called me and he put on a fake accent. Like, he's not even good at what he's doing. It's actually really bad. So he calls me and he's pretending to be his mother, and he called from a blocked number. It was like, hello. Like, I'm not joking. This is what it sounded like. Hello, this is Andrew's mom, and he was wanting me to take his phone and call everyone who had messaged him or sent a voicemail. And I kind of played along for a minute, and then I was like, Andrew, stop. Like, fucking stop. and I tripped him up. And when I would trip, like, the more I tripped him up, you could tell it was him.
Yeah.
And then it was, I don't know what I said, but he goes, oh, I'm in my car. I can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and then he went on, like, he just went silent, but he didn't hang up, so I just kind of gave it to him with, what I was saying. And then he sent me a message back. He was like, this is, sorry, this is so weird.
No, it's a lot, too.
Hello.
Hello, you want me fluff pillow? That's what it was like. Housekeeping.
Just let me sleep for the love of God.
Yeah. But his robot sister messaged me. So I'm just going to read a couple things.
Okay, so I blocked his phone number because I just didn't want to deal with it. But then after I blocked someone, I could kind of retrieve some of that information via my, what do you call it? My computer, my iMac. So
right.
Lo and behold, he was messaging me since yesterday, and he sent me pretty much the same shit that he sent Starlight, the same sister message. I guess I could play that for you guys, but let me see. How do I load this up? I just want to make sure there's no doxing information. But
y'all, he sent me, because I was very adamant about getting pictures. I was like, I want to see this gunshot wound. Send me a picture. He sends me a picture. We, reverse Google search it. It's a stock photo, of course. I can show the proof on that. Then he had another attempt to send me a photo, and I reverse searched it, and it was like it's just a Google image. I have the screenshot of that.
Is it the floor one? The one of that his sister took of the.
Check this out.
Yeah, his sister took the photo.
I have all the photos too. Hold on. Here's the. Let's see if we can hear.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
So that's the sister. This is the sister, guys. So it sounds legit in the beginning. I'm sorry, but then you can tell by the inflection on certain words. Watch, just listen.
Real quick, let me tell you what he said before he sent that, though. Hold on. Let me scroll up a little bit because it goes together.
And Andrew, you're permanently banned from here. Okay, we can't deal with this anymore. But tonight is the only night. I'll make an exception that you come up here if you're truly
He doesn't, Morbid. Oh my God, he doesn't get it. It's all about him. He's the victim here in his eyes.
Well, he messaged and he said this to me. He said, Morbid, I owe you and the panel members an apology. I've been feeling depressed and shot myself in the leg on purpose.
Oh, that's verbatim what he sent me also.
But was too embarrassed to admit it. They removed the bullet last night and cleaned the wound. Doctor told my mom I was lucky because I was an inch away from an artery.
What? In
Yep.
the calf?
That's the
In the calf.
exact
In the calf.
verbatim cut and paste what he said to me.
My mom is bringing my charger later because I'm at 1%. Why would I be the person that you text at 1%?
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, but that's weird.
Yeah, but he said that to me as well, Morbid.
Oh, so he's cheating on me with you. Clearly.
Yeah.
He told me he was at 1% also.
It's better if I don't go back on the panel out of embarrassment. I could only imagine. I'm going to text everyone that left a voicemail. And then he sent me a picture of his calf, which is clearly not his calf. It's a thigh of some other dude on the internet.
Yeah.
So I'm like challenging him, right? I'm challenging him. I'm telling him to show me proof, blah, 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 blah. So then he goes to, hi, I'm Andrew's sister, Lisa. My mom talked to you on the phone, his mom, on the phone, and she started crying. She told me you didn't believe her about what happened to my brother. Yes, he did shoot himself. Our family is devastated because of what happened. And then we have this here. Well, I said, oh, tell his mom to call me back. Or maybe you should call me, or maybe Andrew. She said, listen to this. I work till 11:30, and my mom has his iPhone charging at home. She'll bring it later before visiting hours.
Oh, that's sweet.
So, but she's texting me from his phone. But his mom has his phone and is charging it. Okay.
Oh, Andrew, if you're going to be dumb, be smart.
And then I said, why are you playing games, Andrew? And then he sends this that you're about to play. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to play it, but I'm going to put up in the right section here what he sent us as his leg. All right, here is the sister calling, and it sounds just like Andrew, but in more of a female voice. I'm going to let some people up on panel soon. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name. My brother told me the password to his phone. I see he has a lot of messages, a lot of very rude messages. Yes.
See, that sounds just like Andrew.
Yeah, it is.
You should have heard him with his fake accent. It sounded even more like Andrew.
Now listen to
I
this.
couldn't believe it.
Okay, check this out. This part.
My brother told me the password to his phone. I see he has a lot of messages, a lot of very rude messages. Yes.
Why would she mention that? Did she go through all the messages?
Oh, robot sister. It's Robo sister.
Ridiculous. Anyhow, what you did was terrible. Let's listen in. This is a sister, folks.
My brother did try to kill himself last night, but my family and I were just
tried to kill himself. He shot himself in the
in the shin,
in the calf. I mean, come on.
Looks like a BB gun, also, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's the wound right there. So it took like 24 hours to get that wound out. I mean, like that bullet.
It almost hit an artery.
Doctor's like, man, you're lucky. It almost hit that artery. Which artery? The calf artery.
I'm sorry. I feel bad because, like, look, I'm at the point where I can't help but laugh at it. I know that he fucked with a lot of people's heads. He's a sick individual. Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, someone to come up with this kind of horseshit is.
No, it's dangerous.
And knowing that people were calling frantically the 911 to get him help.
I know.
He's just sitting there doing nothing until he realized, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have done this. And how do I backtrack? And we're going to find out that information quickly. What does he blame it on later? Watch. But here's the rest of the sister.
so devastated. I can have him call you, and he's like,
that family has the same look. And when they cry, it's the same.
It's the same.
Robot sister.
My dad just had a stroke.
Fake crying.
But before he said his dad was dead. We have a
Oh,
live stream where he said his dad passed away, and then yesterday his dad had a stroke,
yeah,
and then
we're
his
dealing
dog died,
Right case.
right.
and then he moved on to, well, my neighbor shot
Let's
my
see what else I can do. Yeah, my
yeah,
neighbor shot me. Oh, I shot me. Oh,
to now,
Christ.
offing
Actually, I didn't do
yourself
any
or
of that.
unaliving yourself. Kind of
So
In
silly.
the shin. I unalived myself in the shin.
And the sister's like, he almost tried to get rid of himself.
The blood. Can't,
He
y'all.
shot himself in the calf. And there were some
blood.
awful messages, by the way. Just want to point that out real quick.
My family and I himself last a lot of very rude messages. Yes, my brother did try to kill himself last night, but my family and I were just so devastated. I can
Andrew.
have him call you, and he's like not always going in and out of consciousness with all the meds and the surgery. The
Oh my
anesthesia,
God.
he's feels horrible. He looks horrible.
Anesthesia is different than if he was under
Yeah, he'd been knocked out.
Y'all, he's in, for the record, he's admitted all of this is a lie. Like, I've got him.
together, Andrew.
Hey, Case,
I've
can you
got him
do an
figured out.
Elmo call-in type video tomorrow? Elmo and the wounded calf, or something like that. Anyhow, let's listen in. There's only 5 seconds. 2 seconds.
Bye.
Okay, that was that. There we go. Wow, what a brilliant performance. Oscar worthy, I
Yes,
tell you.
people have been
I
saying
was like, you gotta be shitting me. Like,
need to give him
what
acting
is
lessons.
this, Itch?
But it keeps going.
I said, I told him
going.
his sister sounded like a really nice lady.
Oh, let me get rid of that picture. Hold on one second. How do I get rid of it?
And now,
And that's a Google image, by the way.
Yes, that's not actually his his leg. All of it was fake.
It's a Google image of someone's thigh. It's not even a calf. He was so
Whatever
lazy.
it is.
Yeah.
And
and then what next after that?
okay, let's see. Let me go to my refresh my memory.
I think there was
here.
hold on. There was another. There was a funny
Hold
message.
on, I gotta mute for just a second.
Okay, let me see. There was a funny message he sent. Andrew, you need some help, buddy. I don't know what's your problem. Maybe you.
I talked to my shrink today. I needed a shrink appointment. I had one scheduled, but and this affected me more than I would like. I'm mad that it's affecting me this much. I wish it didn't. But he basically said, I asked him, I told him what happened, and he said, he had a woman fake a disassociative episode with him on the phone. And he had to say, listen, I can't treat you. We can't do this. And so basically what he said is we can debrief like we're doing now, but we really can't have him back up. We can't have him. I mean, it's up to you, but he's traumatized too many people. And it's really not the first time. He's trauma dropped on us before. He cries. He does him like showing himself on the toilet. He does weird things. He turns on his camera. He knows it's on. He's not an okay guy, and we can't. I just
Yeah.
I just don't think we should indulge him.
No, this will be
in
the
way
last
he
day we do. And I
Oh,
would
yeah.
only
talked
allow
about
him to
it, but
come up for
I don't
a
think we
fair
should.
purpose just to apologize and move on from this. But from
Okay,
here
I mean,
on
that's
out,
No,
we can have
I'm
him on
not
the panel.
moving on.
Yeah,
No, if he
I
comes
don't.
up
I mean,
here,
that's up to you, but I don't think he should. I don't think he should be back on. But
No,
that's
he
up to
won't
you.
be back on after today. This is his only
so
opportunity because we know he lied. I mean, come on. And
Well,
for
he's
you
still
to
lying.
trick so many people that
mhm.
showed concern, unlike other folks
Oh,
over
everybody
there,
did. Everybody did. Oh,
that
fuck
made a
them.
joke about it. But you made the biggest joke about it. And talking about bullying and stuff. I mean, that's the biggest bullying you could possibly do in a
Oh,
sick way.
he's doing. I mean, Starlight will get to it, but he's not done, and
Well, I
it's
don't
all our
know.
fault. You know,
Yeah.
he's not taking any responsibility.
Yeah, and the story
Okay,
has
so
changed from
It
him
has
being in a psych
dramatically.
ward to him
Yeah.
pretending he's on a cell phone. I mean, there was like this audio where Starlight, he was on the
Yeah,
cell
well,
phone
Starlight
saying, "Hey,
gets to it.
I got away and I'm in the psych ward," and you know,
yeah,
Well,
I'll
you don't
play
take your
that.
phone in the psych ward, fucking Andrew. Come on. Again, he's doing a Gypsy Rose. We know. People have been around. We know how these things work, dude.
So the next thing he does, because like after he sent the robot sister, I was like, I'm sorry, can you call me? Your recording was hard to hear. I said, and then I just started baiting him. Like, I just wanted him to answer. So I was like, someone, one of your friends, like, messaged me, which is a complete lie. And he said, "What's up?" And then he, yesterday at 8:41 p.m., he sends me those pictures with the floor. Do you have
yeah, I
those?
saw that, and that was
That was
another Google image.
another
A
Google
floor
shirt.
with
Yeah,
like blood
red wine.
spots on it.
Yes. And he
I
says,
think it was red wine.
Yeah.
it
Again,
could be because when you look it up, it says,
Hard to remove stains.
cleaning unusual carpet pet stains.
Oh.
I mean, it
Maybe
has
the
the same
dog-
little cabinet. It's like, it's so the same picture. Like, there's no denying it. So he sends that picture. He says, "I'll call you when I calm down," because I also called and left him a voicemail that told him to go fuck himself. And he said, "I'll call you when I calm down after you cussing me out. My sister shows me this when she was at my apartment to see how dumb I am." And he sends me the Google photo of what appears to be blood on the carpet. And that's when I told him his sister sounds like a very nice lady. I said, "Take a pic of your leg right now in the hospital room." And then I sent him, he didn't answer. I sent him the Google, my Google reverse search. And I said, "Bruh," and laughing face, like, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Where you at?" And here is this. Hold on. Let me get it. I'm having to play it through my phone.
or just
Yo, was my mic good, guys?
Oh, who is that? Oh, okay. Yes, Injustice. Yes, you're here.
That was me.
I'll have to
Do you have the
screen
audio?
record
I got
it.
a new one today.
I'm gonna have to screen record it, unless I.
Oh,
just play
okay.
it.
I heard the audio before though.
I know. I played it through my headphones. Here, let me just play it. Hold
But
on.
I
let me
have that
rewind it.
audio.
Did I send it to you?
I believe so. Let me see if I could find it, because I did hear it.
I can't really talk loud because I'm in the psych ward. But I don't want to tell you guys this because I was too embarrassed, and I thought you guys would not have called the cops. But I did harm myself. I took 15 of my, what is those called? My mood stabilizers and 6 trazodones, which are my sleeping pills. And I just got
Wait,
so
15 mood stabilizers with 6 trazodone, and he's rushed into surgery for his bullet in his calf.
No, I think now he's back on the I didn't shoot myself thing.
Yeah, this is when he basically tells me it was all a lie. But he
so
says
he
that
didn't
he
shoot
never.
himself. Okay.
No.
He took a bunch of trazodone, and I don't know.
I've taken 6 trazodone before. I'm fine. I woke up fine.
The things people do on the internet for attention. It's really gross. It's worse than bullying. Just like Dreamer, man, she's the same way. Like, she likes to call out people that are so-called bullies, but she's a bully.
She's terrible.
And she's disgusting. Just as disgusting as those she surrounds herself with, which makes sense.
Yeah. I thought she was harmless. She's harmful. I'm done.
Absolutely harmful. With that whole those racist people. No wonder Gypsy actually recently, she stopped following Brie on her all of her social media accounts, because she's trying to change her image to I'm a prison reform person. She's kind of stuck there now, Gypsy, because that's all she got. I'm sorry, we got some background. So Gypsy's stuck as this prison reform person. You know, it's a serious sort of leadership role to take. So how? I mean, no one's gonna follow her for influencing of makeup. Maybe Mia, because at least she has some. You know, she looks better than freaking Gypsy, but
Yeah.
she doesn't
Well, that's
have.
not hard.
You know what I'm saying? She's stuck with this role of being this prison reform, and she doesn't know how to get out of it.
Or
And she
an
doesn't enjoy
She doesn't
it
know how to get into it either.
or an advocate. Yeah, she doesn't know how to do any of
because
that.
it's fake.
Yeah.
She's no prison reform person.
That's why she doesn't talk about Munchausen by proxy, because she wasn't a victim of Munchausen by proxy.
And she's not a victim. Yeah, like you said. And you know what? There are new technologies like MRIs type sort of thing, but it's more focused on the brain. So like they would be able to see a child who grew up with trauma, abused, and they take pictures of the brain, right? And they could see the trauma, you know, within the brain, you know, with the activity. I bet you if they took that same, like, you know, picture MRI, whatever it is, the technology now, and they took it on Gypsy, there'd be nothing there. It'd just be Mickey Mouse sitting there on top of her brain. You know, everything's fine. Everything's happy. Everything's, you know, a wonderland. All right, hold on one second. I got a new clip here. Is this the video or the audio?
It's one of them. It's one
okay.
of them.
I gotta hear this. Gonna be a winner, and then we're gonna move on from you, Andrew.
Hey, Starlight.
Oh, this is good already. Oh yeah.
Hello, Starlight.
I love it.
Hey, Starlight. I can't really talk loud because I'm in the psych ward. But
Oh, no, go on the psych
I didn't
ward.
want to tell you guys this because I was too embarrassed. And I thought you guys would not have called the cops. But I did harm myself. I took 15 of my, what are those called? My mood stabilizers and 6 trazodones, which are my sleeping pills. And I just got so numb. And it pissed me off getting bullied, people making fun of me on the panel, saying that
So what? So
Comes and asks
See?
for
It's
it.
it's everybody else's fault
else's fault,
but
yeah.
Andrew. He was driven to the point where he had to fake a shooting in his leg.
But he comes
Okay.
on here all the time, and
I went
and
off on him after this.
good.
And the essay story, which
Oh,
I'll tell
he
you,
brings that up also.
I
Yeah.
bet you it's. I'm sorry.
I don't
know.
believe it now. No, I don't
No,
believe
how
anything.
could you?
I think-
the credibility's
I
out the window.
Yeah.
Something serious.
I think
as
a big reason he did it too is
Go ahead.
because he couldn't take a little bit of ball busting. I said I think a main reason he did it too was he couldn't take a little bit of ball busting on panel.
No,
And
I don't
mean,
think
we
it's
did
even that.
expect me to come up on
It
panel
just
with
he
it.
wants the attention to himself.
He says, I can't take that kind of thing. Well, then why do you come here day after day after day? I mean, go on, Starlight, because he addresses that, right?
Later.
Yeah.
And I've seen him in comments. He might not know this, but I have seen him talk a lot of shit about Nina. Terrible
yeah,
things about Nina.
Wow.
So him saying that, you know, this, I mean, in his comments that he makes, that he thinks no one sees, well, we see it. And you were really disgusting. The stuff he said about Nina was just gross and
I know.
unbelievable. So I never told him about that, but I've seen it for some time. But, you know, just whatever. I don't care. I mean, I know people on the internet, they flip flop and they, you know, think it's some sort of like game where you're on this team and then I'm going to go on this team. I mean, it's not that. It's that's childish. That way of looking at things on the internet is completely immature. You have a lot of growing up to do if that's your mentality is, you know, I'm going to be on this team and I'm going to screw these people over and I'm going to go over here and jump over here and that.
Yeah.
Like, dude, seriously, like you got to grow up.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let's continue with this.
I take a shit and stuff while there's 600 people on the live. You know, even though people are joking, I don't take jokes like that.
Oh yeah, so you did the craziest joke on us, this prank that's wild. 800 plus people
You
in
think
here.
that's what he thought he was doing, Morbid? It was like a
I'm sorry. I
gotcha?
don't
Like,
take
haha, gotcha.
No, this
Yeah.
is like
no.
you know how many iterations of excuses he went through to get to this next excuse? Now
Right.
it's
Like,
the
I don't take jokes like that. Well, you know the show, dude. Then don't come back.
but honestly, it wasn't
No,
the
but like
jokes
the whole
again.
thing is he wanted
No, go ahead.
he wanted attention like more than anything. He wanted attention more than anything. He came up with a shirtless picture on and he wanted attention. He didn't get the attention he wanted, so then he started to cry and whine about it. And then that's when like he finally pulled that shit like with the gun and shit. But like he was in the back chat trying to start a fight with me because I talked about him shitting on panel. Like he took that personally. Come on now.
But he doesn't take jokes like that.
And
Well,
it started with him saying that his father had a stroke. And from what I remember him saying that his father died.
It started with him coming. Can you guys catch me up on everything?
Do we have like some audio in the back? Someone has audio in the back?
I'll mute. I don't think it's
Okay.
me, but I'll mute.
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's someone else. But yeah, it started off with, my dad had a stroke. But he, on a previous live, he said that his dad was dead. He never grew up with a dad or something like that. I don't remember the story exactly.
Math is not mathing at all.
No.
And then, it's like, oh, okay, your dad really had a stroke. And he's like, yeah. And then he talked about his puppy dying. At that point, I didn't even hear that. But someone said that he talked about his dog dying. And I was like, okay. And so we moved on and we were talking about Menendez brothers for that time being. And then all of a sudden, no, don't shoot me. Why you have the gun? That was the
Please put
bullet.
the gun down.
Attention.
Please put the gun down.
What the hell? He like laid there for a solid 3 minutes. Like, what the fuck?
I think he was laying down. I think he was like,
Yeah, he was gargling after a leg shot for sure.
Yeah,
no,
right.
it was all fake. I mean, we now know it was completely fake.
So that joking is okay. So we should have gone that route. Then
Exactly. Where
Right.
you freak out 800
Jesus.
people, you traumatize them. They're calling 911 to try to help you. I mean, what the fuck, Andrew?
not only 800 people, but what, over 8,000 people that watch this live. I think 8,300 people so far.
I felt so
You got
sorry
what you
for
wanted,
him.
buddy.
Yeah, terrible for Charlotte, all these people, everybody. I feel bad for
Yeah.
everybody. He really did a number on all of us, and
there was an update. I don't want to mention the person's name. They're in law enforcement, or it used to be, and they have people that are connected to Ohio law enforcement.
Oh, okay.
And the update was like, they reached out, they tried to locate the, well, I guess Andrew in this situation, but the home address was belonged to a black family. And imagine that family, that poor family, they have to like deal with this shit with the police coming over and like, hey, is everything okay here? We're just here because somebody got shot here. And that poor family has no idea what's going on. I mean, look at the craziness that you've created, just in sending out like, the authorities out there, wasting time, resources, just because what, like I don't get it. So he's just coming up with excuses now, and it's insane. I'll continue.
It's not okay with me. I was bullied a lot as a kid. So I don't like to be embarrassed, and I take stuff like that very seriously. Because it takes me back to my past when I was a kid. Yeah, I did overdose. And now I'm in the psych ward. I didn't want to tell you guys that I was going to carry out an overdose. I had to stage it in regards to the gun. Because I figured if I said the gun, you guys wouldn't call no police on me.
But you did say the gun, dummy. What are you talking about?
That doesn't
I swear
make
he's
it.
on drugs.
He's just.
I think he's on drugs. I swear.
All our
And
fault.
he wouldn't
All
have
our
a phone if he was in a psych ward. So
no, he's
No,
full of
you
shit.
don't get any personal
He
belongings in
doesn't
the
think
psych
he's
yeah,
ward.
yeah,
exactly.
and he doesn't think that he has a real
Yo,
problem. It's our problem. We're the ones who are.
apparently, I'm sorry, Nicole.
No, go ahead.
Apparently
So,
Andrew's
Andrew
live
Nista
on
is
TikTok
fine,
right now.
everyone.
Wait, hold
you-
on. Injustice
Andrew
is speaking. I
Nista-
don't know who was talking there. Go ahead, Injustice.
Said apparently Andrew is live on TikTok right now. Apparently,
No,
I'm watching it.
stop
Starlight, I
it.
think you on Discord
How do you
with the-
watch
in the
that?
back chat.
Hold on.
Oh, is it in back chat? Why would
I
he
put
be
the
live?
link
So
there.
it was an attention grabber. And now he's going to play
Yeah.
the bully role. I got bullied.
Yeah, we're
we
all
already know
bullies.
this. But it's all on record.
And it's not our problem. I'm
It
sorry.
isn't
he's
our
so
problem,
old.
honestly. Like, I wish him the best. I want him to go get some real help, but I don't think so. The way that he's
He's
acted.
on a panel. He's
Yeah,
on
and
a
he comes
panel.
on and people
Yeah.
aren't crazy about him and all this stuff. And he
This
keeps coming back
mother,
for more.
You know
the
what? I don't
nerve
care
of
what he's
you.
saying on that panel.
He's not talking right now.
It's
but
not
the
even
nerve.
significant. If he needs to say
That's true.
something, this is his last day to say it because he will be
The
blocked from here on out.
nerve.
We're never going to have him on here. Because we're talking about him right now, I'll give him the good grace to say what he needs to say. But no horseshit, though. Be real. Other than that, we move on because who gives a shit? I mean, he done some dirty thing to
Yeah, it
everybody.
was wrong.
It's unforgivable what you're doing. It's disgusting.
Okay, so you're right. He's on TikTok in a psych ward?
That's what I'm typing.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
The cry for attention, but anyhow, let's finish this little thing here.
But, you know, it's hard to explain. You know, since you've been cussing me out all day, unbelievable. I mean, you and Nicole are the exception when it comes to caring. Nobody else cares about me on that panel. Like Morbid said, we're all there for ourselves. You know? And he pushed me over the edge saying that, oh, did your dad really have a stroke? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, right?
Pretending to be shot by your neighbor in the leg,
In the laundry room. remember?
gurgling to your death, pretending like you could barely get your address out when we asked. And then coming up with another
in the laundry
excuse.
room too.
And then you overdosed. And then you were in the emergency room prior to that, prepping for surgery.
Now you're
right.
I mean, the excuses
With
within
the
24
doorbell
hours.
too.
He also forgot about Charlotte.
Like, where did the doorbell even come from?
And whoever
TV.
accepts you, I mean, that shows what type of people they are. Because, I mean, that's not funny, you know. You scare people like that. People have gone through trauma. People have gone through situations where a gun was held to their head or, you know, and people were worried and people tuning in and they didn't know. They listened to a replay thinking, oh, we're just talking about Gypsy. It's going to be a funny day. And then all of a sudden they, you know, get slammed with this nonsense.
Yeah.
Waste of time, waste of resources.
Oh, yeah. And I don't know, Starlight, if he goes on here, but he did say that Starlight, myself, and Charlotte are like sisters to him. And I'm like, what?
Dang, y'all, they blocked me.
I don't talk to him. You know, I that's disturbing that he
It
thinks
sounds
I'm
like
that
a
close to
parasocial
him.
relationship in his head or something.
Yeah,
I don't talk to anybody really outside of live panels. I don't even talk to Nicole.
You don't even talk
Starlight,
to
I
me.
mean,
Your
we
girlfriend.
text during like lives to send information, but that's about it. And then
No.
in my Discord, I barely speak to anybody unless, you know, there's an issue or something like that.
Yeah, I hate
And
to
that's
break
it.
it to
You
everybody.
know,
Yeah.
but, you know, I don't know. I don't have any other relations with people because, you know, this is just a job to me and I'm entertaining, but at the same time, I appreciate everybody. You know, I just don't
You're
have
supportive. But you're not, again, contrary to belief, like, I still remember to have one conversation off of this, and it was over, merch.
Yeah.
So,
In fact, I need to email Becca Scoops. I'm sorry, Becca.
oh,
she,
we
she
love
emailed me a
Becca.
few days ago about some sort of Zoom meeting for the NGP. I'm sorry, the
Cornerstone.
NG Peaceful, not the
You have
NPG.
me on the mind, Morbid.
Yeah, there's some brainstorming and stuff. They want to get something together for Nicholas Godejohn. And so, yeah, we, I'm sorry, Becca. I hope if you're hearing this, I need to email you. I was going to do that before, but before the live, and then I forgot again. Damn, I got to email. I got to reply back to Becca Scoops, and I keep
How
forgetting
dare
because
you
just get too much.
ignore Becca, Queen Becca. How dare you?
Get too many freaking messages, man. And that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's hard to really respond to everybody. So I'm sorry.
It is.
I apologize if I can't. Anyhow, so I don't know. Any other? Oh, we've got a couple more seconds here.
I wish you guys would have just minded your own business.
Oh.
You guys don't know me enough. I was going to carry out my plan and you guys interrupted it. Now I'm
carry out his plan and we interrupted it of overdosing.
It was live.
Oh, sorry.
Somebody's background noise there.
That is not me.
Not me.
It's not me. Not
Let's see
me.
here.
It's not me. I was muted for once, so I know it's not me.
I never have background noise.
Actually, I would like to say something about Andrew, if that's all right with you guys. So I was thinking about it, and we were all making fun. Well, I thought it was funny of his horrible acting, the way he did. But the more I thought about it, the more it actually pissed me off, because Andrew is not the type of person who should even be on panels, because he bitches and he whines and cries when he does. When he doesn't get the constant attention he wants. He actually took it as far as to fake his own shooting on a panel. Now think about this, guys. There were cops dispatched to at least 5 different addresses with a shots fired call. So cops are pulling up thinking they might have to shoot someone because shots are fired. Now that's not dangerous just for the cops. That's dangerous for the people that whose house they're pulling up to. Like, somebody could actually get hurt because he's an attention-seeking whore. And yesterday, and not yesterday, the day before yesterday, during the stream, Andrew had the nerve to ask me if I had a problem with him. I didn't then, but I sure as hell do now. And he was pissed when Harley called him out for his shit on panel. But she called him out because he was talking shit about Nina, but didn't have enough balls to say it on panel when Nina was on the same panel with him, because he knew she would rip him to shreds if he said anything to her. And I'm just saying to Andrew Muska, because I know you're watching right now because you love this attention, if you have a problem with anything I'm saying, come up on panel and tell me. Say it to my face, because I promise you, I will give you the tongue lashing that your father never gave you. You have nerve to be tagging people in Morbid's live chat, telling them they wouldn't shit talk you to your face on panel. No one is intimidated by you. All the shit I'm saying right now, I would say it gladly to your face on this panel, but you won't come up because you know I'd absolutely rip you apart up here.
I'll tell you what, Injustice is what, 19? He just turned 19, right?
Yeah.
He's a very
so mature.
Yeah, just turned
mature
18.
young adult here. And good to props to your mom. I know your mom, Bella, in chat.
Yeah,
and,
your whole family's there.
Good for her. She did a great
Thank you
job
so much.
raising you. But yeah, it's we're gonna move on from this because it's not even worth addressing anymore. It was
Well, we needed to debrief.
it was disgusting though. I'll tell you that.
It is. And
I
just
just
to
want to
let
say
you
one
know,
last thing about it before we move on, kind of like what Injustice says. First off, I 100% agree with him and would do the exact same thing, because he said a lot of things that I've held my tongue about. And obviously, this is the last straw. And I know you said that this would be the only time you would give Andrew to come up here and say something, but honestly, like I mentioned in the back chat, I'm not forgiving him at all, because the fact that he, like, obviously what he did in the panel was bad enough, but the fact that he felt the need to prolong it by shifting his story constantly just shows that regardless of what he has to say, he's not sorry. It would just be another excuse for him to have attention again. And yeah, and had he apologized the first time, yeah, it still would have been awful. But yeah, the fact that he felt the need to lie to not only just 800 people in the panel, but look at all those cops that were called that probably could have been out doing other things or denying other people the care and attention that they only just having cops pulled up to innocent people's houses, but other people getting denied, care. And the fact that he has the goal to talk about panel members, but then complains about panel members talking about him. So it's perfectly fine for you to say things about panel members behind their back and don't even have the goal to say it to their face. But when we make a few jokes about you, all of a sudden it's an issue. And I'm not going to try to discredit bullying. Anyone that's been a victim of bullying, I don't wish to do that in any way because I was bullied myself. But if you can't learn to laugh at yourself and let every little thing upset you, then this is essentially what your entire life's going to be, because you come up here on a panel knowing what we're all about, but then complain anyway. What kind of sense does that make? And then not only that, trying to gaslight everyone when it was obvious that it completely failed. On top of that, that's just
Thanks,
all I
Casey.
wanted to.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there, Cobox. Again,
He traumatized a lot of people.
Hey,
Yeah, but the thing is,
Morbid,
he pre-thought of this because he had those sound clips ready to use, which is even more sick to me.
Yeah.
well,
guys.
and the way he's dragging it on and trying to change the narrative multiple times as he's getting caught with the photographs being false and the sister being not the sister that we thought, and then the sister essayed him, but then the sisters, all the stories just messed
It's
up.
a mess. He's a mess.
It shows he has no remorse, zero empathy, zero common sense.
Well, it's our fault.
And
Well,
No
the lies
accountability.
he keeps telling and the stories he keeps changing.
one at a
just
time
shows
here.
his-
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dank.
I just think the lies that he keeps telling and the stories he keeps changing is just bona fide. He's a liar. And then he had the nerve, the audacity to message me saying that I yelled at him. Y'all heard me yell before because I've yelled on this panel at Rogie. I was calm, cool, and collected when I called him out for talking shit about Nina and then not backing his shit up. I'm just saying, like, I didn't believe it from the very rip, but I wasn't gonna be disrespectful about it. But now I am because you wanna literally tell me you hope my marriage crumbles. Get fucked, bud. Get fucked.
And that's why he fits perfectly in with Bree and the crew over there that nobody cares about, really. I mean, 30 people, 40 maybe, that are lonely, very lonely, who cry wolf about being bullied, yet they don't know anything about being bullied. I'll show. That's why I mentioned Johnny Somali. Now, people are probably like, "Who the fuck's that?" Because no one really knows him. Probably, he's a big deal, huge. So I may do a goal to cover him tonight later on. He's a guy that's been trying to go into these Asian countries that are less. They're more polite and they don't really talk back to people that cause problems. That's bullying, and bullying an entire country. And it's totally opposite from, hey, we heard you take a shit on, a line there because we did. And that's going to lead to like, oh, okay, having this whole like dramatic sort of showing of getting people. In fact, people cried. There were some folks that called 911 and cried last night, and they couldn't even describe what was going on but they called the police, 911. They tied up 911. It's not their fault. They were doing this good Samaritan
but
thing.
they're supposed to. Yep.
Yeah.
but they couldn't get
And here's
out the words because they're so distraught, and it was such a traumatic event for them that they cried and they couldn't verbalize what was going on, and that's disgusting
Yeah.
and sad, man. I
It
mean,
really is
And like
disgusting.
I said in Starlights earlier, if he would have just reached out to one of us, any of us, and said that he was having issues, any of us would have talked to him, let him vent. He didn't have to pull a stunt like this.
Right.
He
Yeah, and the
doesn't
fact that
care. I
yeah,
don't
go
like.
ahead, Starlight.
sorry.
He. Let me read some of the things he said, so maybe y'all can
Yeah,
understand a
please.
little more. So I don't remember what I said to him. I sent him an audio message, but I guess mine disappeared. I can't remember what all I said. He said, yes, I'm in a psych ward. I don't have my phone 24/7. So my mom is visiting and she got permission from nurses and am allowed to only use it because I called him out on not having a phone in a psych ward. I'm only allowed to use it when in the room with me. No one, the panel, has any right to make jokes, and not that people have been sending me, and not that he's not using punctuation. So excuse me. Not that people have been sending me nasty messages from live chat because I talked about when I was SA by my sister. Like I said, you, Nicole, and Charlotte are like sisters to me. That's weird because I've never spoken to him outside of YouTube.
Neither have
So
I,
find that
except
to
in
be
real
a
life.
manipulating type of a statement.
It is.
But what is the point of telling me to fuck myself? Because I told him that. And
Andrew's
play
in the chat.
investigator while sitting on the phone talking for 5 minutes. I don't know what that means. If you were pissed, you should have said nothing and focus on you. Now that
Don't
pissed me off.
should.
I
Yeah. Focus on you. Why don't you focus on yourself and don't tell somebody what they should do, Andrew?
I was
Sorry.
supposed to just mind my business and not think that you were like in distress, you motherfucker. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in
You
mind for
should
next
have
time.
just concentrated on yourself. How about you? Oh, never mind.
And they said, since you saved my audio message, you can send it to whoever. If the tables were turned, I'd never do that to anyone, regardless. And I mean it on my 6-year sobriety. Being concerned.
6 year sobriety. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, after the
Overdose.
overdose that you
So
had.
now he's gonna lie
Right.
about his sobriety.
Yeah. He's a
Okay.
mess.
I'm gonna
So.
strike. I'm 17 years sober, so that's
Mhm.
trigger.
12. Yeah.
Being concerned doesn't include vitriolic statements because he's mad I told him to go fuck himself. Okay. And
Andrew, you
so
can go fuck yourself.
I'm
dude.
supposed
You're
to
right.
be concerned.
People don't
This
do
is what
that.
he's telling me, that I'm
Yeah,
supposed to
you're
have
supposed to.
concern for him because he's in a fake psych ward and
Oh,
tried to shoot himself in the leg fakely on a live stream. Like he has no accountability for what he did at all. He said, I'm very depressed already since my 2 sisters told me I got what I deserved. I don't know what that means. He
I
says,
thought
so
they were
it is
supposed to
what it
tell you
is.
that.
And I said, Andrew, I'm pissed at you because I thought you were shot. You lied
Yes.
and lied and freaked me the fuck out because I thought you were laying there dying in a pool of blood. You could have just told people how you felt. Instead, you came up with an egregious lie, calling me, pretending to be your mother, sending me fake messages from your sister, sending me Google stock photos of blood and gunshot wounds. Who wouldn't be angry about that? And he said, I'm too scared to tell people how I feel because I'm sure the panel wouldn't take me seriously and just blow it off. I don't like confrontation because I know I'd start crying.
Confrontation.
I'm gonna
He's
spit this
Why do
out
you
as
talk
fast as
about people?
I'm
Sorry,
just gonna
sorry.
spit. I know. I'm just gonna spit it all out, and then I don't have to read it anymore. I said, "Look, I know you are new to the internet and panel shit, but you should never go on any panel and talk about personal things like your SA. You shouldn't go on panels if you are easily offended or hurt. You shouldn't go on panels if you are in a vulnerable state. That being said, it's really aggravating hearing you blame everyone else but your own self. No one made you pull a fake shooting. No one made you take pills. No one forced you to come on the panel. Those are all choices you made. You chose to pull a fake shooting in front of almost 800 people. You had everyone crying and freaking out. We unsent an audio message. I said, have you gone back and listened to Morbid's chat? I sent him the clips of it. I said, this is why I'm angry. I said, I don't know what's real with you and what's not anymore. I feel like you were still lying and fucking with me, because I knew he was anyways. I said, you didn't want to be alone. Oh, he deleted some stuff. I said, you didn't want to be alone, so you thought gurgling and acting like you were dying was going to make people want to be around you? Okay, yeah, he deleted some stuff out of here.
Yeah.
And he sent me. I already recorded it though, Andrew. He deleted his voice memos. I recorded them. You fucking idiot. I'm not new. Okay. So he sends me a voice clip. He's like, oh, it was so weird. Okay. He said, I know I shouldn't go on panels and all that, but I wrote a poem about Dreamer, and I just really wanted to read it. And I was like, huh? Wish I was in a better mood to listen to your fucking poem, Andrew. And I said, I wanted to make sure that he understood some things. I said, Andrew, do you really understand how many people you hurt? He said, yes, and my behavior was egregious. I said, do you understand that it's going to have to be addressed publicly? He said, I guess I deserve it. I said, no, the people you hurt deserve to know the truth. Okay? And his response to that was to send me a fucking screenshot of this fucking poem he wrote about Dreamer. Okay? And then underneath the screenshot of his little handy dandy notebook about Dreamer, he says, do you think one day you can send this to Morbid? I didn't get a chance to read it due to my horrendous decision.
Oh my God.
I said, Andrew, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I don't think there's anyone that is going to be okay with you after what you did. You caused triggering trauma responses in many people. He said, people can say whatever they want. I can't worry about people who only knew me for 2 months. Whatever
But I thought
Bree
we were
says to
friends.
people on Morbid's panel, you all don't let it get to you. So that's how I look at it. Okay, so which one is it? Does it get to you to where you pull a fake shooting because you're so sensitive, or you don't care? Which one? Because we only knew you for 2 months. Which one is it? Okay, I said, wow, Andrew, sounds like you are the one lacking compassion for others. He said, as many times as I have been burned by people in the past, I tried to not let it affect me, but I'm still working on that with my therapist. My dad always told me that the only ones who care are family, and deep down, you can't trust friends. I
Which
said,
dad?
you don't.
The dad that's dead or the one that had a stroke?
Both. I said,
So you want to hear?
You don't let people affect you, but you pulled a fake self-shooting over a poop joke. He said that was a small part. What's really upsetting is 13 people messaging me on Facebook saying to go fuck myself, calling me disgusting human being, and nobody cares about your SA you F got. Like the F got word, you know? Okay, so he's saying that, he's a victim again. I guess people are sending him ugly messages on Facebook, whether that's true
Yeah, I
or
wonder
not.
why, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You screwed with a lot of people.
So he faked a shooting because I called him out for shitting on panel.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
apparently
Flush the
he
toilet when
smuggled a
he's not on
phone
mute.
into the
Like,
psych ward in his butt.
Yeah. All right,
but
here's
for
the,
you
the
to say
like
that you're
the
shitting
end
in a
of it
psych
all.
ward when you're actually on TikTok right now,
Right.
running your mouth, no.
He's
if
on
he
TikTok
really
right
tried,
now again.
He was no, not right now. Not that
Okay,
I'm
people
aware
were saying
of.
he got kicked off or something like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
wonder
but
he
why.
ran him off.
he messaged me today on TikTok. What he messaged me, what I showed Morbid. There's no way. There's no way, because if he really did try to unalive himself, he would
In
be
the
under
leg?
a 72-hour
You don't
watch.
unalive yourself in
Look,
in the leg.
this is what he said. He was like, I wanted them to find out what happens when you treat people like shit, what can really happen.
Oh my God.
Well, when you act like a piece of shit, you're gonna get treated like a piece of shit. So,
And
Andrew,
he said
you
he
did
did
this
it
to
because
yourself,
because
homie.
And I
I
do want
have
to say
been.
this too. He
Mm,
doesn't like confrontations, but has the gall to talk shit about other people. He really is a male gypsy at this point because
listen,
he's creating victims,
I'm glad
talking
you
shit,
said that.
playing the victim.
I'm glad you said that because we're gonna wrap it up with this one. Okay, I'm glad you said that. So he's like, oh, people are messaging me, blah blah. Called him F got. That was after the essay discussion I did on panel. I said, you sound like Gypsy. Me. It's all, oh, poor Andrew, me. Doesn't matter about what you do to anybody else and how you fucked them up. And then this is his last message. Call me Gypsy all you want. I don't sit on a panel for 4 to 5 hours where every single live is about Gypsy Rose. No new content. It's always about her.
That's
But that
Gypsy.
doesn't
so
Or
now he's
that's
better
Bree,
than us.
actually.
but that doesn't last very long because it always turns out to be somebody in the mix that likes to make fun of Dreamer. Oh, but he was just writing nasty poems about her.
Yeah, go
Now he's
join them. Who
defending it.
cares,
Yeah,
Andrew?
take
I'm sure
him. I
you'll
hope
fit
he
right
does.
in. Who
Yes,
cares?
Yeah,
please.
Nobody cares,
Please.
bro.
What's a favor?
go over
We're not
there.
going to
Let
care
them
anymore.
Nope.
let them
Right.
embrace you.
It's like good
Yep.
Make
riddance. I mean, God,
yeah.
I like to be
Yeah,
nice, but
it's
sometimes,
easy when the trash takes itself out.
I just
Nice
wanted to
to
say,
me.
yo, Andrew, enough with your victimhood and all this. All constantly, it was just annoying. It stops the show, the flow of things. I mean, God, hour and a
Oh,
half now we're talking about this moron.
I
Who
know.
And the
cares?
fact
It's
that
just
he went
like,
out of his way too to go out and say no one in the panel cared about him. You never gave anyone the chance. You were too busy shitting on people in the panel to
Oh
even
no, I
give
was
them
a
a
sister to
chance
him,
to.
apparently.
oh,
He
he's a
said that the reason
shitster.
he
I've
did
seen
it.
him in comments in other places. People have sent me eyes in the sky, man. People are always watching.
Yeah,
All
they are.
right, so
Yeah.
we know what you're about. I mean, I do. I knew it a long time ago, but I didn't say anything because I'm a nice guy. I'm too nice. And I got
God
So
damn
he
it,
said
bit
the
in the
reason
Morbid.
he
ass
did
all
it
the
was
time by people. You always
he said he
talk
did it
shit
because
about me.
we're all
It
we're
gets
all
old,
bullies.
doesn't
Beautiful.
it? Gets old, doesn't it?
I don't even know these people. They hate me at a certain point. I never did anything except do everything on the live stream, and then they hate me. I mean, you
I
can
like
never
how he
win.
just. I like how his demeanor
Mhm.
instantly changed from
You give
like
up.
I'm okay with
I
everyone
take
in
up
the
for
panel
you.
to now taking shots at the panel saying we don't talk about anyone but Gypsy. We're all terrible people.
Right.
It's
When he came
he
up every
didn't.
night to talk about her too.
Yeah.
Stupid fuck.
You know, not only
I think he
that,
was to
You
distract
know,
Andrew's
your
got a.
attention
you
because
I
when
will
you
talk
dumb,
about
you're gonna make it all
Gypsy
about
Hold
all
on
you.
one second. Starlight first. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'll talk about Gypsy whenever I fucking want. You can change the channel if you don't like it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, if you don't like what's being talked about, you don't have to stay here. Like,
right.
there's
And
plenty of
Yeah,
you're
other.
an
nobody's
adult.
forcing you.
You know,
We haven't talked
And
about Gypsy for the
not
last
only
hour and
that,
a
Andrew.
half.
you
We've
know,
talked
much
about
to
Much
the
this,
all that.
chagrin of a
and
few
we have
people,
more
and
viewers
they're
than talking
moving
about
on
Gypsy. In
now.
fact, when we talk
Yeah.
about Gypsy, we get 400 or 500 maybe. And talking about your ass, you dumbass, we're getting more views. So I guess,
Well, and he comes up. Did you see the video that Gypsy posted a week ago? It's that he put. It's like
yeah, we saw it a week ago
yeah,
when
dude,
it
we
came
talked
out.
about
Yeah,
that
I
3
mean,
hours ago.
fucking idiot.
He never read the room. He never read the room.
I
And
didn't
yes,
even
I
hear
know
that.
you guys want us to move on. I'm seeing chat, but we're just
Sorry.
getting this out.
Yeah, I
We'll
had
move
to
on.
get it. It's been frustrating me,
Of
especially
course,
because
but
I
I'm
was
sorry. We
trying
had to
to.
debrief. It was
I was trying to
traumatizing.
get
We'll
to the
move on
bottom.
down. Sorry.
My goal was just to have him to finally admit that he was,
That's never going to happen. I mean, he
he just
kind of
showed.
did. And
Well, he
then
showed who he was.
he
He
backtracked.
showed.
I just love how he thinks how stupid we are. Like he thinks like we're really that stupid that we're just gonna believe it at face value. No, we're gonna do our
Moral of the
research.
story
That's
is
what
I
we
knew the
do.
whole mom thing was fake the moment he said it was his mom because how would his mom instantly know who was messaging or about anything that goes on in the panel? Like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Oh, the funny part is Starlight, did you tell him about the sister saying, "Oh, his phone is charging," but it's
Yeah.
Yeah, we went over
Yes.
that earlier. We heard it actually.
It's like,
Yeah. But anyhow,
So
well,
stupid.
let's move on from Angie. I mean, unless there's anything else.
I agree.
Closing
no,
arguments.
done.
Anybody
Any
have any
closing
final
arguments? Because
No, he's apparently in
final
the chat
words?
watching us,
channel
so
Um,
and
you know,
one at a
adios,
time. One at a
Andrew.
time. Go ahead. I think that was Hank. Dink.
Hey,
Wow.
Harley Quinn.
Okay, so apparently he's in the live chat watching us right now. So Andrew, I hope you enjoy making an embarrassment of yourself, homie, because that's all you did was embarrass you, not us.
Yeah, and I would strongly recommend to you, Andrew, because I don't think you're going to go seek out help. People like you don't usually. I wish you do though, but you won't. There's something about you. There's that. You would fit perfectly into Bree and her goons over there. So you can all have a party, all 30 of you, yeah, you would fit right in. You know, in fact, they might not even accept you. So, what does that tell you about yourself, man? It's pretty sad. Hopefully, you get the help that you need, though, because other than this, I mean, if anybody sees him in chat, block him immediately. We want to move on from this horse shit. There's no reason to prolong this. And if he has an opportunity to talk to us and tell us how he truly feels, well, he can come up here. But, you know, I'm kind of bored of it anyhow by this time. So I'm not even sure how I would feel about that.
Yeah, I asked him to. I don't think
I've
he
already
wants to.
said my thoughts about it. I'm not forgiving him. I don't. Obviously, with him switching his story so much, I don't really care what he has to say at that point. Even though, like, I'm all for someone, you know, telling their side. Like,
Well,
he switches it up so many times. How would I know it's genuine?
he literally just said to me, "You guys all knew it was a stunt." Becca Scoop said it was a stunt. She's always right. So
Yeah. So, but yeah, I've already said all I needed to say on him.
Nobody knew
I
it
was
was a
messaging
stunt.
Justice.
that's what I said. I was like, we all thought it was real at first.
Like,
Unfortunately,
seriously, why would you come on a panel and do that? That's sick.
And that's not the point. That if we knew it was a stunt or we thought it might be, we took it serious, and a lot of people did.
Yeah.
And it would be terrible if we just sat there and just laughed at you. That would be bullying, and that would be
Exactly,
terrible.
yeah, that would be so fucked up.
So no, we took it serious. Even though I didn't hear the gunshot, and then, you know, at one point Starlight, you know, listened back and she did hear something, and then we listened back, and then we're like, oh shit, we did hear something. It didn't sound like what we're supposed to hear, but we did hear something. There might be something to this. Who knows?
And then the laying on the ground and the gurgling.
The gurgling, yeah, the gurgling. I mean, I don't know.
I've watched
What else
enough
to say?
cop
Like,
shows
what
to
the
know that if
fuck?
you get shot in a limb, you're not gonna gurgle. You're gonna fucking scream your head off, cursing and howling, and that
I
you're
would
in
pay.
pain.
I would pay money to get that
And you know,
recording
for
of
over
him
for
trying to act like his mom.
it was
Sorry.
for over it was over
Go
it
ahead,
was over a
Injustice.
quarter of that live. It was over a quarter of that live that he was just sitting there gurgling. First off, the story makes absolutely no sense. Like, I mean, obviously I ain't gotta repeat it. We all know, but it's just the
Which
fact that
one?
he
I mean,
can't even
there's
keep
so
up with
many
his lies.
iterations of the story.
It's
nothing he says makes sense.
well, first off, you know, he's sitting there gurgling, and then he's gonna say, "Oh, I got shot in the calf." It makes no sense. He can't even lie straight. I wish he would come up here. I know he won't because he's afraid of me. I think he honestly is, because I would rip him to shreds if he come up here, dude. And I would love to tell him to his face what I think, but I know he's not gonna come up.
Last words. Let's give it to Andrew. I'll start first. Andrew, I wish you the best, brother. We're never going to have you on panel here. Moving forward, we're never going to have you in the live. You know, if we see your name pop up in live chat, your time has come and gone. It's a shame. I don't know what you're going through, and I hope you can figure it out. I hope you go get the help that you need. I know mental health is a serious issue. And you know, we don't want to make light of it or joke around about it. You know, again, I don't know what you're going through. I hope you figure it out. There's a crisis line if you want to go ahead and check that out. I'm going to put it in chat right now. And you know, hopefully you get the help that you need. But as far as this show and where we're headed. You know, we're not going to entertain that type of thing anymore. I'm sorry to. I would like to apologize to the people that were live and watching that and were traumatized or got hurt by it. Something that was not planned. Clearly, it's not something that we were ready for.
Know how to deal with.
I didn't know
Yeah.
how to deal with it in
We did
Starlight.
not
I think
set it.
Starlight
Yeah, I
had her
know.
head
Panic.
actually on straight, dealing with it probably the best way. And I didn't
Yeah.
know really. I was just like, what the fuck's going on? I don't even know what to say. But she, you know, she had some good little questions there for him to get some help. And then we finally got good folks. And thank you so much, guys, for caring to call 911. And, you know, but we apologize that you had to go through that experience. And hopefully never
Yeah.
again. But you never know, especially when it comes to the internet. So
Yeah.
on behalf of everybody, you know, here on this channel, you know, I'm sorry that you had to go through that or listen to that. We shall move forward though, and you know, I guess we just learn from experience. But anybody else have any last words for Andrew or anybody here?
I
Done.
second that statement that you made, and
Yeah.
drugs are bad. Seek some help. I just hope you get some help there,
Or
bud.
drugs could be good in this situation. Maybe he needs some drugs because he's
Yeah,
6
maybe.
years
Well,
sober.
prescription drugs. Yeah,
He
but again,
just needs to
my
learn to laugh at
Andrew.
himself.
This is not how
Like,
you keep friends.
it really
Yeah.
isn't. Like, he just needs to learn how to loosen up and laugh at himself, because if you're not going to learn how to do that, then
Well, he's
you know
beyond
you're
that.
not never going to get out of the situation that you're in.
I don't think it really has to deal with any of the jokes, and clearly it was more of
No,
an
Well,
attention
yeah, I
seeking
know.
thing than
yeah.
anything else. So
Like he kept coming back for more. Yeah, again, enough. He's done. We're
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. I've said everything I needed to say.
Me
Yeah, I'm
too.
sick
It's
of
all been
Andrew.
said.
Next.
We said.
and if you guys want to hear some more details about what happened, and you know we've been through it for an hour and a half, like an hour or so.
Yeah.
Go to a Hello Starlight's backup channel. I'm gonna go ahead and put in the link right now because she wants to get
Yeah.
monetized over there.
Yes, I need some watch hours.
So go
Yes,
check
go
it out
watch.
because she goes extensively into other stuff that we didn't go into today. We kind of like summarized it real quick, but she went into
I
it
tried.
today.
I
Yeah,
tried.
more
Can you
extensively
post
than
the link because she people have a hard time finding it. So
yeah.
if we could
So
post
drop
post
the
the
link
link. Okay.
already. So go check that out, and that's her backup channel. And then she already explained this. So now we shall move forward, and we're gonna go on with
All right.
memes of the live, and here we go.
No.
Don't be scared.
Ah.
This and this.
Oh
Oh.
my god.
Damn.
Damn.
This
Ooh, twins.
Damn, I just got chills.
You
and
just
this.
forget
Oh,
how
I don't see the
big it
difference.
Look at that
was.
schnauzer on her.
No, she
Now this
The
comes
really
from
beak.
GRB Snark. One of the great subreddits, and the only one. The other one sucks. GRB, whatever the
Oh,
fuck
it
that
does.
is,
The
skeptic
skeptic
or something
one.
like that. That sucks. Don't go over there. They suck, man. Go to
You
GRB
know that
Snark.
witch on
Yeah.
Matilda?
Yeah,
Doesn't that
definitely a better
nose look
one.
like that witch's nose?
Did you see the dog one? I died.
The dog one.
Here's another
That
one.
Yeah, it's really funny. That one, yes.
Oh
that's
my.
hilarious. With the tongue
They're
out.
like twins.
Oh my god.
This
I
is
still want to
Pixie.
see
I
a
don't see the difference.
Oh.
Pixie shaved and fucked up.
No,
Pixie
Pixie
doesn't
Oh, poor
deserve
Pixie.
that.
They even have
Pixie
smart
doesn't
eyes.
Pixie's
deserve
like, "Where's my
that.
mom?"
Of course they got her in a bad
But
view.
it's
Poor
it's the
baby.
tongue though. It's the tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, tongue and
She's
leprosy.
That
so
dog is still
cute.
cuter than Gypsy.
It is,
Right?
yeah.
Oh, her
Here's
eyes.
some more over here. I'm not sure what kind of animal that is, but it's
What's
Oh
very
my
my
cute.
favorite picture?
god.
Someone said
Yeah.
that. Someone
Classic.
said that dog was if Cyrax and Gypsy had a baby.
True. Truly.
What is that?
Folks, this is Sasquatch. This is
What is
Bigfoot,
that?
right? We know
Yeah.
this. Very
Bigfoot?
famous photograph, I guess,
Famous.
back in the day. But you know what? We got a new sighting in
Bigfoot.
2024. Look, right there.
I'm not prepared
Bigfoot
for
it is.
this.
Oh
This is the
no.
new Sasquatch sighting.
I can
Oh
feel
my
the
god.
wind blowing
See
through
this?
my hair.
That's
Oh, we're
perfect.
gonna get.
Terrifying.
How dare you laugh at her? Your body
It's a
shaming.
lot of pink though.
Ugh. That was the
Lumpy.
worst outfit.
Look, same ass. Look at the ass on this Sasquatch. Look at the
Oh
ass
my
over
god,
here.
it is the
Look at that
same.
ass.
It is.
They're called. Oh my god.
This is by Laura Hansen Art
Ugh.
on
The
TikTok.
what's
You're
going
like
on
a
with the neck?
would
Is
Just-
Very
it a
talented.
gypsy giraffe?
Looks like Gandhi for some reason. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it looks like what is up with the
Exactly,
neck?
It's too good of
It's a
picture of
giraffe.
her.
It's a gypsy giraffe.
Yeah, her
That's a
neck
But
is
it's
Gypsy
awesome.
wishes he
Gypsy
had a neck like
Rose
that.
painted by, Laura here. A
By
Hansen.
Dream
Acrylic
Crush.
on
Acrylic
The
and
panel.
glitter.
Dreamers.
Does that say Thug Life?
Dreamers diamond painting.
Again, I believe it's. Look at this. It looks like Gandhi here. Tell me it doesn't look like Gandhi.
Yeah.
She looks like she's got a 5 o'clock shadow.
And her
That's
nose
Gandhi.
is just
Yeah, that's Gandhi right there. Anyhow,
her nose is
maybe not.
small. I mean, come on.
Moving right along. Who would this person be? Well, that would be
Oh,
Ken's sister.
oh,
Isn't that weird?
yeah, she's a
The one that
mascot.
wasn't at the
Same
Look at his
thing.
chicken
Why
legs,
did-
though.
I mean, but yeah,
I know, and
He's
his
a traitor. We can't talk
socks.
about
Oh,
it.
the reveal.
That he said
Are
he'd
you
never
sure
been
that's
to
his
before.
sister?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's the
Ken
one
is
that
more in
wasn't
love
at
with
the
his
reveal.
sister than he is with Gypsy as far as pictures are concerned.
That's the one that didn't
Yeah,
like
look,
so
he's
many
Gypsy at
fucking
first.
siblings. My
That's the one that
Is
was
God.
that
talking crap
him?
about her online.
Look how
Amber.
close he's just like, I love my sister.
Look
And
at how pasty his legs are.
yeah, it looks like my dad's
Oh,
legs, and he's in his late 70s.
Mine. Well, no, my dad has, my dad has good calves. He's a runner, but he seems closer and more, with her.
this is
It
his
looks
full
like he's
sister. The other
gonna
one was his
grab a
half sister.
nipple. He's
Where
touching
is
her,
this?
her
It has to
nipple.
be America, right? So
No,
where
that's
is
in
this
New
place?
That's
Orleans.
in New Orleans.
He
Is
went there
it?
with Gypsy. There's the
Yeah, it's the
same
French,
picture
the
on
French
my
It's a
Quarter.
French. Okay.
and he said he had never been there, but he has a picture of him and
With
Gypsy.
Gypsy is
And I
there,
found
yeah.
his
Yeah, him and
picture
Gypsy there.
prior.
So this is his older sister, I guess.
Are you sure?
That's Amber, yeah.
Okay, so
Oh,
yeah, that's his older
So
sister.
many fucking siblings.
huh?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Anyhow,
Well, the
check
other
this
sister
out.
is not his biological sister, I don't think.
Going down memory
Oh, this
lane.
is old.
Half sisters.
Holy
Yes.
shit! You
Oh,
guys
that's the one with
remember
the
That was Ryan's
Andrew,
nephew.
the
Ryan's
Lifetime TV
nephew,
show,
right?
Oh,
right?
right, when she was pimping out the nephew.
Ryan's nephew.
This is Ryan's nephew,
This is
which
when
we
she was
saw
pimping
on
out the
Lifetime.
nephew.
And
Yeah.
look
Right.
at what Gypsy writes about Ryan. Look, Gypsy A. Blanchard, hanging out with my nephew. That didn't
Yeah.
last long, by the way. Girls, show my
Right.
boy. Girls, he's asking women online, hundreds of thousands of people. Girls, show my boy who's 15 some love and hit his DMs. Wink, wink. Only the age appropriate ones, though. He's only 15. LOL, because that's funny.
He only 15.
And then this person says, bro, the amount of followers going up for a 15-year-old right now is sick.
That's right, Jamala, whatever her name is.
Girl, now 8.3 million people know where your nephew goes to school. She doxed her nephew. This is how careless
God damn.
Gypsy is.
She's just dumb.
Did not need to tag the poor kid.
Yeah, never forget. She did do this. This was early on.
Yep.
All on GRB Snark, by the way. Shout out to them. Look at, remember the chocolate frogs? Well, here's your chocolate frogs from LAX. Remember this?
You can get those on Amazon.
No.
Hey, Ken, get me some chocolate frogs. Don't they have
In
it?
the airport for double the three times the price because I like to do that. Me, I like to do that.
Are those even good? I've never had one. Are they
I
good?
just think it's milk
They
chocolate.
look
I
like
never had one either.
turkeys.
I mean, they're chocolate and they're frogs. I mean,
Chocolate frog. It's like
Yeah.
a chocolate
but
bunny.
they're
or
Harry
something.
Potter.
Ugh.
Anyhow, so there's the chocolate frogs. Moving right along. This is Ryan Anderson. Let's talk about Ryan. Ryan is, I guess, doing interviews on via text message. And I guess he's doing an interview with US Weekly, whatnot. I don't know exactly the situation, but he says this. I just want to say, was I given a choice after what has happened? She hasn't really given me any other option but to try and move on. He's talking about Gypsy. Ryan Anderson, at 38 years of age, exclusively tells US Weekly via text message, I married her. Check this out. Quote, I married her because I wanted to spend my life with her. Gypsy was all I ever wanted. End quote. Ryan Anderson. Recently,
God, like Brian Adams.
This is how he thinks. This is the mentality of Ryan. So there's that.
That's just sad.
Talking about doxing people.
I know. What an idiot.
Here is the moron, Gypsy Rose, sharing on her social media profiles, Instagram, TikTok, whatnot, but she deleted it. The confidential is the key word. DNA results of Anderson and Erker.
In caps.
It is our pleasure to serve. And then look at, she's doxing the clinic technician. Yep. She has the balls to scribble out the email address here, but include the office number and the name of the technician.
Right? Like we couldn't Google.
Wow, you can still look it up with a phone number, dummy.
Exactly.
Oh, and here's the company,
So
Fastest Labs,
Whoa,
Clean Fast Test.
that's even better.
And then she tags the fucking company.
And then people
What
look
an
into
idiot.
it and see it was a home. She's just such a dumbass.
Seriously.
And look at the notice of confidentiality. She just ignores it. Like, look, I'm just going to go ahead
post
and
the whole thing. That's great.
send it to 10 million people.
Damn.
Whatever.
I mean, she couldn't be dumber.
Where's your media company?
Oh,
Why
yeah,
are they not advising you against this?
Hills.
I really think Red Banyan is no more.
I agree.
They're done. She can't afford it.
Wait, is this a thing?
Exactly.
I think we already went over this, but this is just the
we saw
possum
that.
candy canes for Christmas. So if you guys looking out, go get yourself a pack. Possum candy canes. And here you are, Nicole. Look at you in your turkey outfit. What is going on here, Nicole?
Nicole.
Explain to us what is going on.
Oh my god. Are these my screenshots that I sent in the Discord earlier?
Probably, yeah. Nicole, what is going on here?
Nicole.
Did she have a battle? I don't know if she had a battle tonight.
I think she fell asleep.
So okay, so
She
it
was
was
just
you know how you had that picture of Gypsy with the turkey around her face?
Yeah.
Well, Nicole made a goal that if she got like a certain amount of those gifts, that she would dress up like a turkey.
That's
So
great.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Well, go check out
after she got
Nicole
it.
on TikTok. I don't know her TikTok, but yeah,
Nicole
go
on
check
the
it out.
dance
Dancing on the floor, Nicole,
Yeah,
or
Nicole on a
something.
dance floor.
Nicole on the dance floor. That's it.
Okay, yeah, go check it out.
I did a turkey, but I'm gonna dress up like a turkey again because I have to.
That was great, Nicole.
Good. You should battle in that.
You make
Whatever it
turkey
is.
noises.
You should definitely battle in that, Nicole. I've done that where I've battled in like my onesies that are like characters. So
Yeah,
like last week when I had my battle, I dressed up in my Stitch onesie and I
yeah.
battled.
I was
Ah,
gobble
there's
gobble.
your TikTok. The link is in the chat. Thank you, Dots.
Oh, thanks, Dots. Thank you.
Well, what do I say about that?
Yo, Morbid, chat demolished that goal, dude. They reached that already.
Yeah, we're gonna go over that. Well, I will. If you guys want to hang out, you can. Johnny Somali is the topic there. We're still on Gypsy Rose. Gypsy Rose. The title of this live stream is The Real Victims, because there are victims. And at the top of the list, I'm gonna just say is Dee Dee Blanchard. Dee Dee Blanchard is the #1 victim here. Now, people might say Nick Godejohn, whatnot, but at the top of my list would be Dee Dee, because nobody's speaking for her. She's dead. No
Yeah.
one's
Dragged through the mud.
Yeah, I can agree with
Yeah.
that.
Horrible.
Yeah.
He has no voice.
And then the Pitres, and then the friends that were in these interviews. There's interviews where there's friends of Dee Dee's, and also on Facebook, that express their dismay and their, sorrow for this whole situation. They knew Dee Dee, and they're like, wow, I can't believe this happened to her, even though she was a scammer and so on and so forth. But
But
that does not
The way I look
justify
at it,
her dying.
it doesn't. The way I look at it is, I do think she's a bigger victim than Nick, even though I advocate for Nick more. I think Dee Dee deserves just as much because, everyone, advocates for Nick, and that's good. But like, Dee Dee's never really gotten the same treatment because for the longest time she was seen as like the biggest monster and had her name and image just dragged through the mud. And it's like, yeah, the things she did were not okay, but when you look at the picture, the bigger picture, the fact that she did it for someone else, yeah, she deserved to have consequences. But the fact that she was unalived for no reason, and then essentially not only have Gypsy but her her ex-husband, and then Christy and everyone just drag her name through the mud just so they can make a profit off of it. That's, to me, makes her the biggest victim in the entire situation.
She's also
Yeah, that's
dead.
like poor Nick's mom.
She's also dead, yeah. She can't defend herself in any way. She's literally dead.
Yeah,
And also
Nick's
Nick's
mother
mom was
did
a victim of it too.
Go
Nick's-
ahead,
yeah,
Nicole.
I'm sorry, somebody mentioned in the chat, yes, Nick's mother did pass away, and I think she was a victim of this too. I mean, if you saw her, she wasn't interrogated, but talking to the cops, I mean, that poor woman, she was so concerned. She said Nick was never violent, never showed any violence, and he felt safer with him in police custody than with Gypsy.
I believe it.
Well, this on your screen here is provided by the Good Wives Network, fancy. And this is dated April 18th, 2007 on Wednesday, 10:55 a.m. This is almost like a psychological eval, and this ASBD right here, the clinical impressions of Gypsy. This is, to look, the pediatrician, etc. This is the ASBD is I guess something that she was labeled as or diagnosed with, and this is what it means. So, acute behavioral disturbance, ABD, is the sudden onset of aggressive, violent behavior and hyperadrenergic, autonomic dysfunction, acute on a chronic. Sudden onset of aggressive behavior is how they describe Gypsy. Acute behavioral disturbance, even as a child. And this usually is in the presence of acute on chronic drug misuse or serious mental illness, also known as excited delirium. ABD is a medical emergency with a 10% risk of sudden death, patient restraint. So a violent individual with violent behavior, aggressive violent behavior, and we see this in Gypsy today.
Yep.
Yeah.
ABD is a medical emergency with a 10% risk of sudden death. Patient restraint in ABD should be kept to an absolute minimum, rapidly followed by sedation with intramuscular or intravenous benzodiazepines diazepines,
Damn.
antipsychotics, or ketamine, and accompanied by monitoring of vital signs. So, I mean, this is in her medical record, again, provided by Fancy and Good Wives. Sudden onset of aggressive, violent behavior. That's who she is, and it explains a lot.
Yeah.
Any thoughts there, folks?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I agree. I mean, what,
So essentially, as a young child, and just imagine being Dee Dee, taking care of this kid.
yeah.
There's something wrong. So she takes Dee Dee or Gypsy to the doctor to figure out what's going on.
How dare she?
And initially, as a parent, it's always something physical. You never think about something like a mental health situation, right? We say, well, there's got to be something physical, because physical symptoms derive from mental sort of issues, because mental problems could lead into physical ailments and symptoms. So, you have Dee Dee dealing with that. And the reality is, well, Gypsy is aggressive, violent, and you see that in her behavior today. Isla Moose, let me tell you something, because when I went on panel, she started talking about 13-year-olds in a Discord. So that says more about you than it says about anybody else, because
Oh my
for
God.
you, hold on one second. I guess that's the Midnight Runner Blue person.
Yeah, that's that Beth girl.
Yes,
Right.
this is my
Don't
sister.
don't hide the person. Let the person speak. I don't know how you unhide. It doesn't matter. But let me address you. If you think it's funny to talk about 13-year-olds in a Discord as a troll tactic, which has been used multiple times, then you're spitting in the face of real child crimes. Maddie Soto being one. Maybe you're not familiar. Maybe you should school yourself on it.
Yeah.
You're spitting in the face of super, legit child crimes. If you're jumping on that bandwagon just because of a laugh or a reason to hate somebody because, I don't know, I never spoke to you outside of these walls. I never even had you on panel, I don't think. And if I did, I don't even remember. But you saying that there's 13-year-olds and all this, and the whole pedophile troll tactic that you're trying to put out there. But the reality is you're diminishing, minimizing real true crime against children that are happening today. Sebastian Rogers, we don't know what happened to that kid, and we're trying to figure it out. It's been a long time. Are you laughing at him? Are you spitting in the face of Quentin Simon? Are you spitting in the face of Madeline Soto?
Are you? Answer.
Are you spitting in the face of those the Delphi murders?
Abby and Libby.
Because you want to use it as an internet troll tactic, because that's how much you believe in crimes against children. So think about that before you actually act a fool and look like nothing but Andrew. It's something to really think about. Really, I mean, truly. Because if you had the proof, you would, and you're so gung-ho about crimes against children, well, you would have probably went to the law enforcement and filled out the necessary documents and provided the proof to show that. But the fact that you would skip all of that and just be like, oh, this and that just because I'm a troll on the internet because for some reason you got butt hurt over something. Well, then it shows exactly who you are. You don't care about crimes against children, and you probably don't even know about that. Summer Wells, another case that you probably don't know about nor care about. So you're outing yourself more than you're outing anybody else. It shows the level of disgusting levels of trolling somebody on the internet that you don't even know anything about, that you've never had any correspondence with outside of these walls of live shows, because you got butt hurt along the way by other people, maybe. And all you have to do now is just rely on the fact that you minimize children's crimes. And that's who you are. And that's who you will be. Unless you could show us receipts and proof that you actually took action and went to your local police department and filed and did something. If not, well, I guess you're spitting in the face of those who are actual crimes of these victims. And shame on you, especially the lowest realm. The UPS delivery guy from last year who
That was
raped that young
Athena.
girl.
Athena Strand, yes.
You're spitting in the face of her mom, stepmom, FedEx driver, yeah.
Yep.
So, but you may be just as psycho as that. You might be just as disgusting. So that's all I have to say about that. Because it's true. Like, we cover true crime. I'm a true crime fanatic. I know about these things. And I don't minimize. I do not minimize crimes against, especially children, or crimes even against folks like Dee Dee Blanchard that are forgotten. Even though she's a crummy person, was a grifter just like her daughter is.
Yep.
But
so no one
she's a
deserves what she
victim.
got. Yeah.
A life is life. Nobody deserves to be perished because of the fact that some daughter wanted her way and she couldn't get it at some point.
I think there's misinformation in the fact that, like, yes, what Nick and Dee Dee both did were wrong, but you can also do something bad, but also be a victim at the same time. And I think people have a lot of misinformation with that. Because despite what they did, they're still victims.
Yeah, she didn't deserve to be stabbed, literally.
Yeah,
No.
or like almost decapitated.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in her sleep while she was on her stomach.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, sure, give her consequences. And yeah, and you could even argue that there may have been like some, like she had sympathetic reasons for doing it. Doesn't make it right what she did, but that's not something, like, obviously no one just deserves to outright die. But in her case, there was literally no reason to kill her at all.
Yeah.
And whoever this person is, a Lila Moomis or a Hakatua, she goes by multiple names.
Yeah. Oh, I've had to block her on at least seven accounts that were hers, where she
Oh my
just keeps
God.
harassing me. And
Okay, so
she's admitted
there's
to
one spot
stalking my
here, and
Facebook.
that one spot is for you and me to speak right now, because I
she's the
want to
one that
talk
was
to you
in
about the
live.
seriousness about children's crimes, and I want to know what you've done,
And
how you were proactive.
And how you put
Put there in the
people
chat.
in danger by threatening them because you like to gather people's private,
I didn't
personal
even know that
information.
happened. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, she's the
That's
So
lady
you're
that
just
was in the
gross all
You did it to
ways.
Casey.
No wonder Gypsy had to unfollow Bree, because
She's the one
Bree is
who
linked
threatened to
to
dox
people like
Casey.
you.
She doxed Wildbird's teenage
Yeah.
child.
And Boston being a racist that she is, it's easily able to be proven by
She's a
the
child
larger population.
doxer. She's a child doxer. That's one of the worst things you can be, you dirty bitch.
So come on up, because you're a child I guess you are pro, like crimes against children. I want to see what you've been doing for children and crimes against them to stop this nonsense. Because I can direct you to multiple crimes that haven't been solved that need help. And if you're willing to
Yeah.
do that, I would think you would want to step up to the plate instead of being a jerk off on the internet and using that as a shield, which is more disgusting than the act we saw from Andrew the other night. And I'll be honest with you, it is, because at least he didn't use children for his troll tactics, even though it was really disgusting and gross and we'll never have him on. But look at you. Look at what you've done. This is your moment to shine and show us the proof.
Come on, Hawk Tua.
Wait, did she get off of Ayla Moose to come on as Hawk Tua?
Yeah,
don't
sometimes
know.
she will do that.
That's weird.
Yeah, because I guess she thinks that if she's blocked or timed out on her Ayla Moose account, she'll just go on her Haktua or Midnight Blade Runner and harass us some more.
She's the
Like
lady that got kicked out of your
literally
Discord
admitted
server.
to stalking me, going to my
Oh,
Facebook,
it's that
thinking that my
person. I know who you're
Facebook
talking
name
about
was my
now.
real name. She
Yeah,
thinks
they
that
voted.
she knows my first name. She knows all about me, and it's not even my first
Isn't that
name.
Bree without the facts?
Yes, that was
Yeah.
Bree without the facts, who literally
That's
paid to get
It's an
Bree's
individual
information.
that
Oh.
clearly was on needs attention, just like Andrew.
Yeah.
It's true. Bree without the facts. So you're against Bree and now you're on her, and we don't care. Be on whatever team. It doesn't matter. And there is no team, but you make it out to be that way. But then when you use children, like serious crimes against children as a troll tactic, it's worse than what Andrew could have ever done in the past 24, 48 hours. Andrew is way above whatever you did when you're minimizing the crimes against children.
Yeah, at least Andrew's only involving himself, not other people.
And if for some reason you don't agree with that, well, come up here and tell us and show us exactly what you have done to make that right. Or did you just sit there and make everything up to pretend that crimes were against children? And then you minimize Maddie Soto, you minimize Delphi murders, you minimize Summer Wells, you minimize John Benet Ramsey, which isn't even solved yet. So how dare you? Because you don't care. You don't care about children. You don't care about crimes against children. You only care about trolling using crimes against children as your backbone. And that makes you more disgusting than the people that actually maybe, possibly, or just as terrible as the people that commit these crimes against these children, because that's how much you minimize it. The seriousness of this. And it's unfortunate because there's a lot of crimes against children all the time that get uncovered because of their race or because of the demographics and all that. It's not a sexy media story. Just imagine the amount of spit you're sending in their faces and their family members because you just want to be a troll on the internet and a loser. Because that's who you are. You're a fucking loser. You hang out with losers, you're going to be a loser eventually. That's why Gypsy Rose is no longer following Bree. In fact, she's not even following Christy.
Yeah, she unfollowed her own family.
That's
And Mia.
and deleted or
All of them.
hid
All of them.
videos that
Half-
had one of those videos. I don't know if it's it had like 23 million views on it. One of them.
And the reason
got in a
being
fight
is
with
because Gypsy has to play the prison reform role, which is hilarious because no one cares about her being an influencer.
No.
Number one,
She's
she's
not.
boring. She's not a content creator. And all she has left right now is being someone who is for prison reform. But what is
Which
that
she's not even
reform
for.
about?
Yeah.
That's why I can't wait
She
for
doesn't
the
even know what it
Menendez
means.
brothers to be free, because they can, I mean, you'll see the huge difference between what they've done in prison versus what she's done.
Yeah.
And you
At
can't
least
even
they
compare
actually
the two.
bettered themselves.
So anyhow, there's that. I did want to show you guys the interrogations of Gypsy and Nicholas, but this is part 6, and this comes from a huge channel. I think it's Stephanie Harlow.
Oh, I like her. Except
Crime
she's so
Weekly.
late. She's so late on everything. It's annoying. But other than that, I like her.
And I think the juice comes out in part 6 here. So I guess we could go over it. We're only 2 hours in. So whoever wants to hang out and react to this, we can, I guess. Do you guys have anything else to say before we move on here and we can take a look at this at 1.25 speed?
No, let's totally move on.
Someone said that Gypsy went private. I don't know if they meant on Instagram or whatnot, but that's kind of weird if she did, because she's always been public.
Did her and Ken
She's gone
break up?
private
Someone
before,
texted
but
me
then
and
she
told
went.
me they
It was
broke
not
up.
that long.
That's
Did
the
they break
rumor.
up? Probably not. I mean, they're idiots, and they're going to stick together for the time being until he realizes that he's trapped, and it's just insane. I mean,
Yeah.
you could already tell he's not really into
They're
her.
not going to make it long term, for sure.
So they're not living a happy life. I could tell you that. You could, I mean,
Yeah.
just use common sense. Ken knows what's up. I mean, if you look at his legs, I know that's funny, but you could already tell it's like, hey, the guy's a fucking loser. So losers just go. So in
Hate
this
somebody's legs
relationship,
to
I think
loser.
it's gonna end up with Gypsy saying, "I had enough of you," because I think Ken will just continue to go because he has nothing else
I don't
left in
think
his
Gypsy's
life.
going to be the one to leave.
He has no relationship with his mom, and we've spoke to Raina, and I believe Raina.
That's just sad.
You know, so there's nothing left for Ken, but Gypsy. You know, he's not well educated. He has nowhere else to make any means. Kind of a loser, big loser. So yeah, let's. Here we go. If you guys have any reaction, well, let me know here.
Wait, have you seen who she's only following 8 people. Do you want to know who they are?
Sure. Let's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So Lifetime TV, Ben Bella Books, Nick Vile, Melissa G. Moore, A&E,
Course.
The Vile Files, Ken Urker, and the last one, Internet Sweetheart, Tattoo
What?
Boy. She's
Oh,
following
Internet
him.
that the tattoo idiot.
Yes. So she's following all these like internet the people she's involved with, you know, in media, and then Internet Sweetheart.
Dude, that guy's such a pussy.
Wait,
I
was Kim
messaged him
Kardashian
as
there
a
or no?
joke. I said, "Hey,"
That's who she's following.
I said, "What is your asking price? Is it $40?" I said,
Oh,
"If it's 40, I'll double it. Come on my panel on YouTube, and give me 30 minutes with you."
But she's following
And
all
then
like
he
the people
declined
she's
it.
involved with media, and then
The
I
scribble
seen a
face,
video of you.
the
A little while.
Sharpie face. He
So
declined it. And then I
but
just
she's
said, "Oh
Gypsy
wow,
has a private.
pussy."
Yeah, he made a video referencing
Gypsy
you.
has
Cajun
a
Heart of
private
Mine.
account called Cajun Heart of Mine, and apparently Ken follows it as well.
Well, now everyone knows, so it's not private anymore.
That's funny.
she can't
Anyhow,
stay private. She doesn't
that's
want
the
to.
end of that guy. No one cares about him. He's a loser. I mean,
It's just funny that she's following all these people she's involved with in the media, and Life, and all those people, and then him. Like, what the fuck?
I don't even have I'm not even involved in TikTok, which I will be because we're gonna go live
they're
there
dying
just
for
as we are
podcast
here.
too.
It just
Yeah,
the
they want.
production value needs to be on
Yeah.
par. But when we get there, we're going to be good. Anyhow, yeah, I invited this guy. I said I'd pay him, double whatever his cost is, $40, $80. I'll give you 80, 100. He said no. He's like, I don't want to go there. So I said, okay, I guess you're a pussy or whatever. And I didn't say that, but I just said, okay, well, that makes sense,
But you thought it.
So come on over, buddy. Anytime. Someone with 400,000 followers on TikTok that gets the same amount of views that I get, and I'm not even trying on TikTok. That's pretty sad, bro.
That doesn't make sense.
And
Doesn't
you
add
have
up.
no YouTube presence. And if you did, no one would listen to you. Maybe you'd break 40, 30 live viewers at most. This is the big leagues. It's no TikTok. I mean, imagine if we were on TikTok, which we will be on. We get thousands of live viewers very quickly. Within the first month, I guarantee you we'd get thousands of live viewers.
Yeah.
Thousands. But
And they
what are you
do
doing?
podcasts on TikTok.
And I don't even need 400,000 followers. I don't know where you got that, but clearly you're afraid because I just asked for 30 minutes, you and me, one-on-one. And I did say I need to have you on camera. I needed him on camera so I could go ahead and really give it to him. But anyhow, he doesn't want to play, so that's where that is. So Gypsy's following him, that loser. What a fucking loser.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Wow. Anyhow, well, let's check this out, guys. Interrogations of Gypsy and Nicholas. And the real victims are Dee Dee and Nicholas.
Yep.
That's kind of loud, but let me turn that down just a tad. Here we go.
Jumping into part 6 of the Gypsy Rose and Dee Dee Blanchard case, and it's going to be a long episode, so we are going to jump right in.
Yes.
Today, we are listening to and discussing the police interviews of Gypsy Rose Blanchard and Nick Godejohn, and we're going to compare and contrast. And there's going to be a lot to discuss because I had to watch all of these interviews multiple times.
Can you guys see this or no? Is it going? Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
And they're each, I think, 2.5 hours
Is
each, so I
this
had to figure out what was the most
Stephanie
important and cut it down.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right.
And yeah, it was all good. I mean, these were police interrogations where from start it was action packed from start to finish. So it was very hard to narrow down which clips to put in here to discuss.
Is this the Pablo guy? The jumpsuit
I don't know
Pablo?
what his name is. I'm not sure what his name is.
I forgot what his name is, but yeah.
But I think I did it. And I think this is going to be Derek's first time seeing a lot of this footage. So I'm excited because especially after we discussed the messages between Gypsy and Nick last week, I think this is going to really add to that and really round out what Gypsy's motive possibly was here. So, I mean, we're going to get right into it. We don't have a lot.
Hey, she's got Morbid on. And look at that. Look at that.
There you are. Making a
We don't have a lot to talk about beforehand. I just want to say that even looking at the circumstances of Gypsy's police interview versus Nick's police interview, you can already see a difference in the way that they were treated, in the way they were perceived, even though at that time, the police had no way of knowing who did what, who actually held the knife that killed Dee Dee Blanchard. They didn't know what had happened. They hadn't talked to them yet. Nicholas was put in an interrogation room. He was sat at a table. He was cuffed. Gypsy's in a room with a nice couch. She's given a stuffed animal to hold and play with, even though she's a 23-year-old grown-ass woman. They talk to her like she's a little girl. They give her a blanket when she's cold. They're consistently checking in.
Now, I haven't followed them because clearly they had 5 parts prior to this.
Yeah.
So I don't know what their stance was prior.
They switched sides. They used to be on her side. Then people came at them, and now they're re-looking at everything.
And that's what that's what creators do, folks. I'm sorry to put it that I don't care. I mean, I'll always be the same on everything because I just don't care because it's just that way. But bigger creators, and I've been a big creator. I'd always, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back here, but you just have to stay the course, especially if you believe something. But at a certain point, yeah, I mean, back in the day, I didn't know too much. Even though I didn't know too much, I knew something was wrong with Gypsy, especially when I listened to those police interrogation videos, because I listened to a lot of police interrogation videos even prior to the Gypsy case, and there was always something off, and I knew I could relate to Nicholas as being there was something off about him, something like he had a mental condition and they were taking advantage of him somewhat. So I knew that from the get go, and then when I heard her, and I kind of knew the story, I knew she was manipulative, and so there was something off-putting about that. But again, I haven't followed these folks over here, so I don't know what they were talking about during the part 5. But people said you gotta listen to part 6, so that's what we're doing here.
On her to make sure she's okay, see if she's hungry, see if she has to use the bathroom. It's a very drastic difference in how these two people were treated during their police interviews. And at this point, both Gypsy and Nick are being held at the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, but they were going to be questioned by 2 Greene County, Missouri detectives, Stan Hancock and Angela Mahoney. So as Gypsy's waiting in her interrogation room, she's got to wait because Stan and Angela haven't gotten there yet from Missouri, right? So she's waiting. She's chatting with a young police officer who'd been assigned to stand outside of the open door of the room that she was being kept in. And keep in mind, at this time, Gypsy had no idea that she was suspected of anything, right? The police tracked the Facebook post to Nick Godejohn's house. They bust in, they arrest them, they take them away, and that's where we end up. And she doesn't really know exactly what's going on, but I think she is thinking to herself, they're never going to think I did anything. They're never going to think that I could possibly be guilty.
Oh, she knows what's going on. Come on. Gypsy knows exactly what's going on during that point. In fact, when they're in the closet, she told Nicholas, hey, this is the plan. This is what you're going to say. This is what we're going to do. Now, Nick didn't follow that plan because his human instinct kicked in and he felt bad and he was worried about Gypsy because the manipulation over him.
Well, the cops fooled him, and unfortunately, he's the type that unfortunately would believe them. So he didn't follow the plan because he thought Gypsy already ratted on him.
Exactly. Yep.
Guilty of something like this, and she's got to sort of pretend that she doesn't even know her mother's dead. And so that's the way that she's acting. She's playing dumb. She has no idea what happened to her mother. And even though this young police officer standing outside of her door is not going to be questioning her in regards to the case, he's just watching her until the Greene County Sheriff's Office people get there. Gypsy starts to build her narrative with him. She starts to tell him the story that she and Nick had agreed upon, right? Because they had agreed on a lie that they were going to tell if they got caught. And the lie was going to be that Dee Dee had kicked Gypsy out. Gypsy's wandering the streets alone. And so Nick takes a bus to Springfield so that he can bring Gypsy home to live with himself and his parents in Wisconsin because she's been removed from the house by Dee Dee. She has no place to stay. That's the narrative that they had agreed on. And that is the way she starts with this police officer. Are you ready to dive in?
I am, just to put a disclaimer on it, because to answer your question, or at least...
So he's on a reality TV show, Big Brother or something? Some people are saying.
Big Brother. Yeah.
Is he? I didn't know that.
I never seen Big Brother. I've heard of it, but
Me either.
I'm not into reality TV, so... Anyhow, I thought he was like a true crime guy. I thought he was Pablo and the guy who we were going to have on here at one point. What's his name? He covers Wade Wilson. Pablo suit or something like that. Jumpsuit Pablo, I think.
Is the assumption you're under. I have not seen any of this footage other than what we've already shown throughout the series.
Which was very brief, yeah.
Very brief. So I'm starting to feel a certain way. I'm still coming in here, giving everyone a fair shake. I'll call balls and strikes. I will say some of you may not love when we have B-roll. I know because you voiced it in the comments, but I think it's really necessary here. Stephanie can tell you how she feels about these people. And listen, I don't think I'm going out on a limb here. Stephanie is not Team Gypsy.
Nope.
And so the argument could be made that as she's presenting this interrogation to you, that she's biased, right? And so to separate her from that and to separate me from that, why not just hear it directly from the horse's mouth? So this is why I would suggest, we love when you guys listen on audio, but even if you listen on audio, go over and watch the interrogation footage from this episode, because it's not only about what they say.
Team Gypsy, that's gross.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't blame these folks because they're not really diving into the crevices that we go into when we go down the rabbit hole. Like, we're really into this shit, because we've been covering it even since May.
Yeah.
So they don't have the knowledge that we have, or they don't have all of that information. They're really going off of what they've heard via media and all this stuff. They don't know.
This guy is always defending Gypsy. He always tries to be the devil's advocate for some reason. I don't know why, but whatever.
Yeah, and it's like me diving into the Delphi murders, which I haven't studied for myself. I know other true crime cases, but I don't know anything about the Delphi murder. So it's like me speaking on that and looking at the interrogation videos, which I don't think there are any of that, unless it's with Richard Allen. who got, I guess, recently convicted or
Yeah, so
sentenced,
did.
or he got the verdict in, which I'm sure Happy Starlight is happy about. She's probably sleeping.
I know. I thought about her when I heard about it.
Yeah.
Happy Starlight is happy.
It's how they say it, and it's also the body language of when they're saying it. So you don't have to be a body language expert to just pick up on basic behavior as they're being interviewed. And so if you go watch the footage for yourself, you can come to your own conclusion. So it is going to be a lot of B-roll tonight. It's absolutely necessary. I would strongly recommend, if you can, go watch the video version so you can kind of see what we're saying. If I bring up certain things about their positioning, how they're saying it, the position of their eye, we can't really see their eyes, but the way their heads are facing, how their legs are crossed or not crossed, all that can be important, especially when we're developing a baseline on what's normal for them and what may be out of the ordinary for them as the interview starts to include questions that could implicate them in a crime.
And I guarantee you that the majority of people listening to this have not seen these interrogation videos. I guarantee you.
Even people who are on Team Gypsy, they may not. So this is going to be important.
I don't see how you could be on Team Gypsy and see these interrogation videos.
There's that bias.
That's all I'm going to say.
There's the bias, and that's why we're not.
That's not a bias. I mean, doesn't matter whose team you're on. I mean, the interrogation videos are very significant.
Yeah.
It's determining certain things. So I'm not sure what he's talking about.
We're not allowing you to translate these transcripts because you're going to come up with this whiny, really like victim-y voice for Gypsy, and it's all sarcastic.
I don't know what I did, officer.
There you go. So you're out. You're fired.
What I'm saying is, okay, the reason I came into this series feeling some sort of way about Gypsy is because I've already seen this footage. I've already saw that. I already read the messages. I already knew all that stuff. And that's why it makes it hard to be in complete support of her as this innocent bystander. That's all.
We can see. We're on episode. We're
dude,
episode
wait
6.
till you're done watching the footage. You'll be right there with me, my friend.
Maybe I will, but we will get there. But yes, to answer your question, I'm ready to go. We got a lot to cover. Let's all see it for the first time.
We're going to play this first clip, and we're going to obviously stop, and we're going to react to some of these things because it calls for it, right? But this is Gypsy pretending she doesn't know that her mother was just stabbed to death, acting like everything's peaches and cream.
I'm originally from Missouri, and I came here. My mom kicked me out of the house because she was like, well, it's time to, grow up. So I got
I'm going to put the closed captions
out
on.
of my own, and I called my boyfriend, and he lives in Big Bend, and he came down to Springfield to pick me up. Anyway, we took a Greyhound bus, and everything seems fine, and our bus got delayed a little bit, but we got here okay. And then a couple days went by, perfectly normal. All of a sudden, we wake up to a loud knock at the door. And like, Waukesha County Police, you're under arrest. And, well, he's the only one that's under arrest. I'm not really sure why I'm here. And anyway, they took us, and I'm here. And I don't know what's going on with him.
Okay. Sorry, I can try and...
It's okay.
Over there. You're one of the detectives knows a lot more than I do.
Right. Then I had to go to the hospital and get some more medicine because I have a seizure disorder.
Okay.
That's what kind of knocked me out.
Busy day, huh?
It's kind of weird though. People seeing you in handcuffs, they give you this weird look, and I'm like, I didn't do anything. I'm like, okay, remember, I didn't kill anybody. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I didn't do nothing. I'm a good girl.
Obviously, like, she's going with the narrative that they agreed on, but she's also sprinkling in things, right, to distance herself from Nick Godejohn. The first words she says to someone at this police station is basically like, I don't know what I did. Like, I didn't do anything wrong. She's like, he got arrested, not me.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm here for. And then it was so funny because, and I know it might be hard to hear, and hopefully Shannon can clean up some of this audio, but she's like, it's so weird. People see you in handcuffs and you just want to be like, I didn't do anything. I didn't kill anybody. I don't do drugs. I'm a good girl.
Okay, it looks like there's some transcripts underneath it too, the captions underneath.
Yeah, there's some. They're not super good, but she's a good girl. She never killed anybody, but allegedly she has no idea that her mother's even dead. So why is she even saying? Why would you even?
Yes, she planned the murder of her own mother for almost 3 years or longer, actually, because she tried to shoot her. So, but this guy from reality TV, I mean, what else could you expect from the dumbass over here? Not much. I could already tell he's not into true crime. Why is he on this podcast? It's a joke.
I don't know.
It's almost insane. At least she knows something about it. She's looking at it from multiple perspectives, but stupid.
Say that you're giving yourself away. She also mentions she has a seizure disorder and she needs medicine, so it's convenient. She claims that her mother made her pretend to be sick, and she was never sick, and none of these things were actually true. But when it suits her, when she wants to appear weak and vulnerable and the victim, oh, she's a seizure disorder and she's very sick and she needs help. So it's like you could say she learned to use this to garner sympathy from people through her mother. But you would also say, hey, your mother's not here making you do this anymore. So why are you? And what I also want to specifically say is in none of these clips and in none of these interviews with Gypsy or Nick will you hear either of them say her mother abused her. Her mother made her pretend to be sick. Her mother made her go in a wheelchair. Nick is going to say, briefly, he'll say something like, yeah, her mother forced her to be in a wheelchair when she was at home. But never are they like, oh, she abused her. She made her do all these medical procedures. Gypsy never says this to the police ever. ever. In fact, all she says is, I love my mother. She's my best friend. We had our issues, but we worked through them. I would never have done anything.
I like this lady. Stephanie, right? Stephanie Harlow. All right.
Yeah,
I'm on
Stephanie.
board.
And you'd think at this point, when it's all said and done, you're sitting in the police station, your mother's dead. If you were going to come out and be like, you know what? Yeah,
It's common sense, you know, what she's talking about.
I did do it. We did this, but I was being abused. I was being harmed. I had to save myself. They never say that, ever.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was going to say that much later as I start to hear her actual interrogation. I will say here, it's a slippery slope, right? Because you have basically what it appears to be maybe a patrolman who's outside the door guarding her, and she more than likely has not been Mirandized yet. So anything she says at this point...
What's a slippery slope, dude? They had Nick Godejohn in there for multiple hours by himself. That is grueling. And then the female detective comes in and reads the Miranda rights, as you say, very quickly, using the fact that, oh, you know, we'll give you an update on Gypsy. I know you love Gypsy, you autistic level 2, you with an IQ level under 80, whatever it is. Yeah, that's, you know, what are you talking about? This guy's a...
Much later, as I start to hear her actual interrogation, I will say here, it's a slippery slope, right? Because you have basically what it appears to be maybe a patrolman who's outside the door guarding her, and she more than likely has not been Mirandized yet. So anything she says at this point, yes, it's on camera, it can be used, but that law enforcement officer has to make sure he doesn't elicit some type of response based on even just a basic question.
And you can tell he's trying to avoid.
She's not talking about... The fucking officer is not talking about the crime. What are you talking about, dude? Clearly, you didn't listen to it because you're fucking lazy. You won't listen to shit. Liar. It's not true. She's not talking about what happened or the crime. She's talking about Disneyland and all this other stuff. Officers are not asking specifically about what happened. It's never happened. So this guy's
she
douchebag.
She went in there and was just acting like it was just another normal day, like nothing happened. The complete psychopath.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't know anything about interrogation. There's no interrogation going on. The guy is just out there to make sure that she's okay, I guess, from the hall. He's not asking her specifics about, hey, what happened tonight? What about that Looney Tune guy that you were with earlier? What's that? That's why he doesn't have to read Miranda rights, you idiot.
Trying to avoid that landmine. He could screw up an entire murder investigation. So he did the right thing here, and she's voluntarily putting this information forward because she doesn't know his standing in the police department. She's trying to get ahead of the narrative. She's probably thinking, oh, he'll relay what I'm saying to her. I'm trying to get people on my side. I will say, just hearing this little bit, based on what was described last episode, it is a tough pill to swallow because...
This guy's an ex-detective? Are you kidding me? Wow. What a fucking loser. No wonder he's ex. No wonder. Makes sense.
The chat said... Chat is saying that he's giving it from a cop's point of view.
I don't see that.
Ex-detective
I
guy.
don't see how that makes any sense. The police officer, I'm sure that's out there, has no idea of the details. They just stuck him out there.
Hell yeah.
That's
They
it.
stuck an attractive young guy there on purpose.
And his job is to just sit there and watch her, and that's it. He doesn't know the fucking details of what just happened or occurred. He's not there to interrogate her. He's just there to keep her company. Yeah. And it's a sad thing because you didn't see that with Nick Godejohn. There is a difference between both interrogations. They put Nicholas, they made him sweat inside it. Literally just have anxiety attacks thinking about what is happening to Gypsy right now. That's all he cared about. Yet she's here talking to this fucking guy in the hallway, going off on Disney trips and all this stuff. But then you have Nicholas who's suffering, just worried to death about the person he thought that he loved. And that's terrible. And then as soon as the detective comes in, the female detective, to question Nicholas, he's already marinated, ready for to tell the truth. to spill the beans on himself, opposed to her. I mean,
if everything is the way it was described by Nick Godejohn and even her, she clearly knows why she's there. And as you just mentioned, and I think it's a very strong argument, if she comes in there and she's crying saying, I know why we're here. I know why we're here. I know what happened, but here's the reason why. I knew this was coming. Here's the reason why. Much stronger argument for her. But she's going with the, gee golly, I don't know anything. If you're to believe everything that we've heard, it's a tough video to watch
It's
because
manipulative.
you know she's bullshitting.
Yeah.
So we'll keep going, but that's my first thought.
All right. Well, Gypsy and this police officer keep chatting for a while. She asks him, are there any movie theaters around? Because if she's going to move to a place, she has to make sure there's a movie theater because she really wants to see the new Star Wars movie that's coming out in December, right? If you're going to move to someplace, Gypsy, you are moving to someplace. It's called prison, all right? It's called prison. She's like literally so delusional at this point and thinks that she's so good at getting her way and getting out of things that she's thinking, I'm just going to, put on a high-pitched voice, do a little crying, act like I have no idea what's happening. They're going to release me and I'm going to be living here in Waukesha County going to see the Star Wars movies. So they then begin talking about Universal Studios. Gypsy brags about all the cool things that she and her mother were able to do when they went to places like this because of her condition. She also gives him a masterclass on Harry Potter and the different wizarding houses.
This past January, I got a chance to meet some of the cast. Because my mom and I went on vacation to Universal Studios.
Okay, so the Harry Potter Land?
Yes, and it was the Harry Potter Expo. So I got to meet the girl that plays Luna.
I'm going to fast forward through this whole shit. I just want to hear the
just because of the party.
I could have inserted, but this specific clip, because I want people to understand, Gypsy loved the benefits that she got from the con that her mother was running. She loved it. She felt it made her feel special. It made her feel like, oh, I'm not one of these peons that has to go.
You know what's funny? She came to Universal Studios Hollywood recently with Ken. We saw the video. To Halloween Horror Nights, HHH. Huge deal. The reason why you do that is because you like scary houses and haunted houses and people with knives and people with chainsaws. But she wasn't into that because she knows she has nightmares every single night about Dee Dee. The 17 stab wounds. She's scared. In fact, if you look at that Halloween Horror Nights Universal Studios video on her YouTube, one moment Ken tries to scare her as they're leaving the park at 8:30 p.m., which is unbelievable. That's when the show gets started.
Yeah.
That's when the haunting begins. So you could tell in her body language and the way she's scared. No. Ken rode the Simpsons ride, et cetera, but she was afraid which is a good thing, because she should have hauntings.
He went on it by himself?
Yeah. She didn't even go.
Wow, I didn't watch the video. That's so weird.
No, it's pretty pathetic. And yeah, they just went there to have food and all this. And, I'm sure it gave her trauma because she created that trauma. She did that to her mom, and it haunts her every single night. In fact, we've seen it in Lifetime.
I really hope it does.
She woke up when she was with Ryan, and she said, "I'm having nightmares." No shit. You killed your mom. You're gonna have nightmares.
Seriously.
And it's gonna happen for the rest of your life. And now you want to bring a child into this world as if that's gonna solve anything. No, it's not. It's gonna make things worse. And Ken, welcome to your new life, because this is what you're going to have to deal with.
Going to the park when all these other people, I get to go in special. It's a special VIP thing. Like, she was very big on that. And also, I wanted to show you how casually and happily she can just chat away, knowing not only that her mother's dead, but what happened to her mother, heard it happening to her mother. This is not a normal, I think, way to be in the wake of something like that.
Yeah, I think when you have more context, like I just said in the previous clip, when you know what's already transpired and you hear her talking about this in this way, kind of lighthearted, it does put a bad taste in your mouth. But I don't think we have to look too deep as to why she's doing it. First off, and this isn't an excuse, we have to remember that this is someone, and there's no disputing this. I think everyone agrees with this. This person is someone who is working at a lower emotional intelligence than her age dictates. That is true. There's no doubt about it, whether it's the chromosomal disorder, whether it's her upbringing, a combination of the two. It's a fact, okay?
It's not a fact, actually.
No, I highly disagree with that.
She's operating at a very high level of intellect and manipulating and so on and
manipulation.
so forth. I mean, that's insane that you would think that way. But you're conditioned to think that way, buddy. Because you look at her and you're tricked by the treble in her voice.
Exactly.
So there's probably some
The
truth in
whole like, oh, a poor little girl thing.
you hear what she's talking about, but there's no doubt in my mind, at least, she's trying to make herself more relatable, more friendly to this officer because she's building a rapport with them, hoping that'll correlate with the other officers.
They'll be like, oh, we think she did something. He'll be like, I talked to that girl for an hour. She's the
She's a great
sweetest thing.
person.
She's the sweetest little button I've ever seen. There's no way she could have done this. She's putting her pieces on the chessboard very intentionally and carefully.
There's no doubt, regardless of what you think about Dee Dee, one thing that was passed on to Gypsy and that was conveyed to her and also instilled in her throughout her childhood was how to lie, was how to garner sympathy. She's done it her whole life, Gypsy Rose. She's done this with people time and time again to the point where they've gotten free houses, free trips, and a bunch of news attention. This is what she does. This is her wheelhouse. She is doing exactly what she's done for most of her childhood, now into her adulthood, and she's pulling from the playbook. No doubt in my mind. We're going to keep going, but before we do, let's take our first break.
I think we can both say
we love a lot of
their IQ Joe Mush, no sugar boosts the mood acid.
I actually keep eating those IQ bars that are in Ashley and weekly to 60.
Birth was June 27th, 1995, even though Gypsy has since claimed that she found out how old she actually was long before that, and that was one of the reasons she was so mad at her mother. She still gives a false age to the police. So in his report, Detective Hancock notes that Gypsy had a hospital bracelet on at that time, and that hospital bracelet said that her birth date was July 27th, 1995, which would have made her, 23, her actual age. And he's like, well, what's going on with this? And she's like, I don't know. No idea. I have no idea. So Gypsy told Detective Hancock she had no idea why she was there at the police station. She said
1991.
Homeschooled, but she could still read. Her comprehension level was good. That's when they Mirandized her. And then early on in the interview, Gypsy told Detective Hancock that she did not have a cell phone. He then notes in his report that later in the interview, she stated she did have a cell phone, but she only used it for Yahoo Messenger and social media sites. So she lied. Now, once again, at the beginning of the interview, Gypsy told...
Oh, wow, she lied? Can't believe that.
I'm shocked.
When was this?
2 days
New?
ago.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen this.
So Stephanie Harlow, I guess that's her name. She's, catching on a little bit. She understands. I guess she watched a lot of true crime in her days. The other guy, I'm not too sure. He's
I've watched some of her, like she's done other episodes on Gypsy, and yeah, that guy really kind of irks me a little bit.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe he'll come around. Who knows?
Told Detective Hancock that her mother would never let her use the computer because it wasn't safe. But then he notes in his report that later on in the interview, Gypsy told him she'd met her boyfriend, Nick Godejohn, online, and the way she communicated with him was by using her mother's laptop. Okay? So she lied. Then Detective Hancock informs Gypsy that her mother is dead. And we've already seen a bit of this clip, but I want to play it again as a reminder, especially now after we've seen and read the messages that she was sending to Nicholas Godejohn before the murder.
Play it, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, this goes back to what I was just saying. She's used to running this playbook, but in those circumstances, most of the time, she's been given the benefit of the doubt. People just believe her because of her appearance, because of what
officers.
They know. They are not detectives.
Yes.
She has not been in this environment before where everything's going to be fact-checked and corroborated and going to be compared and contrasted to other statements as well as her actual physical activity when it comes to search history, all that stuff. So although she's a good liar, she hasn't played this game before, and it's showing. But yeah, let's see that clip.
No shit, Sherlock. That's why she's an internet clown and a low-cal. Anyhow, here's Hancock.
And I want you to understand that you need to be honest with me. And if you're involved in anything that I'm about ready to tell you, then you need to tell me. Okay? Your mom's dead. Okay? Now, what I want to ask you is...
Whoa.
I know. That's bad acting.
Oh, wait, what?
It's like Andrew getting shot in the calf. Get out of my laundry room. Don't shoot me. What are you doing with the guy?
Put that gun away. Yo, I can actually make the exact voice too.
That sounded a lot like him. That was weird.
Put the gun away.
What are you doing with that gun? 45 seconds later. Don't shoot me. 45 seconds later. I overdosed on drugs. What? I thought you got shot. No, I overdosed on drugs. You overdosed? What?
Pick a struggle. Pick a struggle, Andrew, please.
That's true.
You need to be honest with me, and if you're involved in anything that I'm about ready to tell you, then you need to tell me. Okay. Your mom's dead. Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, your mom.
Wait, what? My mom's dead?
Your mom's passed away, okay? She's deceased, all right?
Your mom's dead. She passed away. She's deceased. He does it in every fucking language. She's not breathing anymore.
Now, what I want to ask you, did you have involvement in this? Okay? Just, hang on, listen to me for just a second, okay? I want you to understand something, okay?
Her nose is growing.
Yeah.
Remember the snowball we talked
What did you say about my mom?
about? Remember the pencil that we talked about? I'm going to demonstrate something with the pencil here, okay? Look at me. Look at me for just a second, okay?
He said, look at me. Look at me, you fucking big-ass nose troll.
With your good eye.
And Temu wasn't invented back then. Look at that.
Oh, God.
Poor Hancock, man. He's got a Batman signal on the back of his head.
As people go along, you know how you got a pencil. You got the lead here and you got the eraser right here, right? You know what I'm talking about? You've seen a pencil, right? You've used a pencil before, right? Okay. And when you write with a pencil, you write your own story, right? Okay. And you take that pencil and you write your story. Well, sometimes some people make mistakes when they write stuff down, don't they? We've all made mistakes. You made mistakes. I made mistakes, right? You ever made a mistake in your life? And I've made mistakes in my life. And hang on just a second, okay? When you're writing this stuff down.
The D is fire. All right, so we'll continue with this.
Need some brownies.
Real mashed potatoes.
Where does the commentary? Oh, here's this winner.
I don't even really know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened to my mother.
So why this happened?
I don't even really know what happened.
Yeah, this is definitely a clip we already watched, and we got a lot of clips to cover, so I'm not gonna go
yeah,
long
no
here.
big deal. We've already seen it. Oh.
Yeah, guys, we watched this.
Yeah, we
Come
already
on,
saw
man. I get it. She's not a great actress. I mean,
This is a tactic. I appreciate what the detective's doing. His analogies aren't that great, but listen, everyone has their own approach. But mainly what he's doing, and this isn't to be.
His analogy is not that great. He just said, "Your mom's dead. Stop fucking around. What happened, bitch?"
Politically, in that game at all, but politicians do this as well, where they're going to say a lot, but they're not really saying much. And what he's trying to prevent here.
Right now, Stephanie Harlow's like, "Why am I doing a podcast with this fucking idiot?"
Is from
How
her.
old is he? He looks rather young.
Yeah, I think he's young. I have no idea though.
No.
I think in 30s.
Well, he's like talking about police tactics, like he knows something.
He's an ex-detective. I mean,
What?
how long
Are you
did that
kidding
last?
me? Are you serious?
I guess. I don't know. He was on a fucking reality TV, and now he's an ex-detective.
Oh,
He knows
okay.
everything.
Didn't know that.
Is from her
Kinda
doing too
young
much
to be
by
a
just getting off path. He has probably at this point already spoken to Nicholas Godejohn.
No, he has not actually.
He hasn't. Okay, well, it's a little interesting in how he's this confident.
He never talks to Nicholas
never- he
Godejohn,
never
you
talked to
fucking
him.
idiot.
Yeah.
That's another detective's job. He's not talking to Nicholas Godejohn.
But he's already developed an opinion on this investigation based on the evidence that he has. I don't know what he has. I don't know, but he already knows that she knows
He
more
has the facts, maybe.
than she's saying. I will say, more than likely, he's seen the text messages.
Maybe. He doesn't talk to Nick Godejohn. The other detective is talking to Nick Godejohn at the same time that Gypsy's being
Great.
spoken to.
That's
and you'll
odd that
see,
they're doing it at the same time, though.
you'll see towards the end, he leaves the room, talks to the other detective, comes back in, and plays hardball. Okay, so that's when he's really going hard. Right now, you're right, he does seem confident, but
He's overly confident because he wants to portray that level of confidence to her. Listen, stop the cute stuff. I'm not here asking you this question because I'm guessing. I already know the answers to the questions I'm asking you. I just want to know why.
well, I think it's because they knew she was the one who made those Facebook posts.
Well, not only the Facebook post, Stephanie, but to get the arrest warrant, they had to get that signed by a judge.
And then she ran away with Nick, right?
Well, but the ran away is whatever, but they have messages between her and Nicholas Godejohn describing the murder before it happened. They already have all that. They
No shit, Sherlock. So what's your point?
probably had that in their affidavit, which was signed by a judge. They already know she knows more than she's saying. And if they're good at what they do, they've already looked into the videos that are out there about her and they know her game. So he's not giving her that out. That's all I'll say. Again, we get a lot of clips, but I think this is pretty self-explanatory for most people watching. We get a lot of part-time detectives out there. They get it. They get what's going on here. This detective is trying to keep her on track, not even allowing her a window to say, maybe I'm not involved. That ship has sailed as far as they're concerned.
And he's also babying her a little bit. At times, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for having questions, like encouraging her. I'm on your side. I'm trying to save you from this. We know that it's not, you're not a completely innocent party. Let me help you. Don't make this worse for yourself. We've
Yep.
seen this tactic a million times.
I've had to do it with child molesters and it kills me.
Yeah. Yep. Couldn't do
Absolutely.
that.
I understand where you're coming from. I get it.
I mean, you were a Big Brother player. You have that level of manipulation.
He did it with child molesters. That's very odd.
In you. I don't. I'm
Some
gonna
say.
sit. Some do. I'm gonna sit across the table from somebody like Gypsy, and I'm gonna be like, "All right, enough.
Yeah. You get more
Drop
bees with
the
honey
voice."
than you do with vinegar.
Exactly. But this is why I wouldn't.
Because
I
you don't
wouldn't.
want her to say lawyer.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. But listen, I can't take it. Like I
You walk
can't.
in the room, Stephanie, I'm saying lawyer.
Yeah. Well, I'm not walking in the room, Derek.
You
You're-
walk in and you put that piece of paper down and put you like, all right, buddy, tell me what happened. And I'm gonna go lawyer.
I already wrote your confession out for you. Just sign it.
I guarantee you he won't call for a lawyer. He'd be a dumb schmuck that would sit there and talk to the detectives. Whatever, dude. Little Monday night quarterbacking over here.
Nope. I'm gonna say, get her out of here, lawyer.
Yeah, that's why I'm not walking in that room. And listen, I obviously clipped a lot of this, so you cannot tell how long it goes on.
Oh, I'm sure she says a lot without saying anything.
Gypsy denied doing anything wrong for a long time, like the better part of an hour, dude. And even when she does start to open up and tell like a semblance of the truth, quote unquote, her truth, it is a completely different story than we see in the messages between herself and Nick Godejohn. So eventually she's like, okay, I know what happened to my mom, but blah, 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 blah. Completely different story. And it's interesting because she will eventually give a why, because he keeps asking for the why. That's his, he wants the motive.
That's the tactic.
Right.
We don't want to know if, we want to know why.
I don't care how you met this dude.
That's a tactic. No, it's just, that's the only question in the room. They already know the what, when, where.
Yeah.
You moron. They just want to know why. That's all with true crime most of the time, especially when you have all the evidence. So he was an ex-detective.
I can't believe that.
No wonder he's ex.
Don't
But
care
he's
what.
really young to what?
Yeah, he's
That's
so
what I said. He seems
young.
young to be a detective.
Well, he never made it to be a real detective because, I mean, that's the main question is why in all crimes. Why? We already know the what, when, where. We've figured that out with all digital prints and, DNA and all that. We already know. We already looked through the CCTV, everything. But why did you do this? And the detective actually talks about this. Why, Gypsy? There's a snowball effect. You roll the snowball down the hill, and it just gets worse and worse. But we just want to know why you did this. We know what you did, where you did, when you did. We just need to know why, so we can give answers to the loved ones, the true victims, the Pitres and the Godejohns.
What hotel you guys stayed at right now. We'll talk about those details later. I need to know why this happened. And she does eventually give a why, but it's not the same why, the same motive that she's now giving to everyone. It's not, oh, my mother was horrible to me. My mother abused me. My mother made me do this. My mother made me do that, et cetera, et cetera. It's a completely different reason, a completely different motive that Gypsy gives. And we're going to hear that. And it's kind of what Derek and I have sort of been saying for the last few episodes, especially after reading the text messages.
I came here because my mother told me I'm a girl. So he is my friend.
And I said it we know by the detective. Yeah, there it is. Great job by the detective. He's not letting her off the leash. He's doing what he needs to do. All I'll say is
great job by the detective.
Who is this schmuck?
Great
What
job.
is his name?
Good job, buddy. He was doing the same tactic from the beginning. He already knew the what, when, where. And all he wanted was the why, because that's ultimately what you want to get.
Yeah.
Great job, detective.
Yeah, there it is. Great job by the detective. He's not letting her off the leash. He's doing what he needs to do. All I'll say is this: she's a liar. We know she's a liar. We know she's trying to get herself out of a situation. She doesn't know what he knows. And I said it in the last break when we talked about the clip. He's seen those.
You have a lot of noise in the background.
DMs. He's seen those messages. He knows the level of involvement she has. I would bet my life on it. If he hasn't talked to Nick Godejohn, we read those messages, and that reaction, that visceral reaction that I had to you reading them, is what he's basing this off of. That's how he knows she's lying. So before we keep going, let's take our next
part 3 and serve. Most accounts can you can cancel or pause your subscription.
God, they have a lot of advertisement. Weird. It's kind of cringe.
Mother died, right?
Oh yeah.
So her
Wait, it wasn't a suicide?
Yeah, her playing this
It wasn't
game
a heart attack?
Did she have a heart attack? She had bipolar. Please don't tell me she committed suicide. This is once again just the how could I even possibly know? I wasn't there. And he says you were there, and she's like, I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
It
she's
makes it
like,
more true if you whisper.
yeah, she's
You know
very
that?
much trying. She's going to die on the hill, right? And a lot of liars, compulsive liars, do this because
Deny.
they've gotten out of things so many times in the past by lying. They've gotten out of by almost just exhausting people with their lies, so that people are eventually like, okay, whatever, dude, whatever. But once again, this is a police investigation. Somebody is dead, and these detectives are not going to stop until they get to the truth. So you cannot lie your way out of this one, which is what he's trying to. But this is another thing. It's like, how horrible can you be? You orchestrated and planned your mother's murder. You were there. You got the knife. You got the gloves. You let him in. You brought this person in, knowing what he was going to do, and then you're like, please don't tell me she died of a heart attack, officer. Like, it's so gross. And I'm saying this is like an hour in. So I do have to give her credit. She's got
I'm
some
glad she
some
sees it, though.
resilience
That's
here.
nothing.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's
Hello.
misbehaving. Hey, so I just want to explain something. The whole premise of the show is that he knows absolutely nothing about the case. So Stephanie's explaining to him as it goes, which is why he comes across.
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
you're
but he
saying.
still plays devil advocate way too much, in my opinion.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
that's
and
the
that's
whole-
dangerous when it comes to real true crime, because we don't
Well-
need someone in here that's blind to the case. Just
Well, I feel
throwing
like
out
he's
bullshit.
he's blowing off like actual evidence that she shows him.
Then he's like, "Oh yeah, she's a liar," but yeah, I don't know.
It's a
so
tactic.
stupid. It's really dumb.
Well, he does come around, but the whole point is for him to play devil's advocate to appeal to Gypsy fans.
Right. I
And
get
then,
it.
and then she calls it out, and he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see that." So it's the whole
Okay.
premise of the show. Yeah, you
Yeah,
have
that's
to start from
careless
the
though. I
beginning.
mean, it's a terrible
I
formula.
get
for
it.
a
I
show.
get it.
I mean,
If
you
you want
play
to hear an
devil's
opposing
advocate when
opinion.
it doesn't matter. But when it comes to like
I don't
true
know.
crime cases that it actually involves true victims, you don't want to
I mean,
have some schmuck coming in here
I know it's
blind.
annoyed me, and I've left comments telling them that it's annoyed me. So whatever.
well, is that what
Yeah,
they
I
do
was.
every single show? For
Yeah,
every
Then that's
single
really
crime? Like
dumb. And
he has
if he's
to.
an ex-detective and he knows nothing about crime or true crime,
So
He just knows nothing about this case, so he's
okay,
learning as we
so
go.
so
he
he should
does
just shut
know
his
about
mouth and just
other.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Does he
Well, if
honestly,
usually
you
know
start,
about the other cases that she talks about, or just this one?
I think it's just this one that they're doing that because their first episode, they were all pro Gypsy, and then they got a ton of bad reviews, like do your research, this and that. So now they did their research and they started from the beginning.
shame on
Okay,
Stephanie
okay.
because she turned around only because of the fact that people called her out, and that's the important part of calling people out. That's why we do what we do
Mm-hmm.
at
Yeah,
the
but I
level
mean,
that we do it, because we've
you-
studied this case for quite some time, months. Me in particular, and then Starlight covered it before me. So we know what we're talking about, you know. It's not what
Yeah,
and then we
but
interacted with these folks. We interact with Ken. You know,
yeah,
we've interacted with
even-
these characters.
even Fancy was pro Gypsy in the beginning. So
Yeah, that's true.
I think most
and
people
that's
were, because until you really look at it, you don't know what you're
I
looking
was
at
actually
because
never
you're.
pro Gypsy.
Well, I
right.
wasn't pro
That's when they
Gypsy, but I
started.
did think, maybe this girl's gonna come out of prison and do something, and it was instead I had my eyes opened to everything.
Yeah. I mean, I just think it's reckless for somebody, you know, whatever. They're saying he's on Big Brother or some celebrity in him.
No,
And
I didn't know that.
and if you're going reckless and you're just saying, "Oh, I don't know anything about this case, but I'm just going to go ahead and commentate on it like it's nothing." People are going to
Well, he's
believe
learning as he
a
goes.
certain way. Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
the only problem I have. It's like, dude, like stay in your lane, bro. Like you don't even know
And
what
he
you're
kind of
talking
comes
about.
off as a douche, so that doesn't help either.
There's
I
actual
know.
real
I
victims
was.
that have suffered from this. The Pitre family being one that are silenced. And I'm talking about that Bobby Pitre, who's a tattoo artist that
Yeah.
Right.
put
Like Petey's
tattoos,
sister and stuff.
matching tattoos of Ken and fucking Barbie over there. I'm
Yeah.
talking about real victims. I mean, look
And
at
that's
He comes
Nicholas and
around.
his family and friends.
Yeah. And he
It's
does come
unfortunate.
around as he learns, but he doesn't know anything about the Pitres or anything. Like he's still learning.
Yeah,
And
but this is
every
like what
episode of
episode like
theirs
5 or 6. It's the same thing every episode.
Oh, really? There's that many?
No,
Yeah.
yeah. The
I think
only episode
Misbehaven's a fan. So
I am.
I
But
mean,
the
it's
only
okay
thing
to be
I
a
don't.
fan. That's okay,
yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
Well, the
I'm
first
a fan
episode.
too, actually. I just don't like that.
Well, the first episode, I was like, this guy's an idiot, and then I realized what they were doing. And
See,
the
I
only
wouldn't be able
episode
to
since,
criticize them on other cases that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, but this is kind of like our bread and butter now. I mean, we're kind
Well,
of like,
you get where like I can't listen to certain people cover certain things.
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah, it's
never watched
irritating,
it.
especially when you know
when
the
you think you
truth.
know more,
Mhm.
exactly, yeah.
And you're like, whoa, guys, hold on. You guys are
the one
way
episode of
off here.
theirs, yeah, the one episode of theirs that I don't like, which was a few weeks back, where Stephanie was off due to family trauma, and Derek was
Yeah, she
interviewing
got some family drama.
one of the psychiatrists, and that was bullshit. I was like, this guy shouldn't be on here. He knew nothing about the case. He's talking. It's all bullshit. But every other episode,
And
is
it's
good.
again, it's not their fault, but again, they're getting sponsorships. They have clearly people that are, promoting their product on this live stream, because we saw the commercials in between. I saw 2 or 3 already. Within 45 minutes, we saw 2 or 3.
And they're long commercials too.
And you're getting paid for that. I
Right.
mean,
We're the ones who did all the work for you guys.
Exactly.
and they don't even listen to it.
Right.
Yeah, they're going off of, well, she's kind of lying here, but she's a liar, period, end of story. We already know this.
Yeah.
And don't victimize her mother again and again. Don't victimize Nicholas and his family again.
I agree, but he doesn't know any of this yet.
And
so
you know what?
he's
That's
kind of a
okay.
dummy.
But he should probably keep his mouth shut about it. But you know what? Money talks, and if money will allow him to, I mean, he's clearly in it for the money. They have sponsors and so on and so forth. Shame.
Yeah.
Why would you even accept a sponsor when you know nothing about what you're talking about, especially when it affects people in real life? Anything that affects anybody in real life, as far as like victimhood and people that have, they don't even want to speak out the Pitre family because of the tragic sort of situation that it was.
Who's
I
Dr.
feel
Fabian?
bad for them.
Yeah.
Who's
I've had
Dr.
no-
Fabian?
Who's that?
That's probably the stupid psychiatrist he talked to
but
for
I
like an
think
hour
I'm
and a
not
half.
sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was bad because he knows nothing about the case.
6-7 hours
Diagnosing things.
before they break.
For somebody who's got such, low emotional IQ and somebody who's, got, like a 15-year-old, you'd expect that she would have broken by now. But
Yeah.
she is hanging in there. Okay. She's going
She
to.
miscalculated though.
Yeah.
Knowing what was going back and forth on the DMs, she should have said, if I get caught, I'm going to go immediately to, we had to do this for my own safety. To go in there and present it as, I'm just completely removed from this, she
Yeah.
loses all credibility going forward. So that was the
I
wrong, that was a
agree.
wrong tactical decision.
What?
That's what I'm saying. And we'll wrap.
Whatever.
This at the end, but that's kind of what I'm saying, because by now you would have assumed she'd been like, okay, fine, I did it, but this is why,
Yeah,
and this is
that's the
valid.
angle.
Yes, and
She
she
miscalculated.
she never says that. Okay, so finally, as
It's
you can hear at the end of the
miscalculated, as if you cheering for her. I don't get it.
He's making excuses for her, and it's pissing me off.
It's miscalculated. Gypsy miscalculated.
clip, she's like, I do know what happened. She's
They
crying.
should have had a
And
safety
then
plan. Is that what he was saying? Like they should have had a safety plan for if they got
He's
caught.
saying that she should have gone in and said that she was abused, but she didn't think that, so that's why she didn't say that.
Yeah, because she wasn't abused.
Exactly.
she's going to basically finally break. She's going to tell the detective what happened, but she's going to blame everything on Nick, right? He was violent. There hadn't been a plan to kill her mother. He just showed up and he did it. And then he forced her to have sex with him and he forced her to help him clean out the murder scene. Gypsy goes from the beginning of the clip we're about to watch right now, the beginning of this clip, she says she loves him so much, to being absolutely terrified of him during this
Tell him,
short clip.
girl.
But we gotta get down to the bottom of why. Okay? doesn't mean
We'll go over the interrogation video at one point, but I just want to hear their commentary.
Actually, it's building it. It's the next.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Okay. So there's a lot to talk about in this clip. And actually, I was wrong. It's the next clip where she starts talking about how violent he is and how afraid of him she is. But she starts building it in this clip, right? And here's where the why comes in. She says, this is why my mom didn't want us to be together. He wanted me to himself. My mom kept getting in the way of us being together. Not my mom was horrible to me and he wanted to save me from her. Not my mom was abusing me and he wanted to save me from her. She didn't want us to be together, which isn't that what we kind of said last episode?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that this is the truth. This is why they killed Dee Dee, because she was stopping them from being together. She also tells
Which
this.
is the stupidest reason of killing someone,
Right,
especially your own
yeah.
mother.
Yep.
It's incredibly selfish.
It's unbelievably stupid. That's
Yeah.
why her being a reformist for prison reform or whatever, people that have been abused is bullshit. You can't fake that till you make it. There's some things you can fake till you make, but that's something that's very clear. And that's why when TMZ interviewed her about the Menendez brothers, she had no comment because she never
She didn't know.
experienced
Exactly.
real, true, what do you call it? I'm looking for the word trauma and abuse.
Yep. No experience with it.
This detective that she tried to stop Nick. And he's like, how did you try to stop him? You know, what did you do? Did you grab the knife? And she's like, and kind of moving her head. And he's like, is that a yes? And she's like, yeah, like not. So she's now making, like telling this guy that not only did she not orchestrate this, but when she realized what he was going to do, she tried to stop him. She
Hey, Becca, by the way, Becca Scoops in the chat. I was meaning to email you back. I get too many emails, so I'm sorry. I was supposed to email you back. I'm going to try my best to meet the goal of that Zoom meeting. So I think it's Thursday or something like that. All right. So, I'm not ignoring it. Just I'm getting too many emails, but
He grabbed the knife, but he was too strong. He was just too strong. And this is
Why
all
do you have to
bullshit.
say it like that?
This is
Why do
all
you-
bullshit because it's gross. It's gross.
I mean,
to me.
this is what they all do. No, this is what they all do. You can't. This is what all.
Yeah, but
these
this is what they
types of
all
people
do. This is what all these types of people do. But that's not the way she's being painted and portrayed now.
Well, just to not.
That's my issue.
Not to be redundant in what everything you said, because I'd basically be saying the same thing. Another thing that I noticed in this interview that I thought indicates a level of intelligence that maybe some people don't think of when they think of Gypsy Rose. Right? There's a moment there where he does a tactic that may even get past some people who are considered to be smart, where he says something along the lines of, "Well, why did Nick do it?" Or something along. And she goes, "I didn't say he did it."
Yeah, exactly.
She stops him right in his tracks. She stops him right in his tracks. Goes, "Well, I didn't say he did it." So she's there. She's there, and she's aware.
She's quick with it.
She's
quick
aware
with
of the
it.
chess match that's going on right now. And once she realizes,
Gypsy Rose in a chess match, dude, you're giving her too much credit, bro. She's a internet locale, up and coming. There's no influencing about this individual creature that you're speaking of. She is pinned into a corner to be the prison reformist that she's supposed to be, and it's a joke. There's nothing brilliant. Gypsy is not playing chess. Chess, maybe. The breasts, but not chess.
and that's why it can take a while. She's not going to be able to weasel her way out of it. And he says things like, "I've already spoken to people." She's like, "Shit, he knows. I got to go. I got to change approaches here." And she's slowly getting there. And this is a very common thing. It's not usually lie, then break, then complete truth. There's an evolution. It usually starts with a softer version of it, maybe even present themselves as a victim as well, maybe even someone who's trying to prevent it like she's doing now. It takes a lot of versions to finally get the truth out of it. It's a very long, exhaustive process to do it. Exhaustive, is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this isn't something that happens in a matter of seconds, but overall, my grade for this detective, truthfully, A+. I really, he's going back and...
Oh, wow. A+.
Oh, wow.
All right. Hey, Becca. Becca's here.
Yes.
He gets
Hello.
an A+ from Big Brother over here.
Hey, Becca, what's up?
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm not saying this to dump on this guy at all. I'm sure he was an excellent police officer. I don't know. I know nothing about him. Literally just what I
Was he
just
a
looked
police
up.
officer?
He was a
Ex-detective
But I'm just gonna say that
from
he's only
Carmen,
40
San Diego, I believe. Okay.
Yeah, he's only 40 years old right now. It says that
Oh.
he joined the force in his 20s. Now he's from Rhode Island, and so just a little background is Rhode Island isn't a big state. I looked up the city that he was working in, and it had a population of 22,000. So what that tells me is this isn't a big force. And what that tells me also is that so there's not a high crime area. Follow? So this isn't
Mm-hmm.
like a Los Angeles or a New York, situation where to become a detective in those places, it takes years. You have to have years and years of experience. I
But
won't
he
give
was
away
on
what
Big Brother.
Yeah, so
Was he
I'm just
really?
saying, just to keep it in perspective, yes, he was a detective, but did he have the kind of experience that if you work for a major city? No, no,
He's
no.
no duty Ron.
Right, right,
He's
right.
a dookie, Ron. No, kidding.
So I just wanted to add that, but just because people were kind of dumping on him, and I'm not, not here to dump on him per se, but
I
I'm just
am
saying.
because I think it's
Okay, good. Oh,
silly.
go for it.
I think it's silly that you would interject yourself into a true crime case that involves victims for a silly podcast when you know nothing about it, and then you have some sort of clout where people respect you, and whatever you say, as stupid as it may be, people will go that way. It's like me being on a podcast and saying something and just with zero knowledge of the case. Let's say like the Delphi case, and if I
Frustrating.
was
Right.
against
Mm-hmm.
who is that guy? Richard Allen.
Me? No.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, this guy's guilty. Whatever. That'd be silly of me to do, especially if I know nothing about the case. I should shut up and not say anything. And I'm into true crime. I know different cases. I just don't know that case. And, so, yeah, I think it's
Right.
absurd. I really do.
It's kind of like in the same vein as a doctor or a surgeon if they did their training in a very small place where, or did they do their training at some major metropolitan hospital, right? Who's
The
better?
fuck
Who's
is
has
that?
more experience? Oh, what's
Sorry.
I don't
happening
want to
here?
take away from.
Uh-oh.
What is
Wait a
So
minute.
this?
I received this via text message.
Okay, let's go
Oh
there.
my
But
god.
before we go there, I need to go to the restroom, and you
All
guys
right.
Damn
just got
it. It's morbid.
all
We'll
right. You guys
talk
talk, and
Make
I'll
a
be
quick
right
one.
back. Go ahead, and then
Hey,
we're
you
gonna
guys,
listen to that.
you guys will never guess who's in chat.
Is
You
it
will never
Andrew?
guess. And
Andrew?
it's not.
I'm shocked.
No,
He's in
it's
chat.
Rogie the wife beater.
What?
Oh
Rogie the
yeah.
wife beater's in
No one
chat.
cares.
Why?
What you
Why?
want?
Why
You
would
want
you be
up
there?
Rogie after you threaten people with your pew pews? You gross
I really
individual.
think some of these people really
Disgusting.
just like being publicly humiliated.
I know they're just fucking.
Rogie, come on up.
What the?
No one cares about you, Rogie.
Come
Go
on
back
up,
to your
Rogie. I'm
30,
ready,
40
bro.
people. Go back to Frosty as Snowman. No one cares. All
Someone
right.
said Rogie thinks he's Rambo.
All right. Now you got a new boyfriend. His name is Andrew. Go play with him, okay? We're done with it. All right. I'll be right back. You guys talk.
Okay,
I
Starlight.
want all the smoke today.
Oh
Oh
gosh,
my
this
god.
guy.
Did you hear my
Starlight,
I
you
did.
know,
I heard the beginning. Yeah.
I did a stream earlier where I went
Oh, I didn't
through.
hear that. I'm gonna go watch
It's
that.
on my backup. I did on my
Yeah.
backup
No, I
channel.
have it up. I have it saved. Yeah.
This guy. Oh, something else. What were you
Yeah.
saying, Justice?
oh no, I was saying I know you want the smoke from Rogie too. You know you love roasting him. It's easy. It's fun. It's fun to roast Rogie. It's just so easy.
I'm not as brutal as you guys. Y'all
Well,
give it to him good.
what do you guys think about?
Look at Rogie in chat.
I don't
I
see
have a
him.
theory about why Gypsy was cleaning up all her social media.
Why?
What is
Let's
it?
hear it.
Oh, what
Why
is
is
it?
that? Why is that?
It's not exciting. It's not. It's either. It's not exciting.
Oh.
I think because she got rid of like stuff. Well, let me. I need to ask questions first. She got mostly it was like what stuff with Ken. What did she get rid of on it? Basically,
I didn't look, so I don't know.
She got rid of like their let me go look again just to refresh my memory, but I think it was remember their like announcement video? Because
Yeah.
I remember the views on it were like 24 million. I was like, how in the fuck did 24 million people view that? And I don't
Yeah,
think
I
it's
don't
on
think.
there
Yeah,
anymore.
that's weird.
Let me go look.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is all the stuff that would be featured in this Lifetime series.
Lifetime, okay.
Mhm,
I see what you're saying.
Mm. Yeah.
Well, the one I'm talking about is actually basically a scene from that. Or no, it was their pictures from. Remember their little photo shoot with the baby
Yes.
photo?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But the scene on the
Yeah.
show where she's like crying.
Right. Oh, right. Yeah.
All right, you guys ready for
Basically, all
this?
she has up is
All right.
Kim Kardashian, Vile Files, and her college appearance in her belly band.
Rogie,
yeah.
get
Oh,
your
God.
acne ass up here.
Uh-oh.
All right, and we'll listen to whatever you have to say. You're like old
I
news.
dare
No one
you.
cares about you.
I dare you to come up here, Rogie.
There's
I
a
can
couple
tell
things we
Morbid
know
to-
about you. You're a female abuser. That's not
Come
surprising.
on, bring Dreamer with you too.
Yeah,
Get
bring
up here.
everybody. Who cares? No one
Pretty
cares about
much,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, bring Dream Crackhead.
All right, but at least
He likes to
let me
put
t-
his hands around women's necks.
at least Rogie doesn't pretend like he got shot in the calf. So that I can say.
Yeah.
I can say, well, at least you didn't do that. Even though, you look like some dude that got rejected by OxyClean in the 90s. All right. Anyhow, let's go ahead and listen into this message over here. You guys ready?
Yes.
I don't understand what makes the difference of apologizing to all those people or give an explanation. I did the unthinkable.
Yes,
This is so fake,
And
Andrew.
of course, they're never going to be okay with that. I was even told by
This is your last chance. It's like the dollar store going
no
out
actual
of
tears.
business.
What's he about to say about
If you want to say something, what's his name? I don't even know his name anymore. Andrew.
Andrew?
If you want to say something, bro, just come up here and tell it like it is without the tears, with the bullshit and the acting, right?
Just get up here, Andrew.
Just say it like it is, bro.
It's almost my bedtime, so hurry up.
I am sorry and apologize. I am sorry, Hella Starlight, for fucking with you for the past 28 hours, 9 hours. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you motherfucker.
I am sorry to the people, 800 people in chat. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to write your script, but go ahead, bro. I know you're listening. I might call you, though.
Put your you know what, Andrew? Send your mom up here, the one that called me. Put her up here. I would like to fluff her pillow. Send her up.
Hold on one second. I think the mom is online.
Robot sister.
I would like to fucking. Hello! Hello, Starlight! My son!
We almost lost him last night.
We almost lost him last night.
Starlight.
Starlight.
So what's the point?
What the fuck?
Wait,
And of
rewind
course, they're never
Wait,
going
what
to be
about
okay
Starlight?
with that. I was even told by Starlight. So what's the
that.
point?
What?
Even if I hopped on that panel, they're just going to start attacking me.
No.
That's not what I said.
You know,
I wasn't
somebody
attacked
texted me. I don't know who they were. All because I asked her.
Man, those
know,
some
I don't
meth
know who you-
eyeballs. I'm just saying.
Dude,
Like,
Andrew, are you okay, bro? What's
I
wrong with
texted him.
you?
I told him it was me, so he's full of shit.
You are.
what?
You know, it just shows
Keep going.
your number. You know, I don't know who you are. You know, it just shows your number. But I was trying to word it as, I don't have your number. So how am I supposed to know who you are?
And then I told you who I was.
And I guess the one girl messaged me right after, and she said,
I thought you were in a psych ward. Looks like you're
What happened
fucking
to your
apartment, bro.
overdose? Like you bounced back pretty quick from
I
that
know,
OD.
shit, man. You got a haircut and shit. I mean,
13 years sober, your first OD, back on the wagon. Like what?
you're a loser, you'll always be a nobody. And that's to every other, that's from like basically 800 people.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Loser right after.
What's up with the teeth? Like he looks at his teeth.
I don't know.
Oh man.
And I guess the
Andrew,
one
why?
girl messaged me right after, and she said,
Ooh.
you know, you're a loser, you'll always be a nobody. And that's to every other, that's from like basically 800 people.
That's probably from Bruno, bro. She
800
probably did that.
Being called a loser hurts.
Dude.
Dude,
Oh no,
what?
I guarantee you this guy is a frequent flyer at this psych ER. I guarantee you they all
Good
know him.
Lord.
They all
Andrew,
know him.
what are you thinking? Like
Even Cyrax doesn't behave
Not-
this way.
you had your fake mom, you had your robot sister, you had the voice messages, and now you're camming up the fake pictures. Like he's so bad
Like,
at this.
why would he send me
Why is
him
he
in a
still going?
robe in his kitchen?
I would be hiding under a rock somewhere.
It's so fake.
It
It is
really
so
is.
fake.
It
It's
really is.
unbelievably fake.
Look at this guy, man.
That's from like basically 800 people. Being called a loser hurts.
It's like 0 tears.
Because my dad used to call me that.
I wonder why your dad
my
called you
God.
that, bro.
Oh my God.
But earlier, like he was talking about his dad like he's a hero. I don't get it.
I thought your dad had fucking a stroke.
This is like mental, like not the fun kind of
My
mental
dad
now.
called you. Get out of here.
His dad stroke
Wait,
from
did
what a
he
loser he
literally just
is.
say his dad?
He made his dad
called me
stroke.
that?
God, we're going to hell.
Oh Lord.
If that's the case, then why did he make such a big deal
800
about his
people.
dad being injured and stuff?
Exactly, that's what I was saying. Like he propped his dad to be like a hero, and now you're saying he called you a
I
loser.
guess he forgot about his dead dog from yesterday.
Wait, we'll probably hear
That
about
really
that
is
next.
a gypsy move right there. Constantly shifting
Yes.
your story and then forgetting about the lie that you just told previously.
Yeah, it's like an emotional manipulation
real.
tactic that he
Being
sucks
called
at.
a loser hurts.
Well, then maybe stop
'Cause my
being a
dad
fucking
used to
loser
call me
and you won't
that.
get called a loser.
And I do have a lot of guilt.
No, you
Do you,
don't.
though?
No, you don't.
You have a lot of
Exactly.
guilt, but you message me, harassing me, calling me a bully.
You know what the ironic part is? My dad is going to be
you
taken off
suck.
life support tomorrow.
Wait, his
What?
dad's gonna
Wait.
support.
Oh
No,
my
he did
God.
not.
He's
for you,
always
I didn't hear
got
that.
a
Can you repeat
story.
that bullshit?
He always
Oh my God.
always has a story, dude.
My mind just
Wait a
exploded.
Oh my
So he
God.
literally said that his dad called him a
No,
loser.
he's
And
right.
not even but then moments later just said he's on life support.
What?
the hell?
I thought he
Well, he did
died.
claim his dad had a stroke, which it could cause me to be put on life support. But you're flip flopping on your own dad, man. Like, get out of here.
Harley, that's why his dad had a stroke. He kept flip flopping on him.
Oh my god.
Past pajama, there's not a 1% that this is real. I don't know if you didn't hear everything
Oh
that
Lord.
transpired.
Wow, this is just insane.
I think she was just saying thanks in case it was. She's like,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I freaked out. Yes.
No, yeah.
And I do have a lot of guilt. You know what ironic part is? My dad is going to be taken off life support tomorrow. He had a
What?
massive stroke 4 days ago, and he's not getting oxygen to his brain.
But he called me a
He was a
loser.
You said he had a stroke last night, you idiot.
Yeah,
4
he
days
did.
ago. He's not getting
He's
oxygen.
another one. Can't keep up with his lies because he tells so many of them.
I think he's gonna go back to the gunshot, like he got shot
I
in
need
his
to call
calf.
this
That's
motherfucker.
next.
Holy shit. Get up
I
on here.
Can we call and put
I
him
want
on the
to
air
see.
and just roast the fuck out of him?
Andrew, get up here, dude. This
No,
is
then we're gonna
horseshit.
be called bullies.
I
Get
want to
up
see
here,
the hole in
Andrew.
that calf. I want to see a hole in that calf right now.
I
Show the
Nothing.
yo,
We
calf.
I
know
can
you're
We
tell you
need to
what's
see.
bullshit. You
legit because I
lied.
saw his
It's
face in that
disgusting.
picture.
This is the last time we're entertaining you,
Is he in the chat?
and you'll be gone forever. Let me see.
Is this from
Andrew.
TikTok?
He was in the chat and he was on a TikTok live. So there ain't
Oh.
nothing wrong with him. If he can
No.
be up in these TikTok and
Oh no,
YouTube
he's
streets
fine.
running amok.
No, he
He's
said it
amok.
was a hoax.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a feeling he was fine the whole time, so
He's
it
another
doesn't
messy
surprise
me
me.
and Justice were messaging the entire time.
Starlight
I'm like,
has him on
this is
the
fake.
phone.
Oh.
He's in person.
Oh,
But
okay.
now seeing what he's going through, sometimes I feel it should have been me, not him.
What?
Maybe it should have been you.
Dude,
Sorry
there's
for
no
the video
tears.
message.
Wow, what a fucking weirdo. So Starlight's on the phone with him. Let me see. Tell him to Starlight. Tell him to
Yo,
join
Starlight.
the panel so I can
It's
talk
Nathan
to
one
him.
chance, so tell him to come up.
Absurd.
Is she?
what he's
She's
doing.
probably on the phone with his AI sister or something,
Or his
or his
mom.
AI mom.
And this is the last time I'm going to talk to his ass. I don't want him up here anymore.
You know what? I just had a thought. I was, last when he was doing this thing, and I thought, oh, the cops will take him in for a 5150 or whatever they call it there. You know what though? I bet they all know him. See, we had what was called frequent flyers that would come into the psych ER, and like the cops knew, we all knew who these guys were, this type of behavior, this type of, thing. And pretty much everyone knew him. And probably the cops were just like, you know what, forget it. We're not doing it. We're not doing it tonight. They're busy, probably very busy. And we're just like, yeah, we're not doing it, So I mean, I know that sounds really cold and mean, but when you deal with certain people and you've got patients that are super ill with, stuff that are, that just tried to
No, it's
seriously
like the boy
kill
that cried wolf.
themselves and
Yeah,
stuff like
that's
that.
exactly what I said earlier. He's like the boy who cried wolf, and he's gonna cry wolf too many times. Nobody's gonna believe him.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's
No, and
sending
it's
his
not even just that.
stuff is, he's just joking around, pulling
Yeah.
a chain right now.
Well, even what he sent to Harley was really ridiculous because as soon as someone calls him out on his shit, he starts just like saying the most out of pocket personal attacks. So like, yeah, I mean, come on now.
And I really
That was
didn't yell
uncalled
at
for.
him. You guys have heard me yell at people. I did not yell at him the other night, whatsoever.
No, you just called him out on his bullshit. That's all you did.
Yeah. And I mean, there's something behind it. I mean, it's just that this type of a personality disorder, these pathological liars and manipulators, it's very wearing on you as a nurse or a police officer. It gets so old so quick, and they are never seriously
I can
going to really
imagine.
harm themselves. In fact, and this is really cold, please do not take this the wrong way, but you deal with these people all the time on a nightly basis. We used to just say, you know what, maybe we should just tell him how to really, do it, because we knew that he was never really going to kill himself, never really going to do it. When people are seriously suicidal, they come off totally different than the
Yeah,
behavior
they don't
he's
tell people
displaying.
usually.
It's not how you just
Yeah.
this guy is a piece of work basically, and there is a clinical name for it. I'm not going to say it, but anyways, yeah, it's
People would
very
often
tiring.
isolate themselves. Sorry.
Yep. All right. Hey, Starlight, do we have any updates? Is he going to come on or no? Let's see. I'm going to call him real quick. Let me see. So, here we go.
Please leave your message for.
All right, so maybe he's not going to come on. I don't care. I mean, it's the last time we're
It
going to
didn't
talk
sound like
about
he
this
was
one.
on the other line.
Starlight's probably talking to him.
Yeah, it
Oh,
makes a noise
oh,
when it rings a
okay.
certain way though, like when you're on the other line.
You know, just
Not
as
So
an
is this the
FYI.
last live that?
No, go ahead.
Is
Why
this the
would we
last
talk
live that
about
my
him
tag
any
gets to
further?
be
Yeah.
relevant?
Absurd.
Yeah,
Stop
just
giving him
as
the attention that he craves so badly for.
Let him go to Bree and Dreamer. They'll take care of him.
yeah, yeah.
They'll fill in the space.
Oh, poor Andrew. Poor victim. Poor baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gross,
Flipping
Andrew. Why would you do
contradiction.
that?
So, you know, when someone's seriously suicidal, and this is just, you know, every case is a little different, but just an FYI for people that do know people that are depressed or are having issues. When they're very serious about it, it's their mood lifts and they're not going to tell anybody about it. When they make up the final decision to do it, they're not going to really
Exactly.
tell anybody.
They withdraw.
Yes, and some say that they're living with these people that are super depressed. Their mood kind of elevates a little bit. Why? Because
Yeah, they
they're
get
off the
happy.
fence now. They've made the decision to do
Yeah.
it, and it relieves some of the anxiety. So, this guy is not in that category. He's not displaying any kind of behavior like that. And so, if you know, I'm just saying that because some people would say, "Oh, you guys bullied him," or "You guys did." No, we
No,
did
no
not.
one bullied
It's
him.
not the case. And he was never in any. He was never going to try to kill himself. That's just not his MO. As I know these type of patients.
Yeah, I agree with Becca 100% because I'm not going to go too much into detail for the sake of privacy, but dealt with the situation earlier this year when it came to, suicide. And when people get like that, they're usually very isolated. They don't really just come out and say they're going to do it. They're just going to. And it's often just an isolated, like their mood in general is isolation.
Right. Right. They're not. Yeah.
This IRL.
That's true. Yeah. So, no, I don't know him and I can't diagnose him. I'm just saying from my experience of a lot of experience working in the psych ER and on the ward, huge hospital. I know this type of patient and no, this is what they do. This is their MO is doing things like this.
All right, so I don't think we have any more updates on him. And you know what? Tonight is the last night.
Yep.
Unless
Yeah, I
he
literally
wants to
don't want
come in
any more
here.
updates on him.
Starlight, are you still talking with the dude? I don't know if Starlight's still there. Because last she said she was talking with him.
She just messaged in the private chat. She said he's just crying and crying or fake crying.
Yeah, stop crying. Get your ass up here and apologize.
Unfortunately, we
Take
can't
it
even
like
believe
take
he's
that Pino
crying
like a
because we know he
man.
lies.
So we can get rid, we can just
Yeah, what
get
is
it
it?
done with.
What is it with that side and crying all the time? God,
It's just attention-seeking
like
behavior.
that's
Can you put
side
him
of
on
things.
speaker, Starlight? So we could tell him. Let's hear
It's
him
hard to be
crying.
mad at somebody that's crying, right? It's hard
Because
to be
he's
mad
not
at
crying. He's
crying.
a,
Right, I know.
he tried to
I know.
cry. I mean, we saw
Right.
his fake tears.
It's all manipulation.
You screwed a lot of people, and the prank is over.
I think he's upset that it didn't go how he planned.
Yeah, he really thought people were going to feel bad for him, and
Yeah.
he's going to have this attention. Go get the attention for Bree and the minions over there. I'm sure they're going to give you the exact attention that you need. They're not, but they will. Go ahead.
I
Go
just
over
don't
there.
know how.
You'll be happy, bro.
I just don't know. I just don't know how he thought that was gonna end. I mean, there was. I just don't see what the point in it was. I mean, you got your 5 minutes of attention. Was it worth it? I mean, that was just.
And here's
I don't
the
know. I just
attention
can't
that
figure
you
out the
need.
reason
You need
behind
5
it.
more. All right, here we go, boy. Because I am never going to bring you up ever again.
Exactly.
And
Tonight's
if
the
I
last
see you,
chance,
you're
so let's
blocked.
go.
You're never coming up here after tonight. You could go on TikTok where nobody fucking sees it. On those stupid panels that nobody watches. All right. Go find out real quick how that's going to
The
turn
thing
out.
that gets me the most too is the fact that it's just like the overall like defiance and like arrogance that he displays. The fact that he's just like, every person in the panel was mean, and they're bullying me, and I don't like confrontations, but he says things like the things that he says are enough to start a confrontation, or he has no problem shit talking everyone else in the panel, especially Nina and Injustice. Makes no sense.
Yeah, it's not cool.
I mean, like especially yesterday when he asked me if we have a problem. Where I come from, if someone's coming at you and like asking, "Do we have a problem?" That means you're getting ready to throw down. So like, I might just take that differently than some people. Really
Yeah.
though, but I just might take that differently than some people. But when I hear that, that means you're getting ready to swing. So like,
Yeah, that
that
stuff
just
like
means
that
something
you have
different
to
to
be
me.
careful with how you. I agree. Stuff like that you have to be careful with how you say it, because if you say it to like the wrong person, they're going to interpret it wrong.
Yeah, and I don't even know if I should say it. Let me see what's going on. Do we have an update?
Yeah, Starlight messaged again in the private chat. She said he's just giving her one sob story after another sob story.
And then Emma Padino, or let me see. Where is this? And I've only been nice to this person, and the only interaction I had with her was on live chat, live panel. And I remember her coming up with the meow cat lady, Jessie Ray. Again, look, these folks were very inappropriate, even on the panel here, when they would talk about Bree and I want to kill this person and that person. I mean, it was just really like inappropriate. And people would say, wow, these people, like, why do they have to cuss every freaking other word? And now that, it's just very bizarre to me. And I don't even have any sort of relation with them outside of the live panels that we had. And I've only been nice and gracious to them. But, this is what crazy people do on the internet, as we see on Andrew. And all of a sudden, Emma deletes her TikTok. And you know who comes to the rescue is this fucking Dreamer. And she messages me. She says, "Oh, look at what you did. You bullied." Let me see if I could grab it real quick.
Wait,
Oh,
when did
for
you
the
bully her?
record, guys, I
I only
talked to
saw you
Emma
be nice
about
to her.
this.
Hold
I
on.
talked to Emma about this, Morbid.
Mhm.
Emma did not send Dreamer to come talk to you.
I don't give a
According to
shit,
Emma. This is what
honestly.
Emma
I
told
mean, it's
me.
just like, dude, you're talking about hating me for whatever reason, and there is no reason. I didn't give you a reason to hate me. Now, if your boyfriend doesn't like you being up on a panel with another male, that has nothing to do with me. I've only been gracious and nice. And you know what? I'm sick and tired of being backstabbed all the time by folks in the sense of like, I'm nice to them and there's nothing else. So why make it a big deal? Because it's bullshit. It's a lie. Stop trying to like defame me and slander me on certain things because I'm sick and tired of it, you know? Like, I didn't do anything. All I have been was nice to you. In fact, this person has left our Discord and asked me multiple times, can I get the link back so I could rejoin your Discord? So I said, yeah, no problem. Here's the link. There you go. Comes back in, gets whatever she or he needs, moves back out. That's all I know. It's stupid, and I'm sick and tired of it, honestly. So whatever she's saying about Dreamcrafter, well, you know, let me show you what she had to say tonight about that whole situation. It's stupid. It really is. I don't know these people besides, and this Jesse Ray person, I don't know you besides you being in the Discord, and I'm not even active in my Discord. And you coming up on panel and you got butthurt because I don't let you on because maybe, you know, you're just dead air. I don't know. I have to make a decision. Should I have this person on or should I fucking blow off this person? Should I bring up Flawless Nina or should I keep on Jesse Ray, who's threatening Gypsy Rose to kill her? Or, you know, or should I have fucking Nina on? Yeah, I'm going to go with Nina instead of the person that's threatening and trying to kill somebody or, you know, putting out this fucking horse shit that we don't even believe in it in the first place. Even though we hate Gypsy and whatnot, or not hate her, but we criticize her. But I don't want her death wished upon her in that sort of ridiculous, immature manner. It's ridiculous. I don't want that being a representation of who we are here. And every single time they come in here, there's always a, you know, oh, wow, they had drama with Bree all the time. Oh, Bree said this shit, fuck this. And, you know, now they're, you know, best friends or what. I don't care. Be friends with who you are, yo. Because I don't deal with you on the outside. It's just the live panel I have to deal with you folks. And what you did in Fancy was terrible. In my opinion, you know, recording a private conversation and putting it out there for your, you know, little kick or whatever to please the people that you used to somehow have some drama between and constantly cussing at them and having this drama that I never even understood, to be honest with you. I have no idea what the drama was between irrelevant folks all in between. Let's be honest with you. These folks are irrelevant, and Says Bree is one of them. Who cares? I don't give a shit, man. Stop tagging me and shit and stop trying to get my attention or whatnot. Because what am I supposed to do for you in your life? I'm just an entertainer. I'm a content creator. I'm not your therapist. I am not your fucking husband or boyfriend. I am nobody, just as I say I am. I am a nobody, and I like it that way. I want to keep it that way. I don't matter. Think of it as a cult or something. Yeah, okay. Well, we're a bunch of nobodies. We don't care. That's what.
Yo, Morbid. I think I speak for a lot of the chat, and I know I speak for everyone on panel when I say that we all got your back, brother.
I don't even care about, honestly, I appreciate that, but honestly, I really don't care. I really don't. I mean, I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I don't mean to come off as a dick, but I don't care, man. Because as soon as I click off this live stream, it's over. I don't think about it twice. It's annoying that I get like certain bits and pieces from idiots. Not idiots, but, you know, about idiots that I've never spoke to in my life. I never spoke to Emma. I never spoke to fucking Jesse Ray. I don't know who these people are, really. Except the fact that they come on the internet or on the panel, and that's it. I don't care. Like, leave me alone, dude. Like, go and do your thing and go, you know, Like, all I remember from these folks are they talked a lot of shit about the people that they want to be friends with, which doesn't make any sense to me, to be honest with you. But you know what? To each their own. I've seen this multiple times over the past decade. So I'm not surprised. No. So anyhow, look at this horse shit here. And this is what I have to get from Dreamy. She's the spokesperson. For some reason. She always has to unblock me to message me. And I'm wasting time here because I got to cover some Johnny Somali, which I'm going to get to. Because everybody, we made the goal. I don't know if Starlight's here or not. Starlight, just let us know when you're
There
back.
she is. She said something in the back chat about Andrew.
All right, let me go ahead and show you this fucking dumbass screenshot.
How bad off do you have to be for Dreamer to be your mouthpiece?
I don't know.
But,
Even Dreamer's
like
sick
I
and
said,
tired.
according to Emma, she did not ask Dreamer to message you in any way, shape,
Well,
or form.
here
That
it
is
is
what
right
she
here.
told
Hope
me.
you're all happy. Your is spelled incorrectly. I don't know why Emma asked me to let people know, but she did. Well, there it is right there. So, whatever. I don't care. You and Fancy bullied her off TikTok. What? I have no interaction with this individual. I don't even know what the fuck is happening. And then Fancy? What did Fancy do? Try to help her out at one point, and it didn't work out, so now you're going to talk shit about her and going to record her. It's stupid. Very dumb. Immature. She deactivated her TikTok account. Okay, good. I'm not on TikTok. I don't give a fuck, man. So stop fucking coming to me about this information. But Dreamy has a big mouth. She didn't go into detail. Only messaged me that she deactivate her TikTok and asked me to let people know. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for letting us know that someone that I don't even know came up on panel a couple times in the beginning in May, maybe. Well, thanks for letting us know. What do you want me to do with that information? So I said, well, maybe you, Bree, and her panel need to do some real soul searching. And there's the truth. It's time to act like adults and focus on your real lives, because too much internet every day is not healthy, Dreamer. Good luck. I thought she would leave me alone, but no. She goes on. You're the one spelling your incorrectly. You're the one need to do soul searching, bully a 20-year-old. Dude, I don't even fucking have any interaction with this person. You do, because you go up in her TikTok or whatever and you try to gaslight and whatever. It's really dumb and we don't care. And I'm not going to talk about this anymore after today, because that's how much it means to me. Although mostly it was Fancy. So Fancy was bullying you, really? That's not true, because we know the reality is you called her out first. You put out a private conversation between the two of you. Shame on you. Just because you're 20 and, we got a 19-year-old in here in Injustice, and he is even more mature than you're 20 years of age. All right. So I don't know what she's talking about or he's talking about here. And this is what I say. I say, I never spoke with Emma outside of this panel or these panels, these live panels, which is true. I don't know this person. I am not on any TikTok lives, which is mostly true. I am not. You don't see me in the chat talking. I just don't do that because TikTok's not really my thing right now. This is all on you, Dreamy. You act like you're anti-bullying, which is a good thing. It is. But the fact is, you are exactly what you claim you're against. You're a bully. That's who you are, Dream. I know this knowledge I'm sharing with you will fly over your head, and you will come up with excuses. However, I recommend therapy and possible deep soul searching. Again, good luck, because it's a journey you most likely will not take. which is probably true. Thus, I see why you would be supportive of a premeditated first-degree elimination of one's own mother. In Gypsy Rose. Makes sense? Anyhow, please keep me unblocked. Please. Because I am really not interested in you unblocking me to send me irrelevant messages that add zero value to life. Thank you so much, and good luck with your future endeavors. Moving on to the next post here. Here it is right here. Dreamer says this. You bully on your YouTube every week. No, you correct. You did not message her. Oh, thank you. So, yeah, I didn't message her. But gaslighted her on your live. Okay. As if Dreamer knows what gas or lighted means separately. But honestly, I don't even know what she's talking about here. Is there anything else? Let me see if there's another range. Yep. And no idea why she asked me to get word out. So there it is. She asked these minions to get the word out of what exactly? Because I don't care. I don't know who you are. I don't want to know who you are. I was nice to you at one point. Your boyfriend got a little jelly for some reason. That's not my fault. That's your fault. And you got to deal with that. And trust me, if you join that other side, that side that will lead you into darkness, couch destroyers, they will send you dick pics all day long and they would not care. And I don't think your boyfriend would be too happy about that. So join that group and figure out and find out yourself. Because that's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead. I don't bully, just call people out for misinformation or bullying. Heard or rumors going around that you and Nicole now a couple. Congrats. So clearly Dreamer knows nothing. Starlight, were you here or are you here?
Yes, I'm back.
So
I'm
what's going on?
exhausted. Nothing.
Go to bed.
Nothing. A bunch of crying and yeah,
Let
a
me
bunch
call.
of crying.
Should I call him? Does he want to? This is his last
Go
time.
for it. I heard every story in the book.
Let me call his ass. Hold on. Because I am not going to entertain him.
Do you think you can get him to come up?
I'm not going to entertain him any longer.
Tell him to get himself some help because he needs help.
This is the last time I'm going to entertain this shit.
Please leave your message.
All right, so that's it. Done. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. I don't want to ever entertain this ever again. You're gone, buddy. We don't care. No one gives a shit.
No, he's mentally draining.
Dude, I would block him immediately.
Yeah.
Don't have him. Yeah. So done. Oh, here he is. Let me talk to him on my own. Hold on one second. Is this you, Andrew?
Oh, no.
Andrew, is this you? Are you crying tonight? What's going on, Andrew? Hurry up, dude. You got 10 seconds, and I'm done. You farting? You shitting on your toilet? Hurry up, dude. 10. 9. I want something audible. 8. 7. Hurry up, Moscow. Wasako. Oh, he left. All right. So what a douche. Dumbass. That's your last chance, bro. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. Go to Bree. She'll feed you with her breast milk.
She'll help blend them into a gypsyite like the rest of them.
He was on here though. Anyhow, folks, you know what? I got to close this show out. I appreciate you, Becca. When is the meeting? Is it Thursday or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
so-
good.
all
You're
right.
good.
All right. I'll have to look at the details on that. I'm going to try to make it. I can't guarantee.
Yeah,
But I will try.
I got it. I got it.
All right.
Yeah,
So
we'll send you the link.
okay. Everybody else good? Everybody?
Yeah.
Time for bed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
I got to do
Good
mine.
night,
Yeah.
everyone.
Good
Good
night.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. I
night.
appreciate it. Have a
Night,
good
night,
one.
everybody.
All right, see y'all.
Good
Peace
night,
and love. Peace and
everybody.
love. There we go.
Good night.
There it is.
Good night, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Good night. Look at who's left. Look at Nicole fell asleep. I'm going to kick her ass out, though. Goodbye. Goodbye. All right, folks. You know what? We made our goal 50-50, so I'm going to have to cover Johnny Somalia. When we return, I didn't do a whole lot of research here, but we'll cover as much as we possibly can with Johnny Somalia. I'm going to take a quick break and we shall reconvene. Johnny Somalia coming up. The guy, the troll, who has really run amok in Asia and different countries that are very polite. So, again, this was the last night for you, Andrew. We don't care about you, bro. You're done. We don't give a shit, bro. And if you see him in chat, block his ass. Apradissimo, because that's how much we care, dude. That's how insignificant you are at this point. Shame on you for the dirty work that you did. And you know what? You can go cry. Go cry to the corner where 30 people live on TikTok. Nobody cares. And trust me, when we get on TikTok, we're going to make some big noise. Bigger than we have on YouTube. I'll be right back, and we're going to be talking about Johnny Somali. All right. How's everybody doing? We're doing okay here. Now we're going to be a little bit more intimate. We don't have to deal with the horse shit. Look, I don't hate Emma or Jessie Ray, so, mind your cues. I don't care about apologies. I don't want apologies. I don't need it. Just move on with your lives, and I'll move on with mine. We'll all move on with our lives. We're just a bunch of nobodies. We really don't care. I don't care who you fucking mingle with. It doesn't matter to me. And it doesn't matter to anybody. Because we got shit to take care of. And you know what? We had a goal. 50 people needed to donate $5 to talk about Johnny Somali. Man, I wanted to talk about some other things too in true crime, and we're going to get to it. But tonight, let's cover this. This is what we paid for. This is what we're going to do right now. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for the panelists that came up. I appreciate them. I'm very grateful to everything that they've done. Let me see. I'm going to move into this here. Just want to make sure I have certain things here. And I'm going to show something real quick. I'm going to show you how much I don't care, because I used to care, but I don't care anymore. And we're going to go to the screen right here. Dreamcraft Corner. Because I never blocked Dreamer. And I'm going to do it tonight, because from now on, you can never message me again It's just never going to happen. It's over. You had your chance. You had your 15 minutes, but you're going to go to the wayside because I don't care what you have to say moving forward. I've said enough about you. And I really don't give a fuck about anything in regards to you moving forward. There's nothing you can offer now. You had an opportunity to be something, but you chose otherwise, and you chose to be irrelevant. And I don't like to mix up with people that are irrelevant. Sorry, but enjoy your life. I wish you the best. And here it is right now. Here we go. I wish I had a drum roll. Do I have something?
Oh my.
No?
Oh, you've got a beautiful cock.
Oh my.
Tickle my tits.
Block. Dream. Craft Corner. See you later. Peace and love. Peace and motherfucking love. I no longer want to hear from you, and you're gone. And I'm not even on TikTok, but you're gone. So I thought we'd do that together because I thought that would be amazing. And it was. All right, let's get to Johnny Somali. Here's a story on Mr. Johnny Somali. Woo, where do we start with this boy? Let me give you a little background on Johnny Somali. Johnny Somali. His name's Ramzi Khalid Ishmael. He was born September 26, 2000, which makes him 24 years of age. He's an American live streamer known for provocative behavior while he travels overseas, and he targets countries, especially Asian countries. And I know a lot of people don't give a shit about Asians. I know because I'm an Asian myself, mixed. But I understand racism. I understand we're on the very low totem pole because we just take it up the ass. You know, we don't have the NAACP and all that, which I'm so proud. I mean, I'm so happy that Black people actually have a group that protect their own. I wish we would have the same sort of thing, but we don't. That's just the reality. But in fact, that goes all across the board. In America or the world, it's always black against white, right? It's always like black people against white people. But, you know, you never really mix. Occasionally, you get like the Latinos, you know, and then Asians maybe, and so on and so forth. But it's really black and white. We see things black and white in this country all across the world. But this guy, John Somali over here, comes from America. I believe he's from Arizona. And he got banned on Twitch initially. And then he began streaming on Kick and Rumble. We know these type of streamers like Natasha Cooper. She started off on YouTube, got banned. She got banned off YouTube. She can never be on YouTube anymore. That's why you see her on Rumble and Kick and on TikTok, and she gets banned on TikTok, and then she comes back on TikTok, and then she gets banned on PayPal. These are disgusting individuals. You know, they do this for money, clout. Anyhow, he decided to go to South Korea. My dad was born in South Korea, Daegu. My mom was born in North Korea. My grandparents were born in Japan and China. So essentially, we're Somalians. I don't know. We're just a mix of Hawaiian people, I guess. I don't know. But the point is, my dad is from South, and so I'm very proud of how South Korea has handled this douchebag idiot. And this is how you handle trolls. And so I'm very proud because the other countries failed. Israel failed. Japan failed. He went there and he ran them. I mean, go look at the videos he has done to the Japanese people and Israel. And then he thought he could get away with it in South Korea. But no. Just recently, even yesterday or today, we have news about him in regards to what he has tried to do in South Korea. So he's from Ethiopian descent, his mother and father. His father's from Somalia and his mother's from Ethiopia, just to give you a background. He grew up in Scottsdale, Arizona. He actually graduated from college, Arizona State University, with a bachelor's degree of science in finance. And this was back in May of 2021. He streams himself on different platforms such as YouTube, Kick, as some sort of tourist traveling in different countries. He started in Japan, Thailand, as I mentioned, Israel. He began streaming in May of 2023, which is not too long ago. Then he got banned from Twitch. He moved to Kick before receiving temporary suspensions from Kick. And then he was banned on Kick in May 2024, which we started covering Gypsy Rose, just to give you some perspective here in May. This is when this channel was really born. So he went to Kick and he started streaming. And he tried to persuade Twitch into unbanning him, which he was unsuccessful at. And currently he's streaming on Rumble. So he went to Japan, and that's kind of where it all started. And he was kind of like the anti-Japanese, sort of taunting and, racial sort of things against the locals in Japan, which included comments about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I mean, these are really terrible things that happened to the history of this country, and he's making fun of them to their faces and threatened to bomb Japan with nuclear weapons on a train. He assaulted and called racial slurs to the locals, who started to recognize him in the public. And these are all documented. You could probably go down the rabbit hole if you wanted to on YouTube tonight. In one incident, he was confronted by an American man for his actions, his disgusting actions, like Dreamer. Because Dreamer is a racist and a pathetic loser that actually steals pain medication from her own mom. And he claimed to have been drunk, this guy. And then he apologized to the guy. And then he started harassing like this Japanese Twitch streamer and so on and so forth. And in June 2023, Johnny Somali, he went to Tokyo Disney Resort. He started to play music and lyrics containing the phrase atomic bomb to the Japanese people. Hiroshima, we talk about Nagasaki, against their history that would trigger them. And just a lot of shit that he did was really against the culture of the countries that he was at. And he only did this because of the fact that he knew that he would not get in trouble due to the fact that he was in a country that wasn't really going to do much. Now, if you do that shit in America, even in Canada or Mexico, you'd be pretty much in prison. But he knew that that was not going to happen in these Asian countries that really allowed a lot of things to happen. So he was exposing some of these Asian cultures of how nice they are, which is really sad because you're exposing a country for being nice to their citizens and respectful, only to point out the most heinous things in their history, which is really gross. But that's what he did for clout and money. Now, he moves on in 2024. In March, just recently, he went to Israel. He did serve time in Japan for in prison. He because of a lot of the stuff that he's done over there. He started putting the Chinese virus during COVID on his phone and making fun of the Asian culture while he was in Japan and so on and so forth. I mean, it was unlimited trolling from this guy against an entire country. And so, but Japan had enough, and they literally just kicked his ass out. They could have kept him there for a long time, but they said, nah, we don't want him. Let's just get rid of him. He can never come to our country again. It's like, let him be someone else's problem. Then he decides, well, where else can I go? So he goes to Israel, Tel Aviv. And he gets into altercations with some local Arabs and Jewish people over there. He got confronted, beaten up, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't care. It's all about money. It's all about, clout. And so he did that, and he was actually arrested in Israel, Jerusalem, to be exact, for about, 50 days or so. And then in 2024 of April, he was detained at a protest in Tel Aviv for sexual harassment of a female police officer because he thought that was funny, let's go ahead and harass a female police officer. And he was only arrested for 16 minutes before they allowed him to go free. And Johnny Somali, he goes live to troll on the same day, 16 minutes after his release. And he was talking about a mass shooting in a restaurant, trying to create havoc for this country. And then he excused his actions for being an American citizen. He blamed being an American. He's supposed to represent America. And he's saying, well, I'm doing this because I'm an American. I could do whatever the hell I want. That's why a lot of people don't like Americans. You could only imagine with this type of mentality and immature behavior. And this kind of coincides with douchebags like Sesbury and Boston, the racist. And there's no joke there because she likes to say Boston likes to say she's an American and go back to your country like she asked me to because I'm an Asian or a mixed breed. She would say that. And I would say, well, my dad served as a sergeant in the U.S. military, fought for your freedoms to vote. And I'm sure you didn't vote, you meth head, Boston. You were never married. You don't have children. You don't have a family, and you're not a grandma, and you're proud of that. Yet my dad, he actually served 8 years in the military and fought in a war, one of the most intense, disgusting wars of all time in the Vietnam War as a sergeant of the U.S. military, which happened to be, I was born in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, because maybe I'm a military brat. And now my son, who's 18 years of age, has joined the Army just like his grandfather did to serve for your right to vote and your right to have democracy. And what have you done, Boston? But laugh at that because that's who you are. You like to make zoo jokes, but that's who you are. You're pathetic and you're a loser. and no one knows who you are, but I'm talking about you right now. Prove to us that you're an actual patriot of this country. You can scream and say, oh, I'm a Trump supporter or whatnot. I don't even know who you support. But it's all horseshit because of the fact that you spit in the faces of those who have put their lives on the line for you to be where you're at. And you're welcome for your freedom from my family to yours. On April 2024, April 7th, I talked about Johnny Somali being released only 16 minutes later after he sexually harassed a female police officer in Tel Aviv in Israel. Only to go live to say that there was a mass shooting at a restaurant, to be a troll, and to blame to make excuses that he's acting this way because he's an American citizen. And then on May 19th, 2024, Johnny Somali was assaulted in Israel after being accused of snitching, which they do, these type of trolls, because they're cowards. And one of the men was seen holding an item, possibly a weapon, but Johnny Somali was not assaulted with it. And he decides, because he's such a coward, because he knew his time was up in Israel, to come to South Korea, where my father was born, on March 10th, 2024. So we're moving on to this, and we're going to hear a little bit. Well, we're going to hear a lot of it from this YouTuber, and his name. There's a lot of YouTubers that actually cover this, and this is a good one. That Atozy, I believe, and he's got over 1.5 million subscribers and doing just fine. But let's check this out. I think he has a good summary of what has happened since he came to South Korea, my father's homeland.
This IRL streamer is now reportedly facing up to 29 years in prison and has just had his passport removed by the Korean police, as they're currently investigating him for a whole laundry list of felonies. And this is all after the Korean public was essentially hunting him for sport for a whole week. So it's safe to say this moron of an IRL streamer that we've been covering for a little bit over a year heavily regrets bringing his clown show to Korea. The whole reason this guy is known is he essentially goes to countries.
Again, I'm so proud of my native, my father's country that he was born in, because we don't fuck around, man. South Korea is known for trends, BTS being a boys group and, very popular in America, all across the world, BTS. A lot of these groups fashion, and we set these trends, and I'm so proud because of the fact that they set a trend in even handling these type of idiots and trolls, unlike Japan. And I love Japanese people. I do. Yes, we have our history as far as Koreans and Japanese, but that's the past. It's not the future. It's not the present. But they handled it a different way. They said, well, let's get rid of this idiot Johnny Somali, when they could have put him in prison for quite a long time. But they said, no, we don't want to handle it. Let another country deal with it. Israel, the same. He goes there, and they said, let's just put him in prison for 16 minutes. Let's just let him loose. And then he goes to South Korea. And yes, we're known to be very, very respectful. So if you come to South Korea, you're going to be treated just as you treat them. If you're going to treat them with respect, they're going to treat you 100 times fold with respect until you cross the line. And this is what happens.
They're famous for being extremely high trust societies. So in return, they are tolerant and nice to his antics. He then tries to push the boundaries as far as he can, thinking that he'll get away with basically anything. So he plays this game of being an absolute burden to society until the police show up and suddenly he didn't do anything wrong. And if they even try to give him the slightest amount of punishment, he cries about how unfair they are towards him. We've seen him test the limit.
Sounds like Andrew. He cries.
It's in both Japan and Israel, and both places he ended up finding out and fleeing countries. In Japan, he was beat up multiple times and ended up spending a little bit over 3 months in jail. And in Israel, he was detained by police and followed around by them for the most of his stay, until he decided to flee before he was arrested for a longer period of time. Over the past few weeks, though, he decided to go to Korea, and this has all happened again. But the big difference between Korea and the other countries is he was way more reckless and disrespectful simply because I guess he thought he could get away with it there. Unfortunately for the streamer, though, this was absolutely not the case, because just looking at the whole laundry list of felonies he's facing, he could actually be going away for up to 29 years if the judge really decides to put their foot down on him. And I mean, hey, if they don't, he's made it extremely clear that he will just continue this behavior.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it, bro.
So here's Johnny Somali here. If you've never seen him, you might go down a huge rabbit hole. But here's the crazy thing. Well, I guess it's not that crazy. As stupid as he is, he's taken on an entire country to spit in the faces of the country. And we're going to get into it a little bit here because we'll see what he does to South Korea and their history. Well, how do you say fuck around and find out? You fucked around with the wrong country because we're not Japan. Sorry. I give respect to Japan, Israel, but you fuck with us, you know, where my dad was born. You're going to find out real quick. We cover for each other and we're going to make sure things are right, even though we're going to be respectful to you. And this is Johnny Somali, and this is how he acts in other countries for clout and coin.
Like, you're gonna come up to me, bro. Why are you being racist to other people in other countries? Why are you bullying people in other countries? For money, like, for clout. I've said it many times. I don't give a. I have no morals. I'm a sociopath. I don't give a at all. Like, period. Like, put this in your next YouTube documentary.
At least I could respect him more than I respect Gypsy Rose because he's actually honest about it. He's saying I'm a douchebag and an idiot for clout and money. And that's it. But let's go ahead and listen to this because things don't turn out too well for Johnny Somali recently. And this is just recent, by the way, that he's been in Korea, South Korea. So let's check it out.
I don't give a. Like, I care about nobody but my fucking self.
So as we covered in my last couple of videos on the situation of him in Korea, a lot has happened revolving him in Korea. To give a quick and shortened list to catch you up to speed, as soon as he arrived, he immediately started disrespecting the culture, which included harassing countless women, interrupting a concert by going on stage, buying a fish and intentionally leaving it out in the sun, and then walking around all day so it became absolutely disgusting. Then bringing it around and shoving it in people's faces on the public transportation for content. He was then throwing food and screaming inside of a 7-Eleven, and when an elder store clerk begged him to stop, he cursed her out, which is now one of the main things he actually got into trouble for. But the other large incident was him finding these comfort lady statues that exist for this reason. And
so we do have comfort lady statues in Korea. And this is a huge thing because it's the history behind it. It symbolizes victims of sexual slavery. And this is during the Japanese military during the World War II, the Great Divide of North Korea and South Korea. Japanese soldiers would rape, I guess. So would Russian soldiers, Koreans. So it's a huge sort of thing. And the Statue of Peace of is like a sacred sort of thing to the culture and community. I mean, for the entire country. So to do what he does, and you'll see what he does to these statues.
He decided to then go and grope them and pour baby oil all over them, then undressed himself and started dancing on them. It's just a sad and pathetic attempt for attention, but little did he know he would actually indirectly create this large community in Korea to literally hunt him for sport. But his first interaction after this situation that we covered with him and the police was fairly calm.
YouTube off. Why? 신고 들어왔어. 112 신고. I don't know. 끄라고. Gino, go. 끄라고요. Call somebody. I don't know English. English. What are you doing here? I didn't do anything. I'm in Hongdae. Didn't do anything. Stop.
Again, what a dick, because he's in a foreign country and he's saying, "Hey, speak English." You know, fuck him. You know. It's like someone coming to America and saying, hey, speak a language that you know nothing about. Speak Chinese, Mandarin, or Cantonese, fucker.
Stop recording. What? It's on black. What? No. I can put on my face. My face. No. My face.
Stop. Insulting anything. Anybody.
I never insulted anybody.
We saw that.
Saw what?
We always saw that.
Saw what?
On your YouTube.
I didn't do anything.
Yes. Yeah.
What's serious?
Very serious.
What is very serious?
Hey,
I can't show my face.
$5. Turn up your.
I go jail. Let's go jail. I go jail. Arrest. Cuff. Jail. I go jail. This is my protection.
Hey. This is Korea.
I understand. It's on video.
You speak Korean.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Go back to your country.
I can go whenever I want. I have freedom. I'm an American citizen. I have visa 90 days.
Well, that statement aged extremely poorly, as he's now had his passport taken away from him.
Can you tell me? Go.
Just go.
Just go.
Okay. That's okay.
What I do? No, you need to tell me what I do. What I do.
And again, a lot of Korean officers, they can't really like detain him or do something illegal. So they're like, all right, we're just going to let you go because what can we do? I mean, you're talking shit, blah, blah, blah. You're doing these vile things, but, you know, there's really nothing we could do. So, you know, they're collecting evidence as things go on. And this is where we're going to be at in present time.
Let's go.
Okay. That's okay.
What I do? No, you need to tell me what I do. What I do. Taka.
What he said, Taga, is like, everybody go. We're good. Everybody go. And he's making fun of that, but of course.
No, you need to tell me what I do. What I do. Taka.
Don't yelling to people.
I never yell to nobody.
That's all.
That should have been the biggest wake-up call that they're currently monitoring everything he's doing. But instead, his want for attention is just too great for him. He just can't resist it, so he just keeps on streaming. And this is around the time these Korean online communities start putting a bounty for finding this guy. At one point, they reportedly raised over 10 million won, which is over 7 grand in freedom money, for whoever that could knock him out. So people essentially started showing up while he was out streaming to tell the world where.
Now I'm so proud of the country because finally, people are just like, you know what? We had enough of this stupid idiot that we see on YouTube, because every country you have YouTube, right? And you have YouTubers and you have South Korean YouTubers, and they got sick of it. And everybody in the country were sick and tired of this guy doing these vile things against their nation. And they put a bounty on his head, literally. And they were not joking around. So this is what happens.
Where he was, and to report him to the police.
Crazy. Hi, hello. Huh? Me? Who are you? Yo, back up. Yo, what's up? Who are you?
Whoa.
What's up? Who are you? What you want?
What are you doing?
Yo, who are you? You're on camera.
I talk to you.
Police will come.
Because.
Police will come.
What are you doing? Turn off.
No.
No. What? No, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
What, this one?
This nigga like.
Bro, you're a stalker. What do you want? No, talk to my friend. Talk. No, talk.
So the police are there. Everybody's there, and that YouTuber is there. And then you saw Johnny Somali's like co-conspirator, the guy that's like there with him as a partner, which is very weird. Anyhow, look at what happens here. Look at what the YouTuber does in front of the police.
No, passport. Passport for what? Passport. Let's talk over here. Right here, relax. I'm right here. Chill out. No, I'm not. Talk to my Korean friend. Korean. Translate. I will give you, but translate. Bro, these niggas are retarded. Why don't you take his passport? Take his ID. Take his ID. Take his ID. My God, what is the problem? Dancer. Oh my God, they're recording it. This is crazy.
So clearly, they're building a case on him as more and more of the police are becoming aware of this guy. But he was let go yet again. Unfortunately for him, all the commotion basically announced exactly where he was. So, you know, the people who were hunting him for sport knew exactly where he was, and not too long after this interaction, he was sucker punched by a random dude.
We're gonna have trust me.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great night.
So here's his
Too long after this interaction, he was sucker punched by a random dude.
This idiot right here comes along, and you know, there's multiple idiots, and they have a Discord, and they all talk about these tactics. Very disgusting idiots.
Trust me.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great night.
Go to Johnny's stream. We're gonna have a good time.
Boom! You see that right there? He gets punched.
Sucker punched by a random dude.
We're gonna have a trust me.
Yeah, we're gonna have a great night.
Go to Johnny's stream.
Right here, you see the wind up.
Have a good time.
Whoa!
This guy has the most unfortunate things that happen to him right before he gets knocked out. In Japan, he was knocked out to the Mario coin sound effect, and his last words here were, "We're gonna have a great night," but then gets immediately obliterated. But hey, they then start chasing this guy.
Bring your ass back here, boy. The fuck is no problem, nigga?
It's on camera. It's on camera. It's on camera.
Four eyes, peak ass, bitch ass. Keep walking, pussy. Keep walking, pussy ass. Keep walking.
It's on camera. You better get your phone. Yo, give him his phone. Give him his phone. Give him his phone.
Right. Okay. So to give you guys some context on why the Korean people are also upset with Gino is, one, he's Johnny's accomplice. Two, he had a viral clip where he was verbally harassing a bunch of Korean women for his own content.
Damn, you look so mad.
So this is Johnny Somali's friend, Gino, and he's doing the same thing for money and clout to mess with an entire country.
Emo bitch. Fuck you, bitch. You got an attitude. What's wrong with you?
Again, if you did this in America, you'd go to jail. It'd be over. But they know that when you go to an Asian country or a country that's a little bit laxed in all of that, and they're very respectful and they don't really try to cause any issues, well, they're exploiting that.
Why you starting shit for? You. I ain't even got no problems with you. Yeah, move along. Move along, dirty bitch, or dirty emo bitch. Get the fuck out of here, you stank ass pussy. Your pussy look like roast beef. Stank ass sashimi pussy bitch. Get the fuck out of here. And then I put the camera at her face and then she got mad. Oh, fuck you. There she goes, the dumbass emo bitch. Something like that. Oh, you better move along, bitch. Fuck you. You stink pussy, sashimi pussy. I bet your pussy smell like fish. It stink.
Yeah, these guys are parasites and they deserve everything that's coming for them. But these guys weren't also expecting this kind of reaction, because that's why they go to Japan and Korea, because it seems like their goal is to exploit how nice the people are there. So you can see a clear shift in their behavior when they start to realize, oh, we're actually being hunted, because only 2 days later, this happens to them again.
So now the hunt is on. You have other Korean YouTubers coming on board for the hunt, because it's a hunt. And this is what happens.
What's up?
So the disrespectful streamer, Johnny, he then called the police on the guys who attacked him. But instead, the police interrogated, searched, and drug tested him. And unfortunately for Johnny, he allegedly tested positive for THC. Here in the US, that is literally no big deal at all, because it's recreational in most states. But in Korea, that's bad news, as they have a zero drug policy like many other Asian countries. So I get that he's not bright, but you have to be a serious moron for him to essentially taunt the police for a living, but also smoke pot in a country that will throw you in prison for 5 years over it. Who in their right mind would ever do that? Like, you would think
Johnny Somali would. So 5 years for recreational marijuana. Yeah, that's not cool. But it is cool, because the time's going to add up.
I think it would be in your best interest to minimize the ways they could ruin your life, but apparently not, because he doesn't care. He just wants to crash out in the most entertaining way possible for his viewers, because that's how he makes money. And to add salt to his wounds, YouTube banned him on both of his channels. So now he's banned on Twitch.
Isn't it unbelievable that it took a while for YouTube to ban his ass? And then these other social media companies to ban his ass. And then you have TikTok over here that will take down anything Gypsy Rose, because I don't even know. I mean, you could talk nice about Gypsy and you get videos reported and mass flag, but this guy can harass an entire country, yet he could be on the platform for a while, and then they decide to ban him when it gets a little bit too much.
Kick and YouTube, leaving him with Rumble until they ban him over there as well. It's just baffling how dumb and naive you can act. And then to add to that, because he is really going for the Hall of Fame of morons here, he apparently deepfaked videos of himself and a popular Korean creator making out, also allegedly claiming that she is his girlfriend, which is also illegal in Korea and can be penalized with up to 7 years in prison for the deepfaking incident. Now, on top of that,
so we got 5 years, 7 years, 5 years for the weed, and 7 years for pretending like some celebrity, in this case, a YouTube creator, female, is his girlfriend. So that's 7 plus 5. That would be 12 years.
She's also suing him for this as well, allegedly. So now you also have Korean state media reporting on his antics as well.
Johnny Somali came to Korea with the obvious intention of making clickbait videos to promote his provocative channel. However, the table seems to have turned, as he is now being used to help Korean online streamers generate views. After videos of Koreans, including one streamer, assaulting Somali went viral, many Korean YouTubers are seeking out the American in the hopes of causing an altercation so they can either stream or even incite the scuffle. Within South Korea, Johnny Somali is known as a Golden Goblin, a gamer reference to a creature whose perk is when you kill them, you get rewards and loot. While many here think that confronting Somali and exacting retribution is karma and can be seen as dispensing justice, others are questioning whether it is right for people to take matters into their own hands on behalf of local police for failing to deal with Somali's anti-social.
Yeah, because like the thing is, you really want the police to deal with this because you don't want to crash out or ruin your own life based on a moron. Like, he's not worth that. You just want the police to handle it. Obviously, makes for entertaining content, but still, he's not worth ruining your life over.
Behavior. Amidst this moral...
By the way, what's beautiful about Korea, South Korea specifically, is unlike America, you know, where you want to expose people for being a vigilante or things of that nature, the media in South Korea, they protect their own. They censor their faces of the people that are actually attacking Johnny Somali instead of broadcasting it to the entire world. They protect them because they believe that is how it should be. And that's another thing to be proud of. You go to some other countries and they don't do that. But we all look out for our own, especially when our country is being attacked, you know, under something so disgusting. And that's something I'm really proud of, to be have my country, where my father comes from, was born, to do that in these situations, and they won't let go. They're going to continue to do it, just like it's a bounty or some goddamn Pokemon game, as you saw the goblin with the points. You know, we're not going to put up with that.
Debate, a new report regarding Somali has generated attention. During one of his live streams, Somali...
Right, there you have this as well.
...a YouTuber, claiming she is his girlfriend. However, some viewers raised questions that look unnatural and speculated that it was created using deepfake AI. Such suspicions seem to have been justified when the original video of the female streamer had no kissing scenes. Angered viewers informed the female YouTuber to sue Somali, and supposedly she will take legal action against the American.
I just talked to the police officers, checked the news, and asked me if I was the person in Johnny's videos. They said they will move forward with the case as soon as possible. Oh, he is actually cooked.
Under South Korea's sexual violence protection law, a person who makes and or disseminates AI and deepfake videos can face upwards of up to 7 years in prison or be fined $36,000. With Somali now banned from leaving Korea and with charges leveled against the American, the future of the infamous prankster seems uncertain, and he may be thinking to himself that this time he bit off more than he could chew.
What a Hall of Fame moron. Will he go down as the dumbest streamer ever? Probably. So, with all of this going down, what did Johnny and his viewers try to do to avoid consequences? Well, they made this plot to flee the country.
Do not fly out of fucking Seoul, okay?
So check this out. Johnny Somali is right there. Junie, play on words for Jews. Junie Somali. And then he got these other idiots in his Discord. That's how terrible society is now, using online tactics like this. Try to get him out of a crunch of how you can get out of a country after they took away your passport. Yeah, it's not going to happen, bro. You ain't leaving anywhere. You're stuck, and you're going to be serving quite a long time, and that hammer is going to come down very quickly.
Well, they made this plot to flee the country.
Do not fly out of fucking Seoul, okay? If you're going to leave, take a cab from your hotel, literally.
Dude, you're already on a list. Like, there's no way out.
Go somewhere out of the city to like a train area. Then take the train to either Jeju or Busan.
and catch a flight out of there.
Jeju's an island. There's no train that goes to Jeju.
Nobody.
Surely catching a cab straight to like the international airport would be pretty safe.
So you got fucking morons giving advice to other morons on a Discord.
Like I can't imagine. Like, what do you think's gonna happen there?
I don't think. No way. At Incheon, no one's gonna attack you at the airport.
No, dude. Man,
No, the police will just not let you leave.
I would catch it then if you're gonna leave out of Incheon, but definitely catch a cab, bro. Don't get on the fucking train.
Yeah, the train or the fucking bus. No,
Absolutely not. Call like an Uber or a cab. Yeah, and then once you get to take an evening flight, take a flight that leaves late.
At 11, yeah, like 11 p.m. some shit like that, midnight, 1 a.m.
Absolutely. Yep, where nobody's gonna know. And then what you do is you go live when you get to a new country.
You have to go through border control. They're going to stop you. They're investigating you.
These idiots on his Discord server are literally trying to, I don't know, solve an issue where you can avoid an entire country and their rules, especially when you don't have a passport. I don't think it's going to work too well.
What? Unfortunately for him, like, Korea is a peninsula. Like, the only way out is going through North Korea. That's not.
Yeah, they should go to North Korea. That's probably your best bet. Holy shit, if they're in North Korea, man, it'd be over in like 5 seconds.
Not really the place you want to go to. Oh, man. So this guy.
You'd be in a concentration camp so quickly. Same with me. If I went to North Korea right now, just as a trader, they wouldn't care. They would probably put me in a concentration camp because I have family members that were stuck there in the 40s. They don't give a shit. I mean, look at the Americans that died over there in concentration camps. They would not deal with this at all. They would put them in concentration camps very quickly.
I was saying, like, hey, you should go to what? Jeju? Wait, can you even take the train? That's an island, huh? Wait a second. Train from Seoul to Jeju. Yeah, no, there's no train that goes to Jeju. He would have to take a ferry. But still, there's no way he's going to get onto a ferry undetected. Like, he's not going to sneak onto it Metal Gear Solid style in a box. Dude, he is cooked here.
And then rinse and repeat. But do not, like, I would get the fuck out of
because there's no clout more to get in Korea. Like, it's over. Like, it's peace. Yeah, like, the only thing I can do is I go and do like go do a terrorist attack. Like, there's no way to get more from here.
Just about.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I mean, you can't say a dumber statement.
Yeah, terrorist attack. Yeah, that's going to help you out there, Johnny.
Today, because you can just drag it on for like 5 hours. Like, just sit
in my room.
Yeah.
I desktop stream. I guess I never done it before. I've never really done that,
but just like
bro, it's a little too late for the desktop streams.
But I guess like YouTube, you don't want to lose your channel either, so you can't be like too.
That's gone.
Video, I guess, but
I might show some of those comfort woman memes. I'll show some of those comfort woman memes.
And you can hear the defeat in Junie Somali's voice because he's usually all upbeat when he was in Japan because Japan wouldn't do anything about it. Israel, same thing. He almost got fucked in Israel. And then when he comes to South Korea, look, he's so defeated because there's no other options. He understands he's pretty fucked. And now he's depending on his Discord server to help him out as if they're giving him good advice. Take a train to an island.
They put in this Discord. I'll write Joel's someone needs to DM me Joel's address. In the DM.
Well, you'll get banned for doxing.
Oh, I can't show address?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, you will get banned for doxing.
Dude, it's baffling you didn't even know.
It's funny how trolls care about doxing. I mean, dude, you're fucking with an entire country. That's probably the least of your worry. I'd probably go with the doxing route than, you losing your passport and probably serving 29 years in prison.
That. Good job, dude. What is slightly entertaining to hear is the defeat in his voice. There's nothing more he can do that will actually benefit him more than hurt him, which is exactly how it's supposed to be for this type of streamer. You shouldn't be able to harass and use random people on the street for your own content for profit. It's just a low-life way of making a living because not only is he being a net negative to society, but he's also inspiring other dumbasses to go be like him. But while they're plotting to leave, the Korean internet community is still hunting him for sport.
Johnny!
I love this. Johnny, come out.
Korean internet community is still hunting him for sport.
Johnny 어딨어?
And this prompted Johnny to make a response video to this.
Hello.
the Korean.
And look at this dickhead. This dickhead is so smart. I mean, look at him. Watch what he says.
Public, the Korean people, everybody chan, let's drink, okay, chan, 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 chan. And as you can see, yes, I am still in Korea. As you can see, the Hanguk.
And of course, that's a Japanese beer. So he's rubbing it in more to the Korean culture of rubbing that in. And he knows exactly what he's doing.
Hanguk, 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 Hanguk. I love Korea. And try to find me. I dare you. You never will. So good luck. That's all I want to say to you guys. And I need to address the Korean media. I want to address JTBC News for defamation against me. Today, JTBC News said that I was guilty of 2 different assault cases. That is not true. I love the Korean police. I respect the Korean police. They've treated me very greatly, and I am complying and working with the Korean police in whatever investigations they have.
Yeah, he's not guilty yet. He's being investigated for all these charges. So at least he is right there. But him saying, oh, come find me, that aged extremely poorly.
I am not guilty of assault. Yoon Suk-ul, I love you. I love you. I love you. Chan, Chan. You guys only saw me dancing with the statue. And honestly, if I could take it back, I won't. How about that? I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. If you want me to apologize and bow down on my knees and apologize,
Dude, this is gonna go so poorly for him in court.
You're gonna kill me? You're gonna kill me for dancing with a metal fucking bronze statue? Get fucking over.
It's like someone from a foreign country dancing on our statues over in Washington, D.C. that, you know, Korean War or whatever, and 9/11 being one, and making a mockery out of it. Memorials, absolutely. So it's not something you want to, and trust me, you know, you don't want to piss an entire country off.
For it.
Because whether you're a liberal, Democrat, Republican, or extreme right wing, we're all going to be on the same page.
That's what I need to say. You think I'm going to sit here and make a fake apology? And if you think I'm going to sit here and like cry about it and make a nonsense.
This dude is literally his own worst nightmare. Like, he just made everything so much easier for prosecutors to really put their foot down on him. Oh man, dude. But yeah, you know his statement of, yeah, try to find me. Well, they found him in less than 24 hours in the most Andrew Tate possible way, because they used a pizza box to find him. Because apparently there was only one 24-hour pizza place that was open around the area that he was. And honestly, I'm extremely...
Isn't that brilliant? That's what people do, man. These web sleuths, and you know, they find out. And you're going to mess up. You're going to slip up. And the hunt is on for Johnny Somali.
Extremely impressed with how quickly they found this guy. I mean, just watching this whole situation, you're just like, yeah, this is just the biggest reminder to just treat everyone with respect, and you won't get the Johnny Somali treatment in Korea. It's fairly easy to just walk around and treat people as you want to be treated yourself. He doesn't get that though. But as I said, he was found very quickly and got knocked out again. I mean, he still has the bandage on his eye from the first time he got knocked out after this.
Don't touch my shoe. Don't touch me, nigga. Yes, sir.
So the person in the back is asking, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going, Johnny?
You guys following me crazy? What you got? What you mean? What you got?
And I think he's a YouTuber, Korean YouTuber. And he's just asking him, hey, where are you going, Johnny? I found you. Where are you going, buddy?
You guys following me crazy? What you got? What you got? What you mean? What you got? What you got? What you got? Yo.
He said she-bar. Motherfucker. That's what he said.
Yo.
Oh, he did that right in front of a bunch of police officers. So here's the aftermath of that
So you see the police officers actually there. YouTuber doesn't care. Police officers don't care. They allowed it to happen.
Oh, he did that right in front of a bunch of police officers. So here's the aftermath of that situation. So he was knocked to the ground. Oh yeah, he's really dizzy from this.
And there's the YouTuber right there. He's being handcuffed. Well, in quotes, handcuffed. You probably let him go.
So remember that guy, because the guy that knocked him out becomes slightly important later on. Because apparently he's a streamer and content creator in Korea, also a veteran. And the Korean community also bailed him out and put him in a 5-star hotel for his service that he just did for his country.
And he's a veteran, meaning, you know, a lot of, well, all boys have to join the military. So it's almost like a country you don't want to fuck with because they have military training from being 18. You know, you have to serve the military. You're forced to. You don't have a choice. You know, and you know, I've had cousins actually migrate to America to avoid being in the military. You know, so yeah, I mean, you're messing with people in a country that has to serve the military. You have no choice but to as a boy.
Really important later on, because apparently he's a streamer and content creator in Korea, also a veteran. And the Korean community also bailed him out and put him in a 5-star hotel for his service that he just did for his country.
But dude, look at him living the high life, this YouTuber.
And put him in a 5-star.
Because The Hunt is on. It's like The Hunted or The Hunt, the movie. The entire country like poured money into him to live
hotel for his service that he just did for his country.
Look at this. You know, and he's like, yeah, baby, look at this. Look at that's how you get treated. Because you're a hero now.
But just to make things even worse for him, remember the 7-Eleven incident?
To say you should never have been.
And look at this douchebag. He goes into a Korean 7-Eleven. By the way, look at how beautiful that Korean 7-Eleven is, isn't it? That's a beautiful, I mean, have you seen a 7-Eleven in America that looks like that? Probably not. But this guy's such a jerk. He's eating ramen, right? And he's just being a fool, pouring this shit. You know, there are business owners, small business owners, you know, mother, father, just trying to make ends meet. And this guy's doing this shit, and look at his actions. Throwing shit out in the 7-Eleven, because in the 7-Eleven they have like, okay, you can eat here, you could drink here. Look, he has soju there, vodka, Korean vodka. There's ice water there. I mean, you could do, you know, like here, you know, like this is for you customers, and he's just throwing shit out there. And right there is the one of the owners, the females, right there, older lady, just asking, hey, can you please can you leave? And he's yelling at her and so on and so forth.
He's now being charged for obstruction of business for that stunt. So Gino, who many of you guys remember as
thanks JK with the 5 memberships. That's Korean sister. She knows what's up with South Korea. We don't fuck around with
the person who snitched on him in Japan. He fled the country and is now safe back in Arizona, where both of these guys were originally from.
So the douchebag friend Gino, he had enough. He's like, fuck this, man. And so he's back in Arizona. He's back in America as of October 31st. So he's here amongst all of us. His friend that was there with him in South Korea doing these acts, and we saw him, and he's here.
From a bunch of Korean streamers also had a press conference where they all filed police reports against Johnny, and some of them also sued him. So as of the 2nd of November, the most recent charges that are filed against him: convenience store obstruction, urine tested positive for THC, investigation underway for assault, and then you have the deepfakes, etc. And then it goes on to say if found guilty for the drug charges, a maximum sentence is 10 years. He's also on Discord, so he hasn't been officially arrested yet as of the 2nd of November. I'm not sure if that's the case right now or not, but his passport has been taken away and he was banned from leaving country. As of the 5th of November, they removed his passport, from what I can tell. YouTube has apparently suspended 3 of his channels, and the National Assembly of Korea are now monitoring the situation. So he's now facing 5 years for the THC, 7 years for obstructing the business, and 7 years for the deepfake incident. And then you also have that potential assault charge that could also add 10 years in prison. And that is if he's that unlucky. But as of now, I haven't seen any elaboration for what exactly he did to get that charge. But since all these charges could stack, worst case, he could actually look up to 29 years in prison for being a complete moron. And since I recorded all this, he's now came out with this super sarcastic apology that was also aired on Korean news. So I loaded up the AI translation tool so we can at least get the gist of what is going on, even though it's pretty botched. So let's see how this came out.
Somali, a YouTuber who has garnered a lot of attention for insulting the Girl of Peace statue, suddenly appeared at the statue in Dobongu, Seoul.
So he cut his hair, you know, to come to this I apologize sort of event, but he made a joke out of it. And what's crazy is other people in Korea, I think YouTubers kind of bought into it for some reason, and they're covering it. It's yeah, here it is right here.
Somali, who was accompanied by another YouTuber, did as he was told and
Why did the AI make his voice sound like that?
apologized in Korean, bowing his head.
I am Jamal. Sorry.
So the guy who's blurred out is another black guy who lives in Korea, and he's like, hey man, you're giving black people some bad rap here, you know, in Korea, because there are a lot of black people, well, not a lot, but there are a lot of good black people that live in Korea, that have come, you know, customized to the culture, and they're, you know, they love it there, and they thrive there. So they're like, dude, you can't act like this, bro. You're giving us a bad rap. So this is what this guy's trying to do. But lo and behold, he doesn't know Johnny Somali is nothing but a piece of shit.
Sorry.
It's so botched.
Somali hasn't been seen since he was assaulted for the 3rd time on the XX of last month and was reportedly persuaded by fellow YouTubers to apologize. Somali appeared to be nervous, a change from his previous live streams. The YouTuber who had punched him last time was also present, and Somali asked him if they were having a conversation or fighting again, and after being told that they weren't, he continued. Somali said he didn't know about the significance of the girl statue.
That's
and wanted
BS.
to apologize to the Korean. He said he did it.
It's very intentional why he decided to do this with the Korean statue. There is no way I believe that he accidentally did this to multiple different Comfort Lady statues without knowing the meaning of it.
He was actually targeting these Comfort Lady statues, so he knew the meaning behind it. He's not stupid. And he knew the repercussions that come from it, and how the entire country would be very upset with him.
Found the statue on purpose. He like hunted down these statues on his own stream.
He's still in Korea.
Some of them,
V McG. He's still in Korea right now because they took his passport away, and now he's going to have to try. You know, we'll get into what is happening currently within the past 24 hours, because this is like an kind of like it's evolving, I guess, in different news being covered within the past 48 hours. This is very fresh, actually.
When were walled off, he was like, uh-oh, gotta find another one. He knew exactly what he was doing.
He did it to entertain his American viewers and only realized he had offended them after seeing their reactions.
Right, yeah. This is not gonna help him in court either.
He was just trying to create entertaining content. Not to cause pain, not to get someone in trouble. Jail or cause an assault, he added. As for Somali, he was suspended from leaving the country by police on suspicion of disruption. When confronted with a situation that turned out to be more serious than he intended, Somali apologized. Somali was caught on camera sticking his tongue out and making a V with his fingers in the car on the way home, sparking controversy over whether he was sincere.
Exactly. He doesn't care.
Apologizing when things get out of hand, as he has done in previous countries.
Yeah, I'm not buying that. I mean, this guy's whole game is essentially, how much can I ruin my own life? That's essentially what he's playing right now. But from what I can tell, this apology was arranged by a Korean influencer by the name of Vivian and her boyfriend, who is a black dude living in Korea. This is relevant because they are apparently frustrated with Johnny because they believe his behavior and actions ruin the perception of black people in Korea. And this is apparently
and that's the only reason why that duo of the female and the, you know, her husband, the black guy, is because, like, dude, you're screwing it up for the rest of us here, because there will be a stigma attached to it. you know, when you have this guy running amok, and that doesn't represent his culture or anything like that. It's just how douchebag he is. But it's a stain on the rest of the people that live there and are respectful, you know. So that's why this couple came out and said, you know, we got to do something about this.
Why they arranged this apology to try and fix that, but I guess they're not familiar enough with Johnny because they didn't think he wouldn't lie and make a joke out of the entire situation like he does with every other situation. Obviously, this whole arrangement seems to have backfired on both them and also Johnny, because this won't help him in court either. Overall, I mean, this story is just, it's so complicated to cover because the main news sources are either in Korean or Japanese, and clearly I'm heavily relying on translation tools to get the accurate information. So to reiterate, he hasn't been charged with anything yet. He's just facing a whole plethora of charges. But obviously, he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, even though he live streamed himself doing most of the things he's charged for. The only thing that I couldn't really find any more details on is the alleged assault charge. But the dude just proves over and over again that he will not stop until he actually receives some sort of repercussions for his own actions. So will Korea follow through with that? Who knows? I guess only time will tell, but we will be here to cover it. Okay, so after that recording, I did end up finding the original recording of this apology, which is in English, which makes things infinitely easier for us to understand. So let's take a look at that here.
앵크 고마워. 진짜 잘했어. 소말리 우리 그냥 토킹, okay?
Yeah, we can talk. You don't need to fight.
No fight.
Okay, I'll say right now, I want to apologize to the Korean people. I was not aware of the significance of the statue. I was trying to get, you know what I mean? It was just entertainment from my audience. We're from America. We really don't know much about the Comfort Woman or much about the statue, where we're from. So when I saw this statue, I came upon it on my stream. At first, I really didn't know what it was.
This dude is such a liar.
From the Korean people, I see that it really hurt you guys, and my intention in coming to Korea was not to cause this kind of shitstorm. My intention was to come here, do my live streams, make content, and be funny. It wasn't.
This is your content. What are you talking about?
Or get anybody in trouble, or make anybody go to jail, or catch assault cases, or stuff like this. You know what I mean? Because that's when it's going too far. Yeah. Truly, it's a hurtful thing. It's something that hurts the Korean pride and the Korean culture. In America, we have a different kind of comedy, and we have a different kind of culture in America. And Korea,
You wouldn't do that stuff here either, though.
where this kind of behavior is not acceptable. So let's do it. Yes. Okay. I'm open to it.
Can you guys tell me a little bit more of the history of the statue? Because I haven't done too much research.
Okay, he got it. So.
He knows exactly what it is and what it's for.
I think killing and assault is too far.
Right.
But I do see where they're coming from, and I see how it hurt them as a country and it hurt their pride. And it wasn't my intention when I first came here. You know, I wanted to come here. When I first came to South Korea, I'm not gonna lie, I have like a lot of my other content before the statue incident has been great. All the Koreans have treated me great. Like I've had nights out drinking with Koreans, partying with Koreans, and they've showed me the utmost hospitality and respect. So honestly, that I hit a nerve this much, I think.
Again, he was rubbing oil on these statues, and he took his shirt off and dancing like.
It's good to be a man and apologize for what I've done.
Yeah, I mean, come on. This is just a rinse and repeat of his apology tour in Japan once he realized he was actually facing some serious time, because he did the exact same thing. He uploaded this apology video trying to fake this whole sincere attitude that he was genuinely sorry. But in reality, as soon as he got off, he removed the apology video from his channel and just continued the same behavior. He's not sorry. He's sorry that he was caught and might actually have to deal with some serious consequences here. Also, after seeing the introduction of this video, yeah, ignore my hair sticking out there, man. Passport, according to the YouTube attorney legal mindset.
If the department is informed by appropriate foreign government authority or international organization that the applicant is subject to arrest, subject of a warrant for arrest for a felony. So in the other country, so when Korea arrests him for a felony, they can revoke his passport. Right there under D. That's what I was looking for.
So even if he somehow gets out of this self-inflicted mess, he might have to retire from being a travel nuisance streamer. This situation is just baffling to me because we've essentially watched this guy over the span of a little bit over a year permanently destroy his own career in life for internet attention. And it's also the worst type of internet attention because most of his viewers, they were rooting for his downfall. They hate him. And the whole situation is just... It's wild. It's just an unbelievably stupid story. We also just dropped some new mats on mat.city, which I'll be linking in the top description down below. We just dropped
All right, so the latest on him as of tonight. Let me see here. What do we have? Johnny Somali. Is going to trial in Korea. Let's see here. Johnny, 10 years in prison. He's getting arrested, it looks like. Hold on one second. try this one here.
Now, what is going on with
maybe good? That doesn't look like a promising video. Maybe this one here.
Hey, what's up?
This may be a promising video. Who knows? It doesn't look like it though. Johnny Somali was officially indicted today. Johnny Somali was officially indicted today over his actions at a 7-Eleven. And we saw that situation where he was throwing the ramen and all that. This has huge implications as it will not go to summary proceedings, but rather he will face a trial just for that one situation. This means Korea is serious. We'll discuss on my next live. So let me see here. That comes from Legal Mindset. Let me see. Legal Mindset is a YouTube channel that's been covering this. Let me see what else is going on with him. I want to see if I could get a filter of the newest on him. Why Johnny Somali is facing 10 years in prison. I think that might not be a good one. Johnny Somali just got formally charged by Korean police. Streamer Johnny Somali sentenced to 25 years in a Korean prison. Let me see. Johnny Somali indicted. He's going to trial. Okay, that's it. Right. Let me see what this is actually.
If you guys want to be
has anything. That only has 36. That's weird. One. Only indicted.
Right.
Guys. Oh. All right, this might be a good one. Let's check it out. See what is the speed on it. We'll go to 1.5. All right, here we go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. So today we got some big updates regarding the nuisance streamer Johnny Somali. So on the scale of effing around and finding out, Johnny Somali is currently entrenched on the finding out stage during his time at Korea. So as you can see, Legal Mindset here shares an article from Korea reporting that Johnny Somali has been indicted on a set of charges and is going to trial. And the specific set of charges he is facing are actually quite serious because the evidence related to that is both public and very, very set in stone for him. It seems like he is absolutely cooked if this keeps moving forward. Now, before we get into these specifics with these updates, let's just...
Oh, and trust me, dude, if you're being indicted over what you did at 7-Eleven throwing ramen noodles, and which is gross and disgusting, why would you do that? But you're fucked with the other stuff that you did to the statues here, and just all the other things that you've done. Man, it's gonna pile up. And trust me, the Korean officers, you think they were being nice? No, they were collecting evidence. As you saw, they were trying to like record off the other video, collecting evidence against him, and boom, they laid down the hammer and he's done.
Talk about Johnny Somali recently, right? We know his stay in Korea has been a very messy one. He is right now on somewhat of an apology tour trying to save face, where he has shaved his head and tried to apologize for some of the more offensive things he has done during his stay in Korea, but obviously nobody is buying that. And also, to give you an idea of just how...
And you're welcome. A country that represents my father and me, my blood, has done this. Because we don't take that shit, man. We're not Japan. God bless the people in Japan, but man, we don't fuck around. We're not Israel. No, you come to the country and you fuck around. Well, you're gonna find out, and he's finding out right about now. To the point that he shaved off his blonde hair, his little squiggles on top of his head. It's over, and he knows it. That's why he was in a Discord with other pathetic losers. That's why you never, ever relate with anybody online that are losers. Because you're going to be a loser just like him. Don't be stupid, because you're going to end up just like him. You'll be caught one day or another, and it's going to come down real hard. Karma's a bitch.
How quickly things fell apart for Johnny Somali. He was doing his normal routine in Korea once he arrived only about a month ago, going around being annoying for content, but once he took it to the next level, things will never go back for him, and that involves his antics with comfort women statues where he was groping, dancing on, and kissing these statues, which is so offensive that it caused national outrage. And a lot of people started following him on his streams, finding him whenever he would go live, and they started beating him up to the point where Johnny Somali tried to leave the country, but was denied by Korean law enforcement because he is under investigation for a long series of charges, including offenses related to drug possession as well as assault. And these specific charges that he might actually face are quite serious in Korea and could land him with 10 plus years in jail. Now, there's also another subset of potential charges people have been talking about over the past couple of days. So Johnny Somali made a deepfake of a Korean streamer named Bongbong. So they had done some streams together, but Johnny Somali thought it was a good idea to post several AI-generated videos, including one where he was making out with this streamer. And as you can see in the corner here, you can see the watermark of the AI tool that he was using to make this. And the individual, the Bongbong streamer, has dropped the potential lawsuit that she was threatening to raise against Johnny Somali, but that doesn't really matter because what he did is a criminal offense in South Korea. As you can see from Reuters here, this is a very big deal in South Korea. Deepfakes are taken very seriously. In fact, they can carry up to 3 years in jail and a 30 million won fine, about $22,000. They take this stuff very seriously, and this is just one of the many, the infinite potential charges Johnny Somali could be facing, and all of this stuff, by the way, is recorded, and it's publicly available because he streams everything that he is doing. However, this is the biggest update. Like I said, Legal Mindset shares this article, and we'll hear from him later in this video about some of the specifics of the charges he is facing. But this is an article from the Junyang Daily. Okay, they say this. Johnny
So there's him kissing one of the statues right there.
Somali to face trial over convenience store outburst. Johnny Somali, a U.S. streamer known for his offensive online antics, will face trial for creating a commotion in a convenience store. The Seoul Western District Prosecutor's Office said Tuesday that the streamer, whose legal name is Ramzi Khalid Ishmael, was indicted without detention, charged with obstruction of business. The police handed over the streamer to the prosecution Wednesday. Now, this is very interesting. So to make things clear in the legal process here, some people are saying he's like guilty already. He's going.
And his YouTube channel was just recently deleted, and he had like 3 of them or 4 on October 28th. After him doing all of this, YouTube knows about him. He's not like small news. I mean, he started in Japan. It was a huge deal. Even went to prison over there. And YouTube allowed him to be here until October 28th, which was just last month. Unbelievable, huh? TikTok's not the place, because you wouldn't get away with that on TikTok. Maybe you would, because it's weird. TikTok's weird. They allow some weird other shit. I guess mass reporting is a big deal over there on TikTok.
To jail. He's been found guilty on whatever charge. That's not happened yet. It's likely to happen down the road, but right now, Johnny Somali has been indicted, which means these charges were proposed to the prosecutor's office, they accepted them, and they have now indicted Johnny Somali with these charges. And the one that he is facing is actually very interesting. It wasn't the drug possession or the alleged assaults or the deepfakes or anything like that. It was a convenience store disruption that he caused. Now, this is the actual clip. We have shown this before when we were just covering his general antics in Korea. But basically, he went to a convenience store in South Korea. Oh my God. There's copyrighted music, by the way. I have to mute this just so YouTube itself doesn't bonk me. But basically, Johnny Somali goes into a convenience store where, very importantly, early on, he is asked to leave by the convenience store owners. But instead, Johnny Somali plays loud music. He starts dumping ramen all over the table. He throws ramen.
That's a poor lady right there. She's older.
Instead, Johnny Somali plays loud music. He starts dumping ramen all
right there. That's like my grandma handling
over the table. He throws ramen at people, starts dancing around, annoying the customers, doing all sorts of things. You can see right here, throwing ramen at people, right? Being an absolute menace. Doing something that could easily be described as, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Obstructing a business. And this is a very serious thing. It may not sound serious to you, but in South Korea, this charge can carry a lot of time in jail and some big fines that we'll get into in just a second. But to further collaborate or corroborate what we're talking about here, believe it or not, Johnny Somali actually has a TikTok account, which is kind of surprising. It's pretty much the only platform he has left at this point. He's been banned on Kick. He's been banned on multiple accounts on YouTube. He's banned on multiple accounts on Twitter. But he
how does this guy have a TikTok? I mean, fuck TikTok.
Does have this TikTok, Johnny Somali here, where recently he uploaded this video. Again, I'm muting because of copyright, but Johnny Somali here, he is standing in front of the U.S. Embassy in Seoul, and he is flashing his passport. Now, here's something very interesting. All of my United States viewers probably already made this observation, but for those who don't know, there's something off about that U.S. passport of his. Why is that? Well, if you're from the United States and you have a passport, you are likely aware that your passport is blue. It's like a navy blue color. And his passport, obviously, is not that color. It is purple. So that tells people like me that Johnny Somali had his passport taken away, at least temporarily, by the South Korean authorities. And then he was issued this new passport through South Korea. So that tells us that he has actually been taken in and had his passport taken away, which is something that is very serious. That doesn't just happen to Joe Schmo tourist walking down the street. They are very seriously treating Johnny Somali. He is not just some nuisance streamer. He is someone being treated very seriously by the government and by law enforcement. So let's now focus on some of the quotes from Legal Mindset here. If you don't know, he is an attorney who covers many different legal issues. And I'll put a link to this video. You can check out his channel if you want to as well. I highly recommend it. But he's going to tell us a little bit about the specific law that Johnny Somali violated and what he's being indicted for. So let's listen to what Legal Mindset had to say.
But let's read 314. This is what he's charged with. Interference with a business. A person who interferes with the business of another by the method of Article 313, that's the former article, so we'll read that one in a second, or by the threat of force, and we're going to get into what threat of force means, shall be punished by imprisonment for not more than 5 years or by a fine not exceeding 15 million won. By the way, whenever there's a fine exceeding 3 million won, you can be deported.
You know what? Johnny Somali's going to serve more years than Gypsy Rose did for killing her mom. For fucking around at 7-Eleven.
So as Legal Mindset, his chat, and I'm sure most of you watching this video would say about that possibility of being deported, no, you keep Johnny Somali. We don't want him, especially in the United States. Keep him away. Being deported is the only win that Johnny Somali could possibly have at this point. That is his only winning option. His only winning hand at this point is to be deported because he is stuck in Korea right now and he is being tacked on with charges already, and there's already an infinite branch of potential charges he could also face as a result of his publicly documented actions in Korea. So nobody wants to see Johnny Somali deported at this point. It's a get-out-of-jail-free card for him, quite literally speaking as well. But you can also see here that Johnny Somali could face up to 5 years for his convenience store outburst. That stuff, like I said, obstruction or interference with business is a big deal, and it's a potential long jail sentence for Johnny Somali.
Oh, and if he went to prison in Korea... oh, he would get beat up. Oh, man. I don't think he'd make it in those 5 years at all, for sure, because the entire country knows about him. Even these felons and criminals. I mean, it'd be a bad place for him. But you're welcome, America. Because, all the other countries failed. In Japan, Israel. But I'm glad South Korea stepped up and did what's right. And it's just the beginning. We're just on to, and this is today. This is news from today. The 7-Eleven incident, and there's way more than that.
And I think that is very hilarious. Like I said, of all the wrongdoings Johnny Somali did, who would have thought his little annoying convenience store outburst would be the one that seems like it is concrete, right? Because looking back at the clip we watched just a couple of minutes ago, I mean, everything looks so clear, right? He's being a nuisance. He is obstructing the business. But as Legal Mindset points out, there's this phrase here, threat of force, and that's going to be really important. And he would also mention that during his time in Korea and also just through his connections, he has talked with a lot of people who are not only familiar and work with the Korean legal system, but also people who are just generally knowledgeable of how these things work. And he's going to describe how important this threat of force language is under the statute.
This right here, threat of force, has been used for people obstructing businesses in a wide category of things. So essentially, as soon as they tell you to leave and you do not leave, as soon as they tell you, hey, you need to leave the store, according to what I understand, if you do not leave, if you're obstructing the business, if you're ignoring them, you're ignoring what they're telling you, you can get hit with obstruction of business.
And what does that sound like? That sounds like what Johnny Somali was doing in that convenience store. Like I said, it's very easy to describe his pattern of behavior in that store. He was obstructing the business. He was being a nuisance. He was bothering customers after he was told to leave many times. And he is someone who falls right under some of these looser definitions of threat of force, as pointed out here.
Right? So this has been used successfully against things like, for example, protests. Or things against people that are boycotting, but they're inside the store causing a commotion. So they're obstructing the business in a broad sense. They don't have to be violent and assault anyone. They just have to essentially not comply with your directions, with the directions of the business owner, the employee, right? And they can be hit with this. So understand, this is something that can be used more broadly, and it has been used with people that were nonviolent, that were just in the business, right? Causing a commotion, causing a scene, and not following instructions to get out.
So that is very, very significant. I mean, based on that loose interpretation that the Korean legal system has used for threat of force, Johnny Somali just checked that off. And the fact that they charged him with that specific charge is very, very important to pay attention to. They basically picked what appears to be a slam dunk, something that is going to likely succeed if it goes to trial, which it appears it is going to trial.
And he
so
will
Johnny
get those
Somali
5 years.
is really finding out. Because just like any other legal system, if you're going to charge someone, you want to charge something that's going to stick. You're not going to just charge Johnny Somali with 50,000 loose charges. You want to pick something that he is unlikely to
And once he's in prison, they're going to figure out more charges against him.
wiggle away from. And likely he's also going to be working with a public defender. Like, I doubt he's going to hire his own defense attorney in Korea or has even the ability or the means to do so. So he is going to be facing a very uphill battle on a set of charges that he looks dead in the water on. He looks dead in the water with this stuff. And I want to add one more thing before we go here. It appears that Johnny Somali, through what appears to be Discord messages, is claiming he's filing charges on Legal Mindset now. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is flipping the script and saying that Legal Mindset needs to worry about the charge he's filing against him. Wow, that is very interesting stuff coming from Johnny Somali. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard to press charges and to file a lawsuit. I should say file a lawsuit here against Legal Mindset while he is quite literally facing trial for his own criminal actions, or alleged criminal actions at this point. He's going to be facing some bigger things. So this is just another empty threat from Johnny Somali. I mean, we can add Legal Mindset to the list of people Johnny Somali has threatened with a lawsuit, including Dexerto, PewDiePie, among many others at this point, I'm very sure. But again, to really bring this home, I mean, to think, this is going to be his undoing potentially in Korea and for his nuisance streaming career. He just couldn't leave people alone. And I think of all the things, he's done a lot of terrible things, but for this to be the downfall, the potential downfall of Johnny Somali is really poetic. It's poetic. You know, just the definition of a nuisance streamer goes into public in a foreign area and is annoying and just disrupts everyone's day. And if this is what brings him in, that is poetic, like I said. And if he thinks he's having a hard time, by the way, having a hard time walking the streets, a free man in Korea right now as a tourist, wait till he goes into jail potentially. Do you think he's going to do very well? This is a man who is not only a foreigner who would be in a foreign prison system, which is already a lot of trouble for someone in a situation like that. But this is someone who's there because he is openly disrespecting the culture. That is going to be a brutal, brutal experience if he ends up there. And honestly, again, just like anyone observing what's going on here, nobody feels sorry for this dude. He has reaped what he has sown for a very long time. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens next with this trial that has been indicated. And if we have any updates, of course, you're going to hear from me. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed as always.
Well, there's that. Last thing before I leave you, there's one more update before I leave, since you guys paid. I mean, you guys made the goal here. Let me see here. One last update, and it comes from Atozy.
This RL.
So let me make sure I get this on 1.5. Here we go. All right, here we go. Johnny Somali, and we're ending it. Here it is. I give you Johnny Somali, piece of shit. All right.
This IRL streamer was just humbled by the Korean government as things just got so much worse for the most hated IRL streamer in the world. It now seems like making a living off of harassing strangers on the street and being an all-around burden to society is backfiring on him massively, as he was just indicted again. And this all comes as a massive blow to him and his fans, as they were claiming that his travel ban was going to be over in 2 weeks and then he would leave before Korea could then punish him. As this is what they were saying inside of his Discord server, but a reported account claiming to be Johnny also confirmed that he would be leaving in 2 weeks and will announce which country he will be going to next. It's a little hard to verify if it's actually him or not, as most of his posts are just him asking for financial support from fans and reiterating all of the hateful rhetoric he's been spewing on his streams in general. Like, if you just look at this account, he's essentially just posting awful posts mocking the comfort ladies to like 50 people, which is hilarious, because if this is really him, it shows how—
And that's what Dree does. She talks to 50 people or less, and she'll mock like this, and just like those idiot racists do. About the zoo situation, talk to about 40, 50 people. We may cover it, and no one will know who they are, because that's how insignificant they are. But look at this guy. Right here, mocking the entire country.
Just mocking the comfort ladies to like 50 people, which is hilarious, because if this is really him, it shows how incredibly stupid this guy is acting, as he's willing to likely get a way harsher punishment by completely invalidating his obvious fake apology to try and entertain like 50 people. And he just keeps on getting banned on Twitter anyway, so it's not like this is going to last for long either. And this guy is banned on absolutely everything except for Rumble. So instead of apologizing like in a genuine way and returning to, you know, being a productive member of society, he would rather crash out in the most pathetic way possible. So in my last video, we talked about the whole bunch of felonies that he committed, and what his max sentence could be if the judge really decided to put their foot down on him. But as I posted in my last video, he only really officially had his passport taken away from him for 1 month while they investigated him. But as of the 11th of November, they officially said something around the lines of, "Hey bud, we see that you're planning on leaving in 2 weeks. That's not going to happen. Have fun staying here."
Oh my, so yesterday, November 11th, the country said, no, you're not leaving. Sorry, you're staying here.
Hey bud, we see that you're planning on leaving in 2 weeks. That's not going to happen. Have fun staying here. As he's now been officially indicted for the incident at 7-Eleven. Then on top of that, they're now going to extend his travel ban until there's a verdict there. So no matter what, this dude is now stuck in Korea for a long time. And it's also, in a way, hilarious this guy decided to just ruin his life by being a disrespectful moron inside of a 7-Eleven. Like, this is just pathetic behavior.
Look at this idiot. This is the fate of all trolls and idiots that take it real life, mess with other people's lives. This is what happens.
And it's like, he's probably streaming for what, 200 to 300 people. Imagine ruining your life trying to entertain 200 to 300 people.
Sorry, I'm black. I'm not gonna drink nothing. I don't drink. Here, no drink. No. Here, 이거. I eat the ramen. I do my, I go, okay, I said, I'm eating the ramen.
That lady's in her like late 60s, maybe 70s.
I do my, I go, okay, I said, I'm eating the ramen.
It's like, what is the point of this? Like, bro, you're hilarious for this, man.
Right to say you should never have kids. Your father was right. Your father was right. Oh.
Also, imagine going to prison for years for this. Like, that is the definition of a crash out.
Shut up. What is that? Call the police, stupid ass. Stupid ass. I didn't.
And he's just so arrogant. He thinks he'll get away with anything.
And that lady is the owner, actually. The one he's talking to in the stripe. Right here.
Stupid ass. I didn't.
And he's just so arrogant. He thinks he'll get away with anything.
I did not drink it, you stupid. You Chinese ass. You.
If they actually throw him in prison for a couple of years for that, that is actually pretty funny. So, because for that charge alone, he's looking at up to a potential 5 years in prison and a 15 million won fine, which is a little bit north of $10,000. And I mean, just watching all of this go down is fascinating because his upside here is so limited as he's getting banned on everything. Yet his downside is massive. I mean, he's facing years in prison in Korea because he wanted to entertain like 300 people. Like, that is the most pathetic way to ruin your life. But that is so far from it when it comes to his legal troubles, because remember the deepfake incident with him? As he decided to stream and brag about getting a Korean girlfriend. So he made this AI deepfake video of him and the streamer making out. This woman is apparently an IRL streamer by the name of Bong Bong, and she streamed herself actually pressing charges against him. And since she's a Korean IRL streamer, I ran this through an AI translation tool as well, so we can get the gist of it. This one seems to be a little bit more like, I had to, they couldn't generate an English version of her voice, so I had to use like the more default AI voices, but at least we understand what's going on in the stream clip.
I'm trying to report.
Oh, I don't know how to grade the video.
The kissing video. But he's a little bit of a celebrity now, and he's kind of been in the news a lot lately. So
I made a composite video of Minho's face.
I sent out a composite video of him kissing me.
So I'm assuming composite was directly translated. It's like an AI video.
Now.
It was a fake video. It's not just sex.
Or just sex. No kissing?
That's a little vague, but let me check. Is the scene... That, whose photos did you combine?
Me and that YouTuber.
YouTuber. Now, some YouTuber and his face.
It's him and me kissing.
Is that a manipulated video?
Yeah. No.
I didn't do anything.
I guarantee you this is going to come to the United States too. The deep faking thing, it's almost happening now, where it will probably become a, like a charge, like a criminal sort of thing. So look out for that. It's usually a trend. It happens internationally, and then it kind of makes its way over here.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Is this Johnny Somali? Johnny Somali? That black YouTuber with the slightly girly kisses? You don't watch YouTube?
This
No.
YouTuber, is he Korean?
Foreigner, black YouTuber.
But now video details. Do people know now?
Maybe you. Myself?
I'm not in Korea.
I'm in Korea now.
In Korea. That person is now the target.
If it's on the news right now, it's him. Is probably banned from the country right now.
Now.
Yeah, it's a terrible translation.
Yeah, this is such a bizarre thing to be watching, especially with an AI translation. Like, I get, it would probably be better to use a real translator, but the problem is it would probably take 2 to 3 days to get something back, and by then, the whole case has probably changed, or like the whole story, because like we're kind of covering this as it's all unfolding. But it is interesting the police knew who she was talking about because he's all over the media there.
English? Do you know his real name? Ramsey Khalid Israel. It's a complaint right now, so we can talk about it later when I give my statement. Did I give you my phone number there? Yeah.
Yeah, so I cut that because, I mean, this is definitely a very botched version of the translation, and a lot of it just did not make sense. But she did end up deciding not to press charges after all for some reason. My guess is because she did go and stream with him, and she also said very unpleasant things about him as well, which could also be illegal in Korea. But for some reason, the Korean government, they announced that it didn't even matter if she dropped the charges because they might still prosecute him either way. And this is a
Ooh. They hate him that much because, he fucked around with the entire country. Of course, it's going to happen that way. But it didn't happen in other countries. They just wanted his ass out of there. But what South Korea did was take away his passport and said, "You're not leaving. You're staying here. So pull up a seat, get comfortable, because you're going to be here for a very, very long time."
apparently all because of a bill that was introduced in South Korea in September of this year, where it says anyone purchasing, saving, or watching such material can face up to 3 years in jail or be fined up to 30 million won. So wow. Yeah, I mean, he picked the wrong country to go to. That's what it seems like, to do his antics. Someone made a full list of the current laws that he broke.
And trust me, South Korea is a great place to go visit. And I mean, if you are respectful, just acting like a regular human being, I mean, the antics that he pulled, just imagine if you just went there to have a good time and you'd be treated very, very, very well. Because it is certainly a country that does represent respect and all of these things. And they're very inclusive, you know. So this is, but when you fuck with the entire country, you trying to troll, yeah, things aren't going to go work out too well for you.
Which is apparently National Security Law, Anti-Terrorism Act, Business Obstruction, the Deepfake Incident, a crime of insult, defamation, an act of assault, Narcotics Control Act, and finally, a misdemeanor penalty act. So again, yeah, it just seems like he picked a terrible country to be doing his antics in, because now the prosecutors have so many felonies to go through because he live streamed everything. So they could just kind of pick and choose what they decide to charge him for. And so far, he's been indicted for one thing, and they have a whole plethora of stuff to pick from. The whole situation is just so laughably stupid because all you have to do is respect the people and culture of South Korea, and you're gonna have a great time in South Korea. It's not that hard. But apparently for Johnny, that is just way too hard. And his track record absolutely does not help him here, because you have everything that happened in Japan, and then just a few months ago, he was bragging about lying in Japanese court to get out. He was also caught red-handed lying in his apology because he's...
And you guys, if you're going to go down this rabbit hole, I mean, go look at everything he's done in Japan. I can't even believe that Japan allowed him out of prison at all. It's unbelievable, but they just wanted him out of the country. And even the folks over in Israel, when he went there to get all crazy and do his antics, they wanted him out of the country. And then he thought he could get away with it in South Korea. And looks like he's not going to be able to get away with anything.
Said this.
Somali, Uri, talking, okay? Yeah, we can talk. We don't need to fight. No fight. Okay, I'll say right now, I want to apologize to the Korean people. I was not aware of the significance of the statue. I was trying to get, you know what I mean? It was just entertainment for my audience. We're from America. We really don't know much about the Comfort Woman or much about the statue where we're from. So when I saw this statue, I came upon it on my stream. At first, I really didn't know what it was.
This dude is such a liar.
Action from the Korean people. I see that it really hurt you guys. And my intention in coming to Korea was not to cause this kind of shitstorm. My intention was to come here, do my live streams, make content, and be funny.
It was obviously apparent that he was lying here, but he did this whole BS spiel of asking like, hey, tell me about this statue. When in reality, he live streamed himself explaining he knew exactly what these statues were.
Oh my God, yo. This is what I was looking for. Japan hates this thing. Right here. Yeah, make sure to show it. Japan hates this thing.
Yeah, who's that asshole right here?
Japan hates
this dude. They should all be fucking called out. We don't want them in America.
this thing. Right here. Yeah, make sure to show it. Japan hates this thing. I stand with the Korean people. I love Korea. And everything that I did in Japan was for the Korean and the Chinese people. Let's go. Let's get out of here. They're gonna clip that. You don't know the significance of that statue. You don't know the significance of that statue. I do. Japan's trying to remove those all over the world. God, you should have seen their faces, chat, when they saw this pop up on the screen. They said, "Oh." Yeah, they didn't like this at all. They did not like this. But yeah, they really did not like this photo. I'll show you guys one more time, but I'm gonna keep it in my pocket. Oh yeah, this might be a problem. It might be a problem. It's on Instagram, guys.
So again, because he live streams everything, it's going to be extremely hard for his attorney to defend him. So I mean, it's safe to say the guy has made his bet and his future is literally in the hands of the Korean authorities. So I guess we're just going to see what happens next. But if you want to know the full story of everything he did here in Korea to get into the situation, you can check out my full summary video here. Subscribe if you're new. You might.
All right, so go check out Atozi. I think that's his name right there, Atozi. Or just go down the rabbit hole and check out Johnny Somali, you know, if you want. There's a whole deep sort of digging to get into if you wanted to. Anyhow, this live stream, I think we did it. We said it all. There will be no more talk about Andrew moving forward. We don't care. We don't care about the other drama. No need to apologize over anything. It's okay. Let bygones be bygones. We just don't give two shits. And we just move on to the content that we have. Whether it's Gypsy Rose, Johnny Somali, probably not. I think we covered enough about him. Unless he goes to trial, that'd be beautiful. But there's a lot of things to cover. A lot of things that are really interesting. So that's all I have to say. This live stream is in the refrigerator. Door closed. The lights are out. The eggs are cold. And the butter's getting hard. The Jello's jiggling. Make sure you guys go check out the new merchandise over at sirmorbidx.com. If you want to join the Discord, all you have to do is email me at sirmorbidx@gmail.com. Other than that, I'll see you guys next time with peace and love. Peace and motherfucking love. And let me tell you something. A new video dropped tonight. Before the live stream, so make sure you guys go check it out. It's about Gypsy, I believe, but that's it. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on Thursday or Friday. I'm not sure which, Thursday or Friday. It might be Friday, actually, so I might take an extra day. So Friday it might be, because UFC John Jones coming on Saturday, so I'm not going to be here on Saturday. So anyhow, see you guys later with peace and love, peace and motherfucking love. And you know what we do? We smash, leave, and repeat. And it's all about the goddamn boom.